shoot. Shoot. Oh my god, okay. Whew. Alright. Alright. How's it going, everyone? Big Pasta Gaming here once again. And today, we are just we're streaming on the computer. Alright. Computer's a little easier to stream on. I don't have to have a game up or anything to stream on the computer. You know, thank goodness. But yeah, I did want to do some of my college work. You guys know streaming takes up like the majority of my day. So I can't like Monday's the only day that I can get things done. But a lot of times I use my a lot of the time I'll use my Monday just as a recovery day, So they didn't bill me, did they? Oh my god. Okay. Of course, all my college stuff and things like that are very confidential. My laptop reset on me, so I lost all my data. But I don't really care anymore. Hi, actual. Oh my fucking god! What was my GameFly password? God damn it! Fucking hell. Okay. I'm assigned to 2 different insurance companies. So, but I don't know what the second insurance company is. Get out of here. So, I can't find that information anywhere except for on the bills that I pay, but I do an automatic withdrawal from my bank account. So my bank account, they don't send me an email confirmation or anything. So my bank account is the only source of is the only place where I can find out where I'm, what my old insurance is so that I can cancel it. But for the past 2 days, the bank website has been broken, so I can't actually access my bank. Which means that if I needed to make payments on anything, I can't. Which means that if I needed to withdraw money, I can't. I would have to go to the physical bank and get a printed out statement of like my entire purchase history since like October in order to figure it out. Oh my god. Not only that, I can't get into my freaking Gamefly account because Gamefly sent me an email implying that I'm still subscribed to their service, but I can't access my account to confirm if that's true or not. I'm pretty sure I canceled the service, but I wanted to double check, but they won't let me into my account. Maybe it's on my laptop here. I don't even have it open on my laptop. Gamefly.com. If they have me sign in, I'm gonna fucking pop my lid off, dude. Okay, it says, would you like to restart your membership? You know what? I'm going to take that as indication that I don't have a membership and I'm just not going to worry about it. I don't need access to my account when I'm not doing anything. Okay. So that's solved. Alright guys, I got to make a few calls. I needed to do that this morning. I wanted to do it yesterday, but every place closed, so I'm going to make a few calls. So I'm going to mute myself. I will put on a YouTube video for you guys, though. What's a YouTube video you guys want to watch? Most dangerous place on earth? What Elon Musk just said about Joe Biden's plan. I'm gonna make some phone calls. I wanted to make some phone calls today. I just woke up, guys. So. I spent all of yesterday doing like research and stuff. So. I don't know, 60 million people. So, I'm sure it's entertaining. Oh, these are all actors? Really? I thought these were like actual, like, people in Africa. Hey, you guys can watch this. Yeah, I'm gonna make some phone calls, so. Yeah, I'm gonna mute my mic, and then I'll be right back. Hope you all enjoy this video, I guess. Whatever it is. And yeah, I'll be right back. I got a call. I have to call 2 different places in order to set up a dentist appointment. So my bottom left tooth, a few months ago the tooth hurt, and a couple months after that the gum hurt, And then about a month after the gum started hurting, the pain actually reached into my jaw, like into my chin area, which it's, first there's the teeth, and then there's the gum, and then there's like my bones. And so it's reached to like the bone area. So that was a cause of concern. But now the pain has actually gone to the outside. And so now like the webbing between my, on the bottom left of my mouth where the gum is, and then there's the gum, and then there's the inside of the mouth, that kind of pink area, like if you stick your finger in your mouth and like kind of pull back your lip, like that area, like way deep down though, like you'd have to reach your finger down. That webbing between my gum and the inner part of my mouth, that's been like on fire for the past couple of days. It's been really annoying. Opening my mouth to chew food has been insanely painful for me. So I think I can't avoid it anymore. I gotta go to the dentist. I gotta get surgery on that. So it's gonna run me like $1,000, but fucking whatever. I'm not leaving the country anytime soon, so it's not like I'm gonna be able to. I mean, I can't like pause my teeth from decaying more for the next 3 or 4 years. So I really got to get out of this country. In America, my dental work is going to cost me about the price of a car, of a brand new car. That's how much my dental work is going to cost me in America. In Europe, it's only going to cost me as much as my new TV was for my entire mouth. So I need to move to Europe. I mean, we're talking like tens of thousands of dollars that I'm going to save on just my dental work alone. And then if anything happens to me, like medically, that's like free medical over there and stuff. Plus the standard of living is pretty nice over there. So that's what I was looking at earlier. So I'll show that to you guys in a, once I get off the phone. But yeah, anyway, be right back, guys. I gotta mute. What are these guys doing? This, like, it looks nice, but I don't know how. I mean, yeah, it's a place to live in, so it's better than just like a basic hut in Africa. But, like, how comfy would any of this be? Like that bed? It's just simply the shape of a bed. If they're just gonna put straw as the mattress, then it's not gonna really be too comfortable to sleep on. Why does this have 60 million views? Anyway, I gotta make another call in a couple minutes. This video isn't really too thrilling. Well, they did not make that much progress. Oh, they're making the swimming pool. Anyway, guys, I was, here we go, no copyright. Anyway, oh, I really bumped up. Anyway, so what did I put on here? Oh yeah. So anyway, at the beginning of the stream, or I mean before the stream, because I was up at 11 to get on, but I wanted to set up my second monitor so that I could actually show you guys, like, so that I'm not just using one monitor, because it was a struggle when I used to stream on PC, you know, just a month ago or so, because I only had my TV as the monitor, and I had to, you know, if I wanted to look at anything private with, like, my information on it or something, I would have to black out the whole screen, or I would have to not do that. And, yeah. So, that was terrible. So I was hoping to get a second monitor set up so that I could have something open on my first monitor while simultaneously looking at my own college work. But my graphics card is too advanced. My graphics card that I have right now, it doesn't have any VGA ports in it. Most computer monitors, well, most old-time computer monitors, I mean, have VGA cords, which is the it's the blue, like, trapezoid with all the holes in the middle of it. So that's a VGA cable. Normally, when you're going cheap on monitors, or when you have, like, hand-me-downs from, like, 2 decades ago, VGA is how it is. But every new monitor nowadays uses HDMI cables, you know, same as our TVs, but they, whatchamacallit, VGA, HDMI, yeah, but they're expensive. These monitors are really expensive, and so I have a couple of old monitors from like 10 or 15 years ago, and they still work fine. So one of them is even one of those one of those vertical monitors, or it's like a perfect square. So like the screen, it actually ends up being longer. So, which I like, I would like to use that for reading manga. But I haven't set it up. But so, okay. My graphics card that I need to plug everything into doesn't have a VGA port. It has HDMI, and then it has this other one. It's a really weird, I don't know what exactly it's called, but anyway, it's the one with like the little, it has like a 3x8. It's like tannish. It has like a 3x8 grid of dots. And it also has like a little cross off to the side. So I think I complained about it earlier in a previous stream. Anyway, it has one of those, so that's what this current monitor is plugged into. But then the only other plug left is an HDMI port. I don't have an HDMI cable, so I need to get but both of my monitors use VGA. So I have an adapter for VGA to the Tannish plugin, but I don't have an adapter for VGA to HDMI, which is what I would need in order to plug in my second monitor. So I'm just gonna shell out the money, get it. Should be like $6. It's no big deal. Be able to have two monitors would actually not only help me, it would help with streaming. It would make reading manga a lot more enjoyable, and it would also help with my college work. So it serves like three purposes, plus just for browsing the internet in general. I mean, having two monitors is very nice. So you guys might think like, oh, I'm fine with my one monitor, but you get a second monitor plugged in there, you start dragging some windows into that second monitor, you can never go back. It's such a huge convenience, and computers are supposed to be about convenience anyway. So yeah. So I didn't get, so anyway, I couldn't plug it in. I thought I could plug it into a different graphics card, but then I set it all up and then I realized I can't really do that. So I spent like a half an hour trying to do that this morning, and to no avail. I really should have done it previously, but whatever. And so what I'm gonna do now is I'll have the stream up on this computer, but then I'll be doing my college work on one of my laptops here. So and that should be fine. And as always, I'll probably dictate what I'm doing on the college work or whatever, because otherwise this wouldn't be a very engaging stream. So yeah, I don't know why you guys would want to watch a stream of me doing work, but I didn't do it yesterday. I was doing a whole bunch of research yesterday, and so I didn't get any of my college work done, and I need to do that because by the end of my streams, I'm pretty pooped out and I just want to relax. So I gotta actually, I could do my college work during my stream time. So it's a difference between, I could either do my college work on the stream or I could take another day off of streaming, but actually streaming myself, at least talking about what I'm doing, kind of keeps me accountable, kind of holds me accountable to the work that I'm doing. So, that's always nice. But yeah. Hope you all have a fantastic day today. It is Tuesday. Apparently yesterday was Martin Luther King Jr. Day. I didn't know that. I didn't know yesterday was a holiday, so I couldn't get anything done. I could have gotten my college done, but yeah, I couldn't get any setting up these appointments and stuff done. So I got dental insurance, and this one's actually supposed to be good, but they listed a dentist my old dentist on the plan, and that's the whole reason I got it, is because, oh, my old dentist covers it. But then I got the card and they put a different dentist on there. It wasn't the one that I requested. And they're like, oh, if the one you requested isn't on there, then that means that they're not covered on Blue Shield. And I'm thinking, like, they lied to me then. So they lied to me. And then I signed up for the insurance and I ended up paying them for that lie. So it's so stupid, because I wanted a specific dentist, and the only reason I got this insurance plan was to get that specific dentist. But they didn't, but that dentist isn't on this insurance plan, so like I would have paid extra just to go to this dentist because they're a good dentist. But anyway, so that was a real bleh. But I found, and so they assigned me a dentist by default, a different one, and I looked up reviews of her, and she's like the worst dentist in the county. I mean, this is like all negative reviews. She herself gets negative reviews. Her practice, or the multiple offices she works at, gets negative reviews. I mean, it's just all around terrible. So my previous dentist, all 5-star reviews, all positive reviews, across everything. So, and she did, they did good work over there too. So that's, that was good. That's what I paid for. So otherwise, if I was okay with mediocre dental work, I'd just go to Mexico for this stuff. But, I'm paying these exorbitant prices. I'm paying hundreds and thousands of dollars for my dental work. It better be good. So anyway, after doing some research last night, I found a different dentist under my insurance plan that apparently is actually good. So mostly positive reviews. So, and so, I just had that last phone call I was on, I had to switch to that dentist. So now they should have received the information by now. They got it faxed over. I am going to call them and make an appointment. So, because like I said earlier, the bottom left of my tooth, or the bottom left of my mouth, that tooth, the gum and my jaw and all that, and the webbing between my gum and the inside of my mouth hurts like hell. So I kind of have to hold on to that pain all day, and it's gonna be very difficult to eat. Every time I open and close my teeth to chew, even if I'm using the other side of my mouth, it's still insanely painful. I mean, like jabs of pain with every bite. Jabs of pain with every bite. Breakfast cereal. So yeah, anyway, I don't want to deal with this anymore. It's only been a couple days since I've gotten it, and I'm going insane. So I need to. Jenga's playing Monster Hunter. What's Jenga been up to? So yeah, I'm gonna have to call them, but in a second here. Look at my friends. I can watch his game. New profile. He played the demo. Looks like he liked the demo so much he got the real game. That's what you get for not having a PlayStation or a Switch. I feel kind of sad that I stopped talking to this guy. Oh well. What other games has he played? Oh yeah, he played Neo too. 100 hours in this? Dang. These are co-op games. I don't want to play Neo because I want to play with a co-op buddy. I have a lot of other games that I want to play with a co-op buddy though, so. What's on his wish list? Does he even organize his list? Wonder if he would be surprised if I got him one of these games. Mostly negative. If I got him Elden Ring, he would probably be like through the roof. But that's expensive. I gotta get Elden Ring for myself. What games do I have on my wish list? I always get these emails from Steam. They're like, oh, you know, they're like, oh, an item on your Steam wish list is on sale. But they don't tell me which one. Disco Elysium. Littlewood. They don't have any sales right now, do they? PlayStation has sales. Sales. Anyway, guys. I'm gonna put on something a little more interesting. I don't know what's gonna get me like copyright striked because I have a lot of interesting videos, but they're by like established people. I mean, anything by exploring alternatives is gonna be. Really good. Anyway, this is what I've been getting into is homesteading. So, this is I love the prospect of homesteading. If you guys don't know, homesteading is making your own. It's like you have a house, right? You guys know how like houses come, most houses come with their own like backyard and stuff, right? A homestead is where you use your backyard in order to grow your own food. So a homestead will have a garden where you grow vegetables and spices. Maybe you have a fruit tree. Maybe you have some farm animals like a chicken coop with a bunch of chickens in it that lay eggs for you. Maybe you have a pig pen that has a couple pigs that you feed and raise. And then, of course, send to the butcher, get killed after they grow. Maybe you have some cows. Cows for meat, or you could have a dairy cow to get milk. So typically you don't eat the dairy cow because you need it there to keep giving you milk. Things like that. So it's like having a farm, you know? Old MacDonald had a farm. It's sort of like that. That's what homesteading is. So obviously the title of this video is Homesteading Couple Hasn't Bought Groceries in a Year of Self-Sufficient Living. So this is pretty interesting. I've seen this one before, but it's been a while. When did this one come out? I saw this when it first came out back in July, so it's been a few months since I've seen this one. You guys can watch it. This is something that I've been interested in. I've been looking a little bit into, like, if I just bought a plot of land somewhere, just an acre or two, and I put, a few farm animals on it, a few chickens to lay eggs for me, a cow, pigs. Pigs are probably the best ones. Sheep. You can raise sheep, and they're really good for their meat. So if you guys have ever had lamb, gyros, or as they're otherwise called, euros, are these like, it's basically it's a giant taco in like a really thick piece of pita bread, and it has these strips of really thin, tender meat. along with like cabbage and cucumber sauce. It's tzatziki sauce. It's Greek food. That the meat that they use in a gyro, gyro, is lamb. It's a lamb meat or mutton, as they call it. So anyway, that comes from sheep. So obviously, like you could raise a couple sheep, get them while they're babies, get them all nice and fat in a few months, and then send them to the butcher, and they'll give you back all of your meats packaged, ready to be frozen. And so, I mean, like with pigs, I've only researched pigs, but because I just found out about sheep last night. But apparently, with pigs, you can one pig, if you raise it, you could get a pig for like a couple hundred, and then a couple $100, and then you could raise the pig, get it all nice and fat. That pig's gonna give you like 200 pounds of meat. 200 pounds of meat. You go to the grocery store, tell me how much 200 pounds of pork is going to cost you. Like you're talking about like over $1,000 for that much meat, and you could raise a pig yourself, and in a few months you could have that much meat for only maybe like a couple hundred in maintenance costs for it. So you do that with a couple of pigs, and then you keep one and sell one. You keep the meat of one and you sell the meat of the other one, and you could get all your money. You could make double your money selling that second pig, and that'll pay for the first one. So obviously the labor is still in there. You got to feed and take care of these pigs for the few months that you're raising it and fattening them up. But after that, I mean, the whole thing, besides the labor that you yourself are doing, raising the thing, it basically pays for itself. You could buy two pigs, raise them both for a few months, and then get them both butchered, sell one of them off to somebody, and then it basically costs you nothing. But then it costs you nothing except a few months of work, and now you have 200 pounds of pork. For a couple people, 200 pounds of pork is gonna last you like probably like a year or so. That's like a year of meat for two adults. So that's really great. That's a really great turnaround on that. So that's just for the meat alone. We're not even talking about gardens, which obviously you buy seeds and then they grow into full vegetables, right? It's like magic. So all you have to do is water them and put fertilizer on the soil and you're good to go. So, I mean, growing your own food, having a little homestead like this is definitely like a profitable way to it's definitely like it's a very good way of being self-sufficient because you can grow and raise all of your food by yourself on your own, and then you don't need to rely on the grocery store or anything like that. So I've been looking into going to other countries, maybe colder countries like Sweden or Switzerland, where they have a lot of land, but the groceries are really expensive because they don't, their main focus isn't agriculture. So in order to avoid high food costs that come in like other countries where food isn't as immediately accessible, like America, homesteading is definitely a great way to do it. Not to mention the fact that if you're living off grid, if you're trying to get away from society, you don't want to have to go to the grocery store every week. You don't want to have to spend dollar bills at the grocery store if you're trying to, because if you have to rely on other people for stuff, then that means you need to have money, which means that you need to earn money by doing a job for somebody else. Now you're in society, you have to work, and your payment is money, and then you use that money to spend on other people's work No, 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 no. Cut out the middleman. I'll just do my own work growing my food, and then, and then that'll be that. That way I don't have to work a job and wait for somebody else to grow my food for me. So it gives you this sort of independence from society, right? I think most of us rely on society so heavily. What would we all do if the grocery stores closed and there was no more food? What would we all do? We'd all starve. So, think about that prospect. And you guys might think, oh, well, the grocery stores are never going to close. That's a silly idea. You never know. You never know. I'd rather be prepared for an eventuality like that. So instead of, being a slave to relying on this flimsy stability or whatever. Anyway, with that said, you guys enjoy the video. I gotta go. I gotta make this call. I gotta set up a dentist appointment. It shouldn't take too long. And I should be able to watch the rest of the video with you guys. So yeah. Anyway, be right back.
This project has taught us so much about what we value and what we enjoy doing. What I love about this journey is just feeling a new connection to the animals and to nature.
Loving Off the Land is a self-challenge for ourselves that we're doing for 365 days to only eat what we catch, grow, harvest, or raise. So it's everything from raising chickens and growing our own vegetables, harvesting salt from the ocean. We don't have olive oil, so we store our chicken fat to kind of use as our cooking oil, stevia for sugar as a substitute. We grow all of our own herbs and spices, so we haven't had anything from the store that we bought at all. We haven't had coffee, we haven't had enough flour to make bread, so we've had no baked goods. Unless we can produce it or harvest it ourselves, we haven't consumed it.
So yeah, we're not buying anything from this store that we can consume. We do still buy hygiene products and that kind of stuff from the store, but nothing that we can drink or eat is being purchased.
It's always been something I've wanted to do, and I've always had a garden and sort of grown some food. And when things shut down in 2020, it just kind of put things in perspective for us with grocery stores running out of items and how much we rely on corporations to provide our food for us. It really kind of made us want to go for it and see if we could do it and survive on our own.
Chris was the main driving force behind this, and the more he talked about it and the more he expressed his passion for it, I think I really saw it as just a really incredible opportunity to see if we could do it.
So we are over 10 months in, so we made it through the winter, which was definitely the most challenging time and got a little bit monotonous with a lack of variety and things to eat, but we're through that, and it's mid-June now and just have 6 weeks to go and we've done it, which is kind of crazy. Yeah.
Just about. A couple of days before our challenge began, we went through every single cupboard, every single drawer, took out anything that was food related or could be consumed. And then for 3 weeks, we gardened like crazy and tried to prepare as much as we could.
We didn't start at the ideal time. It was already beginning of August. Luckily, we're in a really nice growing zone here where stuff grows through the winters. So yeah, we're doing a bunch of different elements on how we can produce food for ourselves. So it's anything that we can catch, grow, harvest, or raise. Living on the ocean, a big part of our diet has been seafood and fish and shellfish and things like that. We catch a lot of different things from the ocean that provide us with a lot of our protein. So the other thing we do obviously is grow a lot of food here on our property. So we're trying a lot of new things this year, like kiwis and lemons, and have an olive tree and artichokes and things that we've never grown before, and we'll kind of see how they do. And then of course also have your staples that do really well here, your kale, beets, Swiss chard, lettuces, asparagus, broccoli, cauliflower, all those sort of things that do well in the colder months as well. So those were kind of our staples through the winter, and now trying to broaden that into some more unique things as well.
Part of our challenge is that we are harvesting. Some of that harvesting comes from foraging. Things that we've foraged are seaweed. We've been doing a lot of blackberry. We've also foraged some mushrooms from the forest and learned a little bit about the kinds that we can eat and cannot eat, because that's a big part of it. One of the things that we've harvested has been hazelnuts. What we'll do is we'll take the hazelnut, blend it with water, strain out the liquid, which turns into hazelnut milk, which is delicious. And then the pulp that comes out of it, that then we can turn into hazelnut flour. And then also we've been raising some chickens and turkeys, which have been a huge part of the protein that we've been consuming. It's also been super eye-opening to see the whole process from start to finish, how your meat gets on the table. And it's, I'd say, probably been the hardest part of our challenge so far. We have 6 hens right now that are laying, and they've laid really well throughout the whole winter, so they've been a really huge part of our diet.
Our diet was very protein heavy over the winter when we were sort of lacking vegetables. So this year we have planted a lot more things, you know, growing chickpeas and growing black drying beans, and some different things that we can sort of keep to become a little bit more plant-based over the winter as well. So we did do a little bit of studying on nutrition off the bat, but to be perfectly honest, we kind of jumped in and rushed in. So a lot of it was on the fly. And I think in a Facebook group, someone commented, "What are you going to do for iodine?" We went, "I don't know, what are we going to do for iodine?" So we go, because it comes in table salt normally and is added. So we didn't have that. So did some research, and it's in a bunch of seaweeds. We're like, let's go get some kelp. That's now going to be in our diet, and that's how we're getting iodine.
One of our staples has been wheatgrass. We'll chew on it or maybe blend it with a little bit of water and kind of take a wheatgrass shot. But then also we can use the grains that come up, grind that into flour, and we get a tiny little bit of flour. We made apple cider vinegar or apple scrap vinegar. That's our dressing, which is super tasty. Some new snacks that we've come up with lately has been we've had bladderwrack dehydrated. It kind of tastes like a chip, sort of. It's crispy and we put salt on it, which is delicious.
So these are all our crab traps and prawn traps that would normally be in the water, but we just pulled them out to do a little bit of work on them and some repairs. So the crab traps normally stay out pretty much year round. We'll take them out if we're going away for a period of time, or sometimes we just want a break, but normally they're sort of out there and we check them every day or two. So one of our new kind of sections here is hostas, which is another plant that we just found out this year is edible, which is great for us because it's a shade plant. And the majority of our property is forested, and we really didn't want to clear cut trees and cut down stuff even though we were trying to produce food. So anything that we can grow in shaded areas is wonderful. So this is one of our mushroom logs, as we call it. So unfortunately we just had to harvest a bunch because they were starting to curl up. But we filled the stump with mycelium and coffee grounds that we get from our local bakery here on the island, who gives them to us. And it's done a great job just fruiting mushrooms for us. And these are also some logs that we have inoculated with plugs. So these will hopefully be fruiting with shiitake mushrooms in the fall. Well, this is our upper forest garden, as we call it, which isn't a true forest garden, but it's in our forested area that gets sort of filtered sunlight throughout the day. We just put this in this year, and we've got some things like raspberries and blueberries that do okay in the acidic soil that we get from all the pine needles that fall down. And trying everything from lettuce and broccoli, Brussels sprouts, bok choy, beans, you name it. So we've got a whole kind of mix up here just to see what works. And we found some recycled drip tape that we got from one of the local farms here on the island. It's half installed now, and we just get to turn a tap. It helps us save water and also saves me a good 45 minutes a day, which is definitely nice too. Steph and I both really feel it's important to give back, so we are planting a ton of trees this year as well. So we've kind of got a mix of seedlings, some we've grown from seed, and then we'll find them permanent homes in the fall. So our goal is to plant 4,000 trees by the end of the year, which will help give back to the environment that we're taking from.
So this is our chicken coop. We built it at the beginning. It is housing a lot of our little feathered friends. We have our 6 original hens, as well as 10 meat chickens, some turkeys, ducks, and some heritage breeds as well. So this is our new garden bed that we put in just a couple of months ago. This was all lovely grass, but we find vegetables to be a little bit more useful. We have quite the variety in here. Jerusalem artichokes are at the back. Then we have tons of strawberries, some yellow onions, and then lots of celery on the other side, and some new tomato plants as well. So we have tons of starter plants that are waiting to get planted out into the garden. It's kind of our second flush of vegetables that will eventually go in the garden and start to produce. Tons of variety here. We planted.
All right, guys, I'm back. So what have they been talking about, huh? Well, my appointment's next Tuesday. So next Tuesday. So it's a week from now. It is during stream time, so I'm probably not going to be streaming next Tuesday. But yeah, I'm not. I mean, I would have preferred for it to be this week, but you know, what are you going to do, right? I should have made this dentist appointment months ago. So this is kind of my consequence. So whatever. That's on me. Actually, I am surprised that I'm able to get in a week, honestly. So yeah, we'll see how good of a job they do. I said I am covered by my. I do. Well, I'm not covered. I have insurance. That's what it is when you're getting dental work. It's not covered. They don't actually cover it. Anyway, whatever. I could complain about that all day. I want to watch the rest of this video.
A bunch of tomatoes because that was one of the things that we were missing the most. These are our bees. It's our first year keeping bees, and we're learning so much about them.
I am not keeping bees. No. No bees. No bees. I don't care if I'm like $1 million homesteader. Not keeping bees. Oh my god. No. Bees are just no. You can the buzzing? No. I don't care that they're not stinger bees or anything. I just don't like bees. They're too same reason I don't like horse flies, you know. But yeah. Bees, the only output is honey. Well, I mean pollinating our plants too, but we don't need that. It's substitutes.
It's been great to see their growth and their progression, and also they've been amazing pollinators of our garden.
Yeah.
So we're really.
No. I do not think she's doing it with her bare hands. I do not think so. Look at all those freaking bees, dude. That's just terrible. Like, I would get so, like, ugh. Like, if there's one bee in the house, then, yeah, you know, I'll put on my big boy pants and I'll freaking kill it. Because I'm a dude. Or I'm a man, you know, I'm going to be a man about it. Hundreds of them, though? I do not think so, right? We are not, I am not dealing with that. So that's not, you know, whatever. If I have a wife that loves bees and really wants to do it, she can do it. I'm not going to participate. I'm not doing bees. Screw that. Imagine having, like, a cockroach farm. Like, no, I do not think so. Even cockroaches, like, I wouldn't mind. Cockroaches are better to me than bees are, honestly.
Excited to see the difference between last year's harvests compared to this year's harvest because of the bees. So this is the first garden that we started out with. It's our lower garden.
I don't care if I'm getting a double yield on my crops if I have bees. I'm not having bees. I'm just not having bees.
Garden. It's where Chris spends most of his time. There's a huge variety as well in here. A lot of it is from last winter actually, which is incredible that it survived that long, but yeah, one of our favorite gardens that we have here.
Nice thing is you only need a couple of
so we're super lucky to be in plant hardiness zone 9, which is a sub-Mediterranean climate, so pretty lucky to have moderate climate through the winter and can keep a lot of things going. So if we were doing this in a really winterized climate, we probably wouldn't have been able to do it. And having access to the ocean has been such a huge help as well. There's never been a scenario where we have nothing to eat today, we're starving. I definitely don't want to say it's easy, like it's hard and it's a lot of work, but it's 100% achievable in this climate and where we are, for sure. I think we're definitely delved into the self-sufficiency path, for sure. You know, there's still things that we want to do. We want to provide more of our own grains for our chickens, and things like water are a big issue on the island. So can we start capturing more rainwater over the winter to water everything, which takes a lot in the summer, and going solar eventually is something we're looking at.
The next year and the next 2 years will be really interesting in how far we come on our self-sufficiency journey.
We definitely saved money not eating out and not drinking and buying anything, but it hasn't been as much as you would think, I think, with the infrastructure. Obviously, being our first year, a lot went into building garden beds and building chicken coops and getting things started. But next year, I think we're going to see a huge amount of savings. We were sort of both out of work at the time when we first started, so for the first 4 months, we were able to put sort of full time into the infrastructure and what we were doing, but we've both been back to work now since January and have managed to do what we're doing while managing jobs, both of us. It's amazing how much garbage and waste and recycling comes from our food and beverage products, which we never really thought about before. In the first 3 months, we kind of, at the end of it, we're sitting there and be like, we only have 2 small bags of garbage that we produced in 3 months, and normally we produce at least 1 a week of those, I would say, if not more. So that's been another beneficial thing that I think we'll focus on and take into consideration a lot more.
It's a nice couple. You know, if I remember anything from this video the last time I watched it,
definitely not everything's worked, and we've had our sort of challenges as well. And
if I remember anything from this video, I don't remember if it was this video or a different one, but I think like one of them wanted to speak, but then the other one would, or like one of them was speaking and the other one wanted to interject, and you could tell it on their face, like they just want to say something, but they're like holding back. I don't remember if it was this video or if it was a different one. Most of these videos are about couples who do this, because you do kind of need 2 people to work at it. So, for a lot of it. So, I mean, obviously you can do it by yourself, or you could do it, you know, with like 1.5 people, you know, but it's, you know, it's a lot easier if like, because you have like, you know, the dude, obviously, you know, like most guys, you know, can step up to the plate, and most guys can actually, you know, if they need to do something, they'll step up to the plate and they'll learn how to do it and everything. But I feel like for girls, there is that survival instinct in there where they'll do it if it's absolutely necessary. But I think with a lot of girls, I think with most girls, they don't want to. And so, you know, so the idea of having to go out there and go into the wilderness and make your own farm and all that stuff is very unattractive, and it's very unappealing, and they just like, if left with the choice, the guy is more likely to go off and do it, but the girl is more likely to give up and just say like, no, this isn't for me, or no, I don't want to do this, and then just, you know, go off. So a lot of this is about finding a girl who actually does want to do this and actually would enjoy the idea of like a self-sufficiency sort of thing. So my ex was a girl like that. She was very hardy. She grew up in like a rural town, and although she didn't do any of this stuff herself, she definitely expressed a lot of interest in like sort of the self-sustainable lifestyle. So, you know, like building a tiny house and maybe even going on to building a homestead, like a farm or whatnot. She was actually like into that idea. So it never happened, mostly because of my resistance towards it. You know, I was thinking like, okay, I need more money. I need to save up for this before we can really start it. And then, you know, obviously the relationship ended before I could finish saving up for that. So the idea never blossomed. But she was definitely one of those girls who would actually do it. And this girl is kind of the same, where she's like, you know, I guess a go-getter in that sense for like doing this sort of thing. So a real country girl, you know, someone who's just going to wear basic clothes and plaid shirts because they're warm and, you know, things like that. So she's definitely not worried about the fashion. So she's, you know, a lot of girls will dress up if they're being featured in like a popular YouTube video, but she's just wearing a basic plaid jacket with the lining and stuff. Definitely not an attractive fashion choice, but she's not the kind of person who cares, right? She's not the kind of girl who cares. So you can tell that about her. But and you know also, you know, she's the kind of girl who's like willing to stick with the struggle with her boyfriend. And you know, really stick with it and go on this journey together. So I feel like most guys are willing to do something like this if push comes to shove, but I feel like a lot less girls are willing to do this for various reasons. I mean, you could be the pretty prissy girl who loves the city in her Starbucks or whatever. Obviously, that kind of girl isn't going to be doing this. But I'm not even talking about that. I'm just talking about like the average person who just likes their comfortable lifestyle, likes their comfortable, you know, current life, you know. They would rather be in an apartment and then have to leave every day to work a desk job, as long as they get to come home to, you know, a comfy, air conditioned, you know, I get to be indoors all day, you know, climate control, you know, whatever, right? So there's definitely, you know, a lot, like, I feel like a lot of people nowadays are like that. They're very city folk. So that's what you would call a city person, is somebody who just wants to be in the city and, you know, doesn't want to leave that bubble, you know. If the power's shut off for an extended amount of time, then they would be lost, you know. And that's the kind of person that it is, you know, somebody who's very reliant on today's technology. So. And I'll admit I am kind of that person. You know, if I won the lottery, I wouldn't be going out there and buying a homestead in freaking Norway. You know, I would probably just find an apartment, a really nice, semi-luxurious apartment in a city, and just, you know, be on my own, I guess, just take advantage of all the conveniences of life. So I would be doing that. But if I won the lottery, of course. But, you know, I wouldn't mind a hard, you know, outdoorsy, doing my farm work sort of lifestyle. I wouldn't mind that at all. So if I'm not gonna have gobs of money and it's the choice between going to a full-time job or doing something like this, I would rather be doing something like this, because at least it gives me my sense of independence, you know, that gives me that, you know, I'm doing this myself. Every minute of work that I put into this garden or raising the animals or whatever is for me. It's not for my boss. It's not for the company owner. It's not for the pursuit of money. It's for me, right? Because the food that I'm growing and I'm tilling the soil for is going into my stomach. The chickens that I'm raising are going to lay eggs that I'm going to eat. You know, the pigs that I feed every day and I, you know, have to scoop their poop for, that's going to be meat on my table in my kitchen. You know, that's for me. So there's something authentic and rewarding about the fruits of your labor, you know, growing, you know, being able to grow your own food and being able to do all of that. So that's something that that's something that appeals to me. I'm not like passionate about it, but it's something that if it's the choice between 8 hours a day at a desk job doing work for somebody else versus 8 hours a day tending to a farm, I'll pick the farm any day. because it's direct. It's a direct reward for me, even though I won't make as much money, even though my life might not be as good from it. Then it's still work that I've done or whatever. So making it a self-sustainable lifestyle is very difficult. So making it so that you can like go away from everything is very difficult. So I guess that's what I'm trying to say.
We've tried things like making maple syrup from trees, which we were out there checking every morning and be like, "Did we get any drip of sap?" And we're like, "Nope, we got nothing." And I think we had idyllic plans of making sunflower oil at the beginning of the season from sunflower seeds, and put them downstairs and forgot about them for a little too long, and they got moldy, so then that went out the window. So definitely had some failures and some challenges. We've sort of made this public and been sharing it with people. So we do weekly videos on YouTube of our trials and tribulations and what's worked and what hasn't and what's been our challenges. So I think for a number of reasons, obviously, but one of them I think was just to hold ourselves accountable. So yeah, Loving Off the Land is the YouTube channel. We're loving the lifestyle and loving what we're doing, so we'll keep going for sure. Won't be quite as strict, and we'll start introducing a few things and enjoy a meal out once in a while, and probably have a new challenge in the work as well.
I think we've really fallen in love with what we're doing, and it's created a sense of purpose almost. We have to get up in the morning to feed the chickens and to care for our...
They are sharing that one jacket. Look at that. He's wearing that plaid jacket right here.
Purpose almost. We have
And then she's wearing it right there.
Get up in the...
It's as if they only have that one jacket, and they are just swapping it between the two of them, depending on who's going to be standing there doing nothing.
morning to feed the chickens and to care for our vegetable gardens, and I think it's just such a rewarding process from start to finish.
2 jackets. Look at that. Even in their subscriber thing, they only have that one plaid jacket. God dang it. Buy a second one, guys. Come on.
Subscribe to Exploring Alternatives and check out our playlists for more stories like this. You can also follow Steph and Chris on YouTube at Loving Off the Land.
Yeah.
Thanks for watching.
I'm sure it was very rewarding, guys. That was actually one that I wanted
Chris
to...
on YouTube at...
Yeah, it's really the comments. Comments typically provide more insight. We bought land in an eco community in Costa Rica, and we're currently in the design part of our planning our house. Our goal is at least to live completely off the land. Of how they managed to play Stardew Valley IRL. That's what it is. This is just basically playing Stardew Valley. So obviously, if Stardew Valley, the thing is, Stardew Valley would have been a lot more realistic if you needed to eat. Like if you needed to cook stuff to eat. Then, if I need 3 cheeseburgers a day, well, I gotta raise the cows for that. For the meat and the milk for the cheese. And then, I gotta grow the wheat for the bread and all that. So. Anyway, so, what was I saying? Yeah, so I was researching countries to move into. Because honestly, this is the same with my career, right? This is one of those things where I gotta decide this now in order to, actually do it in a reasonable amount of time, because you guys think about making a doctor's appointment, right? If I make a doctor's appointment today, then I'm actually going to visit the doctor probably 2 weeks from now, or a month from now, or depending on what it is, right? Even my dentist, I waited until my tooth started hurting before I made an appointment. Now I gotta wait a week, right? I'm not getting in, this afternoon. It's the same thing with moving to a different country or doing any of this stuff, but on like a larger scale. Let's say I want to immigrate to Canada. I decide today I want to immigrate to Canada. I'm probably not actually going to step foot in the country of Canada until like 2 years from now. That's what I'm looking at. So I figure, okay, you know, any research that I do now, any kind of the stuff that I do now, if I find a decision to make, then I'll be able to work. Once I make that decision and set that as my goalpost, then I'll be able to work towards that, and then eventually I will get there. And I'm talking years down the road, but it's really good to. I mean, I'm still gonna be alive, so I gotta, you know, I gotta go. You know, I'm still gonna be alive, so I gotta plan for my future. You know, if I turn 30, once I turn 30, I'm gonna be really thankful for what I did, for the work that I put in when I was 27. So I gotta do this, and delicious. Anyway, this is an old list. This is 2020. I think this is 2020. I don't know. Anyway, I'm not looking at this and seeing, oh, Canada's #1, pick it. Right? I'm not doing that. What I have to do is I have to take these are recommendations, and then I have to look at each individual country. Let's take Switzerland, for example. Or let's take Sweden, for example, okay? Because that's the last one. I researched Canada, Sweden, and Switzerland yesterday. So, Sweden, for example. I'm looking at this. Okay, Sweden. And then you click on it. Sweden statistics. You look at, like, what kind of... so there's a lot of things to consider. A lot of things. Whatchamacallit? I should probably actually get my stuff up on this laptop. Turn on. Okay, cool. Is that right? Oh, actually I wanted to bring up Hey guys, I just wanted to bring this up. Look at how amazing this house is. What the hell? Why is it centered like that? Nah, whatever, you guys can deal with it. Look how amazing this house is. Friggin'... It's like out of a storybook. Or it's like out of a fairy tale, you know? Look at that. This entire property. €75,000. That's about $85,000. You think about America. You think of an American city. What is $85,000 gonna get you? That's the down payment on a house. You know, a house like this with all this land in like a city in America is probably gonna, even like on the outskirts of a city in America, is probably gonna run you like $1 million. This is $1 million property. But obviously we're not in America here, we're in Lithuania, but still, look at this. All of this is yours. This giant grass field, this little driveway where you can park. I mean, you can park a dozen cars here. It has this majestic house, this fairy tale cottage, this country cottage. It has this walk-through garden here. It has freaking crop fields here. Like it has parsed out little crop fields with sheds to boot. You could keep so many animals in here and everything. Look at that. Boom, boom. All right, cool. My mic's working. Like, look at that. Yeah, that big old staircase. Oh my god. Look at how much freaking... Oh, it's so pretty. It's so pretty. It's like if you read, like, kind of like, you know, prince and, you know, kings and queens and princes and princesses. You know, their castle garden. The castle garden that the queen and the princess would walk through every day. Yeah, that's what this reminds me of. You put like a what is it, like a little like a table here, like some quaint chairs, whites, with like a little canopy over it, and you could have your afternoon tea out here. I mean, it's very posh. It's very prim and proper. But yeah, then the inside of this house. I mean, it's a house. You know, it's a little old timey. You gotta. I mean, obviously you take what you can get with this sort of thing, but it's still a pretty solid house. I mean, Lithuania gets cold, so you'll want it during the winter. So, you know, you have that fireplace with the brick. It's very nice. You can toss most of the furniture. I'm not too keen on like this old grandma, you know, style furniture. But the outside's lovely. They got a little one of these heaters here, one of these stoves. It's a house. I mean, you're not gonna get a full tour of the house or anything, but it has, you know, it has space. Has a downstairs. Ooh, that's a poorly shot photo. A spacious shower. Very nice. Good bathroom. A little quaint kitchen area. You know, you don't need much more than that. Have a shed. It's right there, I guess. Looks like it's pretty close to a town, so that's nice. But yeah, I mean, God, especially the outside. I mean, the house is a house. It works. It's functional. But you just look at that. Oh my God. What an absolute dream. What an absolute dream to live in a place like that. I don't care if I'm in the middle of freaking Antarctica. If my land looks like that, then that's amazing. So you guys think about it. Like, if I had a kid, or if I had kids, you know, obviously we all live in this house, raise my family, but then when they get older, they can build their own houses on different sections of the land. I mean, this could be a multi-generational plot of land. I mean, my kids could build their own houses and have their own families and their own kids on the different plots of land. I'd be within close vicinity of all of, you know, my grown children, but, you know, we each get our own space, you know, to sort of chill out and kind of be away from each other even. So it'll be nice. And obviously, you know, my children won't be, you know, the loud, rambunctious type to really cause a stir. So you know, so, you know, it would be a nice, you know, living situation. But yeah, it's just... This would be really nice. For like $90,000. Oh my god. Talk about cheap. You talk about like... This kind of property in like LA would be in the multi-millions. And I can get it for so insanely cheap. Anyway, that's what I was looking at. If houses like this exist, obviously, you know, this isn't going to be around by the time I amass this much money. But in the future, you know, there's going to be more opportunities like this. There's going to be more houses like this. I've already seen some, you know, like this posting. So when I research for for these countries, I look at Sweden. Number 9 in overall rankings. Okay, great. You know, whatever. So, you know, I look at that and, you know, I take it with a grain of salt. Okay. It's number 9 overall. Yeah, every country has its goods and its bads. So, you know, let's do a little bit of research. See if this is the place for me. So, Swedes are some of the world's most generous people, donating about 1% of their gross national product to humanitarian aid programs each year. Wow, 1% of everybody's income is being donated, optionally donated, obviously. You know. Look at this. Okay. Export-dependent economy is tightly integrated with the EU, so they're part of the EU. If you guys don't know anything about the European Union, it's basically there's just this giant conglomerate of nations in Europe that where this committee sets these rules and mandates and everything, and every country has to, you know, follow it. So it's all that globalization stuff. I mean, politically, I care. I'm against all of it, but for various reasons. I mean, I could spend the next week talking about all the things wrong with the European Union. But you know, if you look past the politics, you look at like, okay, what's going to serve as the best life for yourself? What's going to serve as the best life to raise a family in? Sweden's a pretty good option. Commitment to human rights, public services, and sustainability has made it a respectable leader in international affairs. Okay, yada yada. So you look at this, okay? Quality of life, pretty high. Social purpose, pretty high. Yeah, that's pretty decent, you know? It's pretty decent. Open for business? Yeah, sure, I could start a business there, whatever. Entrepreneurship? Hey, look at that. Could start my own business if I wanted to. There's a lot of opportunity. If it's high in entrepreneurship, that means there's a lot of opportunity for me to go off the beaten road and, you know, make a life for myself. So all that's fine and dandy. What do the pictures look like? You know, I mean, they have human beings there, I suppose. More human beings. I mean, it snows a lot. It's all the way up north. You guys look at a world map. And obviously a flat map isn't super accurate, but Sweden is right over here. United States here. You guys know how, like, I've been in the Northeast before, so I know how, like, cold and snowy it gets over there, but which I can deal with. But, you know, obviously right now I'm right over here, right? So I'm on the same level. I'm at the same like latitude as Greece or Italy or Venice or Turkey, the Middle East, basically. So there's Kazakhstan. There's a war going on right now. There's also a war going on in the Ukraine right now. See, Lithuania, where this home is. See, they even call it a homestead because it's perfect for being able to get home. Anyway, this is Lithuania. It's right, Lithuania right here. This little yellow one where my cursor is. That is at the same latitude as Canada. So it's going to be as cold as Canada, basically, because it's that far north. Sweden is going to be even colder. So Sweden is as cold as, like, you're talking about, like, Alaska temperatures now. You know, that's where Sweden is. So, you guys ever want to live in Alaska? Well, hey, the three finger countries up here are a great substitute. So, Norway, Sweden, Finland, those are countries that I definitely want to look at. So, anyway, you go back here. Sweden's very cold. So, but it's nice areas. You know, the autumn, the leaves changing colors and everything is going to be very pretty. So you'll actually feel the seasons change. Something to look forward to every month. The water has a little bit of, you know, trash and stuff in it. They have these small villages. So if I get a cheaper house here, it's probably going to be in kind of a smaller coastal village, or, you know, maybe something a little more inland. You guys notice how there's only like 10 buildings here, even though it's next to the coast. It's probably a pretty tough environment to live in, honestly. So you consider that when you're researching stuff, because obviously I'm not going to fly halfway around the world and you know, dump all my life savings into buying a place and not know anything about it, right? But, you know, they got these cities, nice living, you know, all that sort of stuff. They got these parliament soldiers here. That means it's a very traditional area, like Great Britain would be. But still, in the cities, it's very nice. They definitely have higher class stuff, for sure. And then they have their events here. There's a lot of, like, social awareness, social issue awareness in Sweden. So it's basically if you took all the liberals, all the liberal Democrats in America and just made their own country with it, that would be Sweden. So you consider that. And then, so what I care about is healthcare. So you look at so Sweden, great. You know, then you look at healthcare. Sweden public healthcare. Healthcare in Sweden. Here we go. So, Swedish healthcare is largely tax funded, and the overall quality is high. So basically, life expectancy is 80 years old, which is way higher than the United States. Apparently, I don't remember which article I looked at. Yeah, here it is. Yeah. Universal healthcare, so yada yada. 70 regionally owned public hospitals, 7 university hospitals, and 6 private hospitals. Okay, so high cost ceiling. So it's a Swedish law that if you get sent to the hospital, your hospital stay will not go over about $11 per day. And the charge for an ambulance or helicopter service is capped at $120. So if you call 911 or whatever the equivalent is, and they bring an ambulance over, it's 120 bucks. That is insanely cheap. In America, an ambulance ride can be about $6,000. So 100 bucks is a pretty nice difference. Hospital stays too. If you don't have insurance, staying at a hospital, if you're uninsured, staying at a hospital could cost you like hundreds of dollars per day. In Sweden, it's 1088 dollars per day. That's insane. You know, if I have to, God forbid, you know, I have to stay in the hospital for like 3 months. It's only $1,000 for 3 months in the hospital. Like that's, you know, it's affordable. Prescription drugs have a fee cap, and patients never pay more than $250 per year. $250 per year. Even if your medication costs thousands of dollars in America. I've seen medication in America cost $5,000 a month. I've seen medication cost $5,000 a month. That's $60,000 a year. If I don't have insurance, but I got some medical condition, I could be paying 60 grand a year for just my medication in America. In that year, 200 bucks in Sweden. No matter the medication. Insane. This is if you don't have insurance, by the way, which most people don't in Sweden. 200 bucks for a year's worth of medication. Talk about a deal. That's 20 bucks a month. 20 bucks a month to pay for all of your medication. Or I guess it's per drug. Still, like, come on, that's so cheap. Oh my god. I could work for 2 hours at the grocery store and earn that much money per month. Like, it's so insanely cheap. In the course of a year, the maximum out-of-pocket cost for medical consultations is 125 bucks. If you got to go to, you know, a specialist, if you go to like, I don't know, the neurologist or the I don't know what other kind of the gynecologist or wherever, you're never paying more than 125 bucks for the full year of doctor visits. Additionally, all medical services are free for people under 18. If I have a kid with a health problem, everything is free. The hospital stays are free, the medication's free, the specialist consultations, that's all free for that kid until he turns 18. And then it's these cheap prices after that. Talk about inexpensive, my god. Medical consultations are low. So a primary care visit is 16 to 30 bucks, and a specialist visit is 20 to 40 bucks. Hospitalization including pharmaceuticals, so like your IV drip and stuff, is no more than $11 per day. People under 20 are exempt. Absolutely insane. Like, I've heard stories of somebody going to the hospital and they'll be in a bed and they'll get an IV stuck in them, you know, put in them or whatever, to recover nutrients. Maybe they have an iron deficiency or something. I don't know. And then a couple hours later, they leave. That IV drip that's stuck in their arm for 30 minutes, they'll charge like $600 for that. $600 for that in America. 100. It blows my mind. Who can afford that? And then, of course, it's the cost of the room as well. You know, you're paying per hour to stay in that hospital room. Oh, but you gotta be in the hospital room to get the IV drip, so there's another few $100s. You know, and then you have all these fees, the doctor's fees, because that's technically a consultation, is when the doctor prescribes you an IV drip. That's another cost. You know, I mean, like a 3-hour hospital visit could be $1,000. That's how it was for me. I went to the hospital for like an hour, and I had like a therapist talk to me, and they charged me for that therapist's hour of talking to me, plus the room, plus all of the employees. Like they billed me for all that, and it ended up being $1,000 for a 1-hour hospital stay. It was $1,000. It's insane. In Sweden, it's 11. It's $11. It's the price of a restaurant meal to go to the hospital. Like, holy crap, talk about inexpensive. All dental care is free for under the age of 23. Obviously, I'm not 23 anymore, so. However, the government pays annual subsidies or an allowance of $65 to pay for dental expenses. So if I go to the dentist once a year and it costs $60, then basically it's free. In Sweden, blah, blah. If the dental care costs total anywhere between $300 and $1,600, the patient's reimbursed for half. So if I go to the dentist and I'm spending $1,600, they're giving me half of that back. They're giving me $800 back. It's pretty nice. If it exceeds $1,600, then I will get 85% of the cost back. So if I go here, so I looked up the costs. A reimbursement period may not exceed 12 months. So this is my total. This is my total cost for over a year, basically. If I get over, what was the number? $1,600 of work done in a year, which I need more than that done, then they'll reimburse me for 85% of the cost. So if, obviously, with the amount of work that I need, it's going to be in the thousands. So let's say I need let's say I need $5,000 worth of dental work done. $5,000, okay? I get it all done in a year. I only have to pay $700. Like, holy crap. That's a $4,000 savings on my dental work. Not to mention all the prices of the dental work are cheap, right? I know this isn't SEK, which the conversion is really, I think 1 SEK equals like 11 cents here or something like that. I don't know. So the conversion is really off. But actually, I probably could just divide it by 10, to be honest. So like I'm going to the dentist next week, and I need I'm gonna need a root canal and a crown. Root canal treatment, cleaning and root filling for 1 root canal. Okay, it's about $300. Okay, you get rid of the zero, it's $344. Okay, a tiny bit cheaper, but we'll just go with an estimate. $344 for a root canal. That's about how much I'm gonna pay here with insurance. Although I actually think, okay, not all dental care is eligible for reimbursement. For example, no reimbursement is made for a crown on molars for root canal treatment. A crown on molars or root canal treatment on a wisdom tooth. Wisdom teeth is whatever, but a crown on a molar is actually like probably the most expensive thing. So I'm gonna be paying, like here, I'm probably gonna be paying like $700 for the crown. So when you get a root canal, they drill a hole in your tooth, and they gotta get rid of a lot of the tooth in order to go clean it out. You obviously need to cover that after you're done. That's what the crown does. So So if they're not covering that, then, and they don't list the prices of it either, that's worrying. Whatever. I want to know how much implants cost. Permanent tooth-supported crown, one per jaw, is about $600. I mean, whatever. And I'm not getting reimbursed that, so fucking whatever. And just, if you're below the age of 23, then then you don't have to pay for this stuff. Anyway, whatever. So the dental can use some work. Whatever. I'll just deal with it. Go to Mexico for my crowns. How about that? So apparently it's very there's a lot of waiting lists. So you can immediately get healthcare advice. It's a week waiting list to see a general practitioner. And then it's no more than a 3-month waiting list to see a specialist. And then another 3 months to receive your surgery. So, I mean, if you need surgery or if you need like special attention or whatever, you could be waiting like 3 to 6 months for something like that. The appointments themselves will be on a 3-month waiting period, but honestly, like in America, I've heard that like, I mean, if you can't afford to shell out like thousands and thousands of dollars, then seeing a specialist is gonna be on a pretty long waiting list as well. Maybe not 3 months, but. And a lot of that depends on luck too. I mean, it could be a 1-month waiting list. They guarantee no more than 3 months. So it can be up to, so I doubt it would actually be 3 months. It'd probably be like 2. Private healthcare is available. Okay. You can still, if like, let's say you actually need to see those specialists, a little sooner and stuff, you can actually get private health insurance. And then on average, the health insurance is $400 annually. I mean, it's like $40 a month. So if you really need it, $40 a month for private insurance, that'll get you into the doctor faster, get you those better appointments, things like that. So, they do have some private hospitals. So, I mean, it depends on where you live in Sweden, I guess. Obviously, I'm not going to want to drive across the country just to, send my kid to the hospital. So, you work with what you have, but it sounds like it's not too expensive. $40 a month, or whatever, right? I'll start a YouTube channel, use the ad revenue money to pay for that. Like, it's such a minimal amount. The leading cause of death is heart disease, Alzheimer's, stroke, lung cancer, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, and colorectal cancer. The biggest risk factors that drive most deaths are tobacco, dietary problems, high blood pressure, and a high body mass index. Only 20% of the Swedish population is obese, and 85% do not smoke. So, 95% of people with preventable diseases were actually saved. So that's a pretty nice statistic. Yada yada. Anyway, they dump a big portion of their government money into healthcare, so that's pretty nice. Anyway, with all these facts, it's very clear that the healthcare system is good. Medical is like close to free for everybody. And then dental, I mean, there's a little problems with dental, but I mean, it sounds like I can get my 10 root canals and get reimbursed all that money in a year, and then I'll just have to pay for all those crowns, so, you know, that's whatever. Wish I didn't have to pay for the crowns, but that's whatever. They're giving me $120 off of my crowns, but you know, that's not going to be enough. Laser tooth whitening, it's $200. That's pretty nice. So, if you get your dental work done, you basically have to do it all at once, basically. So it's gonna be a terrible year for me, but whatever. Anyway, so you look at all that, and that's fantastic, right? Great healthcare system, which is what I'm kind of going for, because, you know, as it stands right now, if something happens to me medically and I get sent to the hospital, my life is over, because now I will have a mountain of hospital debts. I'm talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars. I mean, there are so many horror stories. I mean, this country is so broken, it's ridiculous. America is not Sweden. Anyway, so I look up all that, and that's fantastic, right? Sweden sounds like a great place to move to. Let's look at real estate in Sweden. So, you know, I'm like, okay, I want to move here. Let's see if I can buy a house. Oh, hey, look at that giant house, $170,000. That's a nice looking house, and I mean, at that price too. I mean, you're living like a king for only 170 grand. That's pretty nice. 116. Here we go. $42,000. I mean, I could save up 42 grand in a year at a full-time job. 1 year of work will buy me this nice cottage. Look at this cottage. Look at that beauty. Oh my gosh. Little garden in the back. You could have a little garden or whatever if you really wanted to. I mean, you look at these pictures. It's just... nice little entryway. Big, spacious area. I mean, it's on a hill. Not the best for, accessibility, but, you should have a car there. Whatever. A little bed by the window. Oh, that's nice. This is like an Instagram perfect house. It looks like big old kitchen area, nice staircase there, little cabinets under the stairs. Ooh, like where they kept Harry Potter. I mean, it's very nice, very white, very big kitchen. The kitchen has an island. Hell yeah, dude. Oh, I love that sink too. Look at that, just one big area to wash my dishes and a smaller area to let them dry. Oof. Perfect. 2 ovens, a smaller one for, 1 or 2 person meals, and a bigger one for, large family dishes. That's very nice. Electric stove on the top. The island, though. Oh, talk about counter space. You can make so much recipes with that. Oh my gosh. Oh, look at that. Look at that beauty. Oh, it's got a dishwasher. It's got a little sit-down area. Oh man, so even, you know, if you're not the one in the kitchen, but you want to be with the person in the kitchen, then, you know, you could sit at your own little desk here and, you know, just watch whoever's working in the kitchen doing their work and stuff. That'd be nice. They have a little like hanger thing up here where you can put potted plants and stuff. Give a nice little earthy feel. Get that oxygen in there, you know. Beautiful. Look at that. Man, this kitchen alone is worth the 42 grand. I swear to God. Look at that. This house, this is not that nice this cannot be that nice of a house from the outside picture. God. Look at that. The photographer obviously really liked this kitchen. You even got the tile back to it. Oh, wonderful. Very quaint. I mean, this isn't your $1 million, you know, celebrity mansion or anything like that, but you think about, like, how nice would it be to live in a place like this, you know? I love this. A few years ago, I used to look at, like, really rich houses, really, like, you know, the multi-million dollar houses in America, you know, like, what do celebrities live in and stuff? Browse each room. Used to daydream about it. But the thing is, none of that was very realistic. It was always my whole, like, oh, I'm going to buy this if I win the lottery or something like that, right? That's the only way I can afford it. This house, though, this is within my price range. I could work some job for like 2 years in America, get a bunch of money, and then just buy this and go to Sweden. Oh my God. Then I get that free healthcare. I get that higher quality of life. I could probably find pretty decent employment. It's a colder climate, which I love. And of course, with extra money, I'll have ample heating. I mean, I'll probably invest in like solar as well if I have my own property. Nice little dining room area. It's a very nice little area. It's out of the way, you know. But it's still connected to like this sort of living room space. They got a clock hanging up like this. That's so cute. It's like one of those old-timey train stations where they would have the clock, you know, just hanging up on a pole in the middle of the launching board. Anyway, this room is awesome. All those cushions there, you can just lay down. I mean, you have a little kid, or, you know, like a baby. You know, like, I can imagine I have my wife and we're both, you know, sort of holding the baby and we're leaned up against the wall, and our cat comes up and like snuggles with us too. Be like a little family. Me, my wife, the baby in our arms, and you know, my arms around her and her arms around the baby, and then the cat coming up onto our laps and sitting down right next to it, or perching up on the window and looking outside. What a nice... God, those kind of fantasies mean that I'm so old. Like, people my age are going out there, going to clubs and partying and, you know, playing video games and, you know, getting laid and all that stuff. And I'm sitting here thinking about, you know, holding my wife and stuff. Oh, yeah. Another thing I wanted to mention. Where was, what was it? This one. There was another fact here that I skipped over. Where was it? I thought it was on this page. They have, it's not there. Sweden? Well, I mean, like, where was it? Look at this. Parents in Sweden are entitled to 480 days of paid parental leave when a child is born or adopted. Okay, so maternity leave is everywhere, where when a woman gives birth, she gets time off from work in order to recover. In America, you get 2 months of maternity leave. So if you're the woman and you give birth, then you get 2 months off of work in order to recover and raise the kid for a couple months. And then after 2 months, it's back to work. In Sweden, and that's only for the mother. In America, it's only for the mother. The dad doesn't get anything. The dad is going to be lucky if he gets the day off of work to go to the hospital to watch his kid's birth. That's the luxury that's afforded to him. He's got to go back to work on, the dad's got to go back to work on Monday. Mom's by herself, and she only gets 2 months of paid leave to do it. In Sweden, they get a year and a half. Parents in Sweden, both parents are entitled to 480 days of parental leave when a child is born or adopted. So you could adopt a kid and get a year and a half off. 480 days, that's a year and a half. And this applies to both parents. Each parent, should they be 2, is entitled to 240 of those days. Oh, okay. If the child is born in 2016 or later, each parent has 90 days reserved exclusively for him or her. A single parent is entitled to... Okay, so 240 days, that's 8 months. Okay, so if you want both parents, so me and my wife, if we have a kid, then we'll both get 8 months off each of work. You're guaranteed those 8 months pay. I think it's at 80% of your salary. So you get most of the money from your job for that time you're taking off, and your position is guaranteed, when you go back to work. Eight months of leave. Here in America, it's 2 months. And that's just for the mother. Dad's got to go back on, your kid was born on Saturday. Well, you got to go back to work on Monday, mister. It's like, it's no wonder that it's no wonder that kids in America don't actually bond physically with their parents. The first year of a child's life, that's the most important, because that's when they actually, get with their parents and stuff. They adjust to their parents and all that. So if, mom and dad have to go back to work in a month, then it's not, then, that kid's going to be left alone. Or you're going to have a 2-month-old baby being, raised in daycare or by a nanny or something. The kid's not going to understand who his parents are, So, Sweden has their priorities right. You get 8 months each for each parent to get off of work. And it's at your full pay, and it's, your position is guaranteed afterwards. Hell, if my wife is pregnant, then, both of us are going to get a job and then have the kid, and then we'll both get time off. And then, after our vacation, we can just quit the job, and we'll have been paid to be on vacation that whole time, essentially. So, you could really scam that system if you wanted to. But yeah, probably don't want to work when you're pregnant, but, I wouldn't mind. It's during the pregnancy, though, that you kind of... it depends. I don't know. it also said adopted, so I could get a job, and my wife could get a job, and then we could just adopt a kid, and then we'll get 8 months paid time off, and then once we go back to work, we just quit. So we basically just get paid for doing nothing. Except, well, yeah, obviously, we gotta take care of a kid, so you can only really do that once, but still. It's a nice room. You could spend your whole parental leave in this room. These are like Instagram tier photos. And like 2013, these sort of images would have been all over Tumblr. Look at this, such a nice place. It gets really cold in Sweden, so these glass windows actually provide for kind of the greenhouse effect. The sun will shine through, and then you get, and then it heats up the room or whatever. But obviously, you can, if you don't like that, you can put up drapes or whatever. During the summer, I would probably put up reflectant material on the outside of the windows to keep the sun out of the house, because I don't want it like that. But I mean, they have like a little mattress on the ground. I mean, you could fall asleep in this. You could look out. I mean, this looks like a very country village, so it's probably real starry night sky during the nighttime. You could go to sleep in here. You could fall. You could, you know, I'm there with my wife. You know, we're cuddling, just looking out the window during the night and watching the starry sky and seeing the moon shining through the window. And then we just slowly drift off together while stargazing. Ah, that sounds so nice. God, what a dream. What a dream. For cheaper than any American house in a country where the quality of life is insanely high. Oh. Talk about a dream. My God. This is accessible. I'm not looking at some multi-million-dollar celebrity mansion. I'm looking at a house that, like, 2 years from now, I could pay in full. Oh my God. Just... That's a big staircase. When you're older, definitely want one of those, the electric chairs that attach to the railing that just zoom all the way up. So, I don't prefer stairs, but you know, whatever. The kids can have the whole second floor to themselves. It's whatever. I don't care. You know, if I can have this room with my partner and just watching the starry skies, yeah, that's all good to me. Because all I really need in life is this room and the kitchen and a bathroom. That's all I need. And all of those seem to be on the first floor. So the kids can have fun burning their energy running up and down the stairs. That's totally fine. Definitely got to get like rubber padding on the handrails and stuff so that when they trip and fall, they don't crack their skulls open. So. Oh, this would be a nice like girls' room with a little cover here. Everything. This bed is very long. How tall are Swedish people? Jeez. A rock climbing wall. This room has a rock climbing wall. Why would you have a rock climbing wall that's that short in a house? I don't understand people who put rock climbing walls in their houses. That's a perfect railing for one of those electric chairs. It's very basic, but it's a well put together house, you know. It's a furnace going to the outside. Table out there, fireplace. We could go camping in our backyard. Yes. Another room. Look at that. Master bedroom. Very spacious master bedroom. Just mount a TV here. Blackout curtains here because I don't want sunlight in my bedroom. And then yeah, I mean you got a full, and then you can just lay in bed watching movies at night. Hell yeah. Or for me, watching anime. This master bedroom has a walk-in closet. That's a huge closet. I don't need that much closet space. where does that little door lead to? Oh, I'm curious. To the outside, apparently. It doesn't, but... what a nice little town. It's got enough to where, like, there'll be, like, you have access to food and stuff. But it's small enough to where you still feel like you're on your own piece of land. Oh, you got all this to yourself. They have like a little Buddha statue there. Perfect for me, I'm a Buddhist. Or well, I pretend to be one anyway. If anyone asks, I'm a Buddhist. A little bit. This is a very like sketchy bathroom, but whatever. I mean, it doesn't matter. Little outhouse. This shed needs some work on it for sure, but you know, whatever. Hey, it's got a little swing for the baby. A little house, a little playhouse for them, and then me and my wife can just sit on this bench under the shade of the tree. I want to get a couple benches here, so that depending on the time of day where the sun is hitting, I can, we can always sit in the shade. Yeah, just wonderful. The kid can play here while looking out onto the naturey town. Oh man, this place has so much nature. You won't get any of this living in the city, that's for sure. So issues I can see here are the temperature, obviously. How good is the internet access? I see they have an antenna on here. That doesn't bode well. Definitely want to pay for internet. I definitely want to get a good internet access in this place. Rural towns are susceptible to that. Or are susceptible to having bad internet. I know in Lithuania or Romania, I believe they have good internet. Anyway, $42,000 for all that. It's so cheap. And that's a one-time purchase. You buy this, and you're done. You're set for life. This is where you live and die. I mean, that's all you need. Housing is the most, when you're an adult, housing is the most expensive thing you will ever have to spend money on. That's your most expensive purchase. So when you spend, when you're able to just up and buy your house, this is it. You buy this and you're set for life. You have the next one. Let's say I buy this when I'm 30 years old, so in 3 years. I'm gonna die at like age 85. I'm gonna make sure I live till age 85 at least. I don't have to worry about rent or the cost of living for the next 55 years of my life. Every month that I'm here in America, I have to worry about paying my next month's rent. But if I could buy my own place and just own that, I could just retire here. What do I gotta worry about after I buy my house? Paying for food and internet. That's it. I put a couple of solar panels on here. I don't even have to worry about electricity anymore. I could probably heat my house with the power of the sun. Solar panels, generator here, whatever. If I start my own little garden and raise a few sheep and whatnot here, because I have the land to do it, then I'll be good to go. So anyway, with Sweden, I also looked up. Farmsteading, and there are Swedish people who have done homesteading before. What did I say, farmsteading? There are Swedish people who have done homesteading before. So, So they weren't giving me any information though. So I see like a nice little cottage, 2-bedroom cottage, and for 60K, for 60,000. I mean, what a cute little place. The nice thing is when you buy a home in a country like Sweden, you get all the land surrounding it. You know, if I buy a home in a suburb area in like America, I get just the house and maybe a backyard, maybe, and then a front lawn, and that's it, right? I get my driveway, whoopie-doo, right? In a lot of these rural countries, you get the house and like an acre of land surrounding it, so you can do whatever you want with that land. You can just let it sit there, like who cares, right? You know, if I don't want to mow the lawn, I just get a cow. I just get a cow or sheep, and they'll just eat the grass for me. Like, apparently, in Sweden, a really good farm animals is a sheep, and then Swedish land is mostly good for growing wheat. So wheat, oats, barley. Basically what you make bread and cereal out of. Bread, cereal, and oatmeal. So, I mean, there's your carbs. And then if I use, and then I could use sheep and pigs for the meat. And, you know, chicken for, you know, hens for eggs. And, you know, I'm good to go, right? I just raise those, you know, I just raise some sheep and a couple of pigs, and then I'll raise some, and then I'll just grow wheat in the backyard, and I'm pretty much set. I mean, that's most of my diet. You know, maybe build a little greenhouse. Where was it? I believe in this video. They showed this. So this is basically a greenhouse, and this is in Canada. So this is in Canada where it snows a lot. You know, you reference the world map, and Sweden is on the same level as Canada. Kind of. It's a little higher. You get a greenhouse like this. It's a geodesic dome. A special name. It doesn't. I mean, it basically means that it keeps the sun. It's a greenhouse, right? You guys know greenhouses. It lets the sunlight in, heats the inside, but keeps the cold out. So you get one of these, and then on the inside, you can just grow a whole bunch of stuff. You could grow whatever you want. I can import like palm trees from freaking America. In fact, there was another video that I saw where they made one of these, but like a giant one. It like covered a whole plot of land. Looked expensive, but it was in Denmark. Denmark is right here, right? So it's that little sliver up there. It's at the same level as Canada. You're talking about blistering cold temperatures. In Denmark, they had one of these domes. They had a palm tree in it. They had a Florida palm tree inside a greenhouse dome in the middle of a Canada winter. They were growing palm trees. So it's like you could do anything you want with a greenhouse. You don't have to worry about, oh, I live in Antarctica, you know, how am I gonna eat fresh vegetables? You know, no. So you get one of these, right? You get one of these domes, and it'll give you all of this space to, and all of this good thermal temperature in order to do that. You know, let a few insects in, and they'll pollinate all your You know, you could get a couple of butterflies in here, and they'll pollinate all your plants, and you're good to go. So it's so yeah, you know, even in Sweden, I can grow like fresh fruits and veggies. I could grow corn, palm trees. Apparently, I could grow you know, vegetables. You know, like squash or eggplants or cauliflower, broccoli. I love me some broccoli. There are different. I mean, there's different like agricultural methods for different vegetables. So obviously, and I haven't done enough research on that. But the thing is, the whole point of this is that it's possible. That's what I love about this, is that it's possible. So it could be a freaking blizzard. I mean, look at this. Half the thing is covered in snow, and all of these southern plants are still growing properly. So you could grow your wheat and your oats outside and store those grains to use for bread and stuff. I could have sheep and cattle and chickens for my meat, and then I could have a greenhouse like this, and it can be a lot smaller. I can have a small greenhouse like this for my veggies. And there you go, I got all 5 food groups there. Protein, carbs, veggies. I have a good diet, alright? Guys, I have a good diet, okay? I'll freaking... I don't know. What? Just have to import fruit. Freaking... I don't know how I'm gonna get my fruit. Just whatever, I don't care. It's whatever. People don't eat fruit. You know what the peasants lived off of back in like medieval Europe? They lived off of like slices of bread. They got like a loaf of bread a day. That's all they ate. They didn't even have meat. They didn't have meat or whatever. The peasants were in like Sweden. They were in countries like Sweden and France and stuff where the temperatures were really cold, and so they couldn't really grow any of these really good vegetables at all. So you look at like just, I mean, something like this is massive on the inside, but obviously you don't have to make one that's that big. I saw a video of one where it was like, if the greenhouse was big enough to where like if it was empty, I could lie down in the middle of the floor and like my head would touch the wall and my feet would touch the other wall. It was like that small. But they were growing like several different kinds of vegetables, and they said, you know, those people, it was a couple, and they said that, you know, they grew enough veggies to actually for their needs. Like they didn't need any more than what they grew in that greenhouse. You know, so it's possible. It's all of this is possible. And then, you know, I get a freaking house. I blow all my income on the house. I don't want to work anymore. The solar panels for electricity, a farm and a garden and a greenhouse for you know, all my protein, carbs, and veggies. There we go. Now what do I have to spend money on? What do I have to spend money on now? The internet and all the stuff I can't grow myself. So like olive oil and sunflower oil and the internet. I'm set. I just have to pay for the internet and like maybe a little bit extra stuff. I mean, like clothes and stuff, right? I'm not going to become a tailor too, you know. I'm not going to one-man army it out here, but I'm going to feed myself. And if it's in a country like Sweden where the cost of like the thing is, if anything happens to me medically, then I can just drive to the hospital, or I can have the ambulance come pick me up. I just go to the hospital and then I'm good to go. They're not going to charge me a whole lot of money. obviously, I gotta have some money that I have saved up. I'll probably get like interest bonds and probably have like passive ad revenue from a YouTube channel or something. I don't know. Not this YouTube channel. From something. I mean, I could just make a YouTube channel about me doing all this, and then I'll just get ad money from that. There you go. I could work some stupid online job where I do surveys all day for pennies, and that'll pay for everything. I'll do that like for one weekend a month, and that'll cover all my expenses. And think about that. This is all in pursuit of not having to work anymore. So I don't want to have to go to an 8-to-5 job. Even if I got a job at like the local grocery store in Sweden, I'll just do that. Whatever. I don't care. I'll stock shelves every Sunday, and that'll be it. And then I get the rest of my life off. Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. I don't need to go to college. I don't need to get a career. I just do everything myself, and then I'm good to go. I just need to amass enough money in order to purchase a property like this, and then gain citizenship. And then once those two things are down, then I'm good to go, right? So, the Salvation Army's old meeting place. Look at this. I could start my own business. I could grow more fruits and veggies and then just sell them in a shop like this. The thing is, food is actually kind of expensive in Sweden because Sweden has to import a lot of their goods from like America and other countries, or from other countries in the European Union, which means that food prices are going to be it could be higher. I live in California. Like, oranges here are dirt cheap because we have a bunch of orange farms, and beef is also dirt cheap here because we have a bunch of cow pastures. So, they butcher the cow, they send the meat to the grocery store. It's a 1-2 done sort of deal. Whereas, like, if you live in, like, you guys can imagine, like, if you lived in the Arctic, then, if you lived in the Arctic or, like, on the North Pole, and you wanted to buy some beef to make a beef and broccoli stew, and you live in the Arctic, then it's going to be way more expensive up there because somebody's going to have to literally, like, farm it in California and then fly it all the way out to the Arctic in order to give it to you, right? Obviously, nobody lives in the Arctic, so that was a very wild example, but talk about, like, Alaska. Food prices are pretty high in Alaska because of that same reason. They're not growing their own food over there, so they gotta buy it from somewhere else, and it's gonna cost more money to get it to them. So, once you live in Sweden, once you own property in Sweden, food and power are probably the two, like, most troublesome things. So. It's just a giant place for freaking 200 grand. It's a courthouse made of brick. I don't want to live in a courthouse. Ew. A courthouse though, tear out all the inside and it'd probably make a good home theater setup. That'd be cool. Look at this. Look at giant freaking villa for 87,000. That's it. Holy crap! Look at that. Like, oh my god. Like, this giant freaking place. 5 bedrooms. I mean, you could raise multiple families in this kind of place. That's the nice thing about this, though. All of this is possible. Do you get this? Do you get this whole tract of land? Holy crap. You know how many farm animals I could have on here? Ah, what a dream. What an absolute dream. Yeah, it's going to take work to have to garden every day. All that sort of stuff. But just whatever, right? I don't care. It gives me something to do. Wake up in the morning, have breakfast. Or I'll wake up in the morning and I'll be like, I want eggs today. I want, like, eggs. and cereal. So I go out to my farm and I'll go to the chicken coop and see if somebody laid it and look for an egg that a hen laid today. I'll grab the egg and I'll cook it. No, nothing needed. I just grab the egg from the chicken coop and then I go and fry it up on a pan in my kitchen. There we go, there's breakfast. Like, how easy is that? I don't have to go to the grocery store. I don't need to get a carton of eggs and see if the eggs are still good. You know, if they haven't expired yet. I don't need to do any of that. You just do it. You just, like, how silly. You just do it. I need cereal. Well, I'll freaking, you know, oats, you know? I'll just go harvest some oats. I have some in my mill. Whatever. Just grind that up. Turn it to cereal. I don't care. Whatever. I'll eat it from the stalk. Oh, I want a fresh carrot? I'll go to the garden and pick it. Brush the dirt off and chomp on it. Have you guys ever had a farm fresh carrot, like from the ground to your mouth? It's so amazing. Get out of here with those prepackaged baby carrots. Those are disgusting. A carrot that you grew in a garden, from the ground, you brush the dirt off and you just chomp on it. It's so good. It's so delicious. I don't understand, like, it's so weird. I hate carrots. But if I can grow my own carrots, it's like the best vegetable I've ever had. It's amazing. It like changed my whole life, was eating that carrot. So I had a garden back in middle school. We had gardening class. But anyway, it's like, so you're getting all this organic material, right? Nice thing about Sweden too is if their main produce is like wheat and barley and oats, a lot of farm animals actually eat oats. So you can grow the oats, you can grow the wheat, and then harvest it, and then feed it to your animals. And then, what does an animal do for you? The grass and the oats that the animal eats gets turned into body fat, which means it gets turned into meat. I mean, an animal is literally turning crops into meat, and then I eat that meat. I kill the pig, I eat its meat. Wonderful, right? That's what animals do for you. It's the whole circle of life, you know. I mean, I'll have a diet consistent purely of protein. I'll eat like 3 pounds of pork a day. I do not care. Like if that's what I got, that's what I got, you know. And plus you can season it and stuff too. That's another thing. I won't be able to make like my own spices and stuff. I mean, you can. It's something that's kind of out of my scope though. You can grow like your own spices and stuff. You can grow like peppers and cumin and parsley and all that good stuff in your garden, but it'll require a lot more plants. You know, for my purposes, I just, you know, I can go to the grocery store and probably get some seasoning for pretty cheap. That'll last me a long time. So, it's whatever. Anyway. Do they have... Can I organize this? Custom search. The perfect solution. Anyway, I don't know if this website has a lot more real estate on it. I don't know what any of these cities are, to be honest. I just get apartments. These aren't the best pictures, but ooh. Big old plot of land. It's a place to live, you know. It's a place to live. The important thing is that it's cheap but still doable. Walking distance to river and grocery shop. That is nice. Deal will be handled by a lawyer. 100 square meters each. What is square meter convert? Yeah, okay. So, what was I looking at? $2,900 square meters. Holy crap. 31,000 square feet. If you guys look at real estate in America, like if you go on Zillow or something, they'll typically tell you like, you know, click on a, yeah, I want to live in Oregon for sale. This house is cool, whatever, right? American Home. They'll give you the price per square meter. Da-da-da, da-da-da, there's some features. So this is 7,000 square feet, approximately. 69.69, hell yeah. They did that intentionally. Yeah, price per square foot is $290, okay? For this property, price per square foot is $1. $290 per square foot or $1 per square foot. Like it's insane difference in cost. California is a country. California isn't a country, you silly gooses. Okay, so a lot of people from California, specifically California, are looking at, is California its own independent country? Anyway. Story. So basically, I mean, I could just get it all. So my goal here is to save up a bunch of money. So, but it doesn't look too bad. Holy hell. Okay, what's $1 million gonna get you here? Oh my god. You buy the lake. You get this villa. Oh my god. This is a step up from the other houses. I don't know if it's worth that much more, but nice clean lawn in Stockholm, which is the capital. Is where you kind of want to be for everything. You get a harbor. You can dock your boat. I can just get on my boat and just go. Oh, I've always wanted to go motorboating. I could scuba dive underneath a lake. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Dude, I would totally learn scuba diving if I just lived next to a lake. I went scuba diving once in like an actual place. But the bad thing was that I had breakfast before I did it. And so I actually got my stomach sickness while I was scuba diving, and I couldn't, you know, I couldn't last during the activity. That was terrible, and I never did it again. But if I was here, you know, I could wait for my food to digest, and then, or you know, I don't even have to. I could just wake up and just go. It's not gonna be a 3-hour excursion just to get to the place and then do it for 10 minutes. I could just do it every day. I would love to live next to a lake that I could just scuba dive in. Oh, hell yeah. It's 45 minutes from Stockholm. Oh, okay. You can have your boat direct at your own jetty direct at your house for... Okay, there. They really messed up on the Google Translate here, but whatever. Easy access to the wonderful archipelago, Lake Malarell, and through Stockholm to the outer archipelago in the Baltic Sea. This leads to the Baltic Sea? Are you serious? Oh my god. I hate how this realtor, you know, $1 million home, and they only post 4 pictures. Like the absolute bare minimum. Photo or mappa. One of those words mean, eh? Anyway, that'd be nice. That'd be really nice. I mean, if I won the lottery, that'd be a little more within my price range. If I win the lottery, I'm moving to Switzerland. Switzerland is really nice. You look at these pictures. Switzerland, okay, so on the world map, Switzerland is, oh, whoops. Where's the world map? Here it is. Switzerland is, where's Switzerland? It's one of these countries. It's one of these countries in the middle. It's kind of landlocked. I believe. I might be wrong. Where is Switzerland? It's one of these countries, though. Okay, it's in Europe. It's in Europe. That's the whole point of this, guys. Switzerland. I mean, look at, oh my god. It's an absolute paradise, dude. Trains? Hell yeah. Anyway, they have a very big tech industry. So they're the ones who are making robots and stuff. Switzerland isn't part of the EU. They do have public healthcare, though, so the healthcare is free. But it's a very capitalistic society. So Switzerland is the place where a lot of like rich people dump all their money into, so that like the United States can't seize their funds or anything. You know, Switzerland is gonna be where everybody is, where all the rich people relocate. So anyway, look at these photos. Oh my god, look at that. The freaking snow coming off the mountain, or the mist coming off the mountain. Holy crud. And that's from a train view. There's a train that's going to that mountain. Look at the green grass in contrast to the deep green grass. The clear blue sky in contrast to this ice-capped mountain. Oh my god. And a pristine train going to it. That's the ideal. Snow lodges. Low unemployment, skilled labor force, and one of the highest gross domestic products per capita in the world. Looks like they have like a lot of places to visit. Ski lifts. Oh, I love ski lifts. You guys ever been on a ski lift? Don't do it if you're afraid of heights. You're only held up by a few wires suspended over your doom. There's all these people up here just looking out. Oh my god, I'd be so terrified. The cities are nice. Bikes. Oh, electric skateboard would go so far in this place. Hell yeah. Even like a moped would be great. Look at that. Look at that. Just get on a sailboat or a motorboat. You got that mountain on the backdrop and that clear water. Beautiful. Talk about absolute beauty, dude. Even in the cities, you can see the mountains off in the distance. Clear as day. That glistening blue water. Ah. What a dream. What an absolute dream. The town's stone paths, or kind of like Sicily, Italy. Ooh, those shops. Go on cruises. Hell yeah. I've always wanted to go on a cruise, but like not your typical, I feel like in most, a lot of cruises are for the ship and not for the journey or the destination. It's a plus. Hey, I'm going to Mexico, or hey, I'm going to Alaska or whatever. But, most of it is for the ship itself. I want a cruise ship like this, where there's hardly anything to do except for eat and then just gaze out into the water. I don't need a full casino on my cruise ship. I don't need, a miniature-sized Disneyland on my cruise ship. I don't need a freaking swimming pool on my cruise ship. I just want to be on a boat and just sail in the open waters. Just stand at the front and just let the sea breeze hit me as I look out onto the crashing waves. Oh, that's all you need. That's all you need in life. None of this Instagram stuff. Oh my god, look at that. Look at that. Holy crap. These places exist. Most of us, especially here in America, nothing against America on the... Most people who live in the city, will never experience the beauty of this nature. But it's right there. These places exist in the world. Obviously, it's going to be quite the hike to get up to here. Oh my god, these two probably were here all day. Or we're probably journeying all day, but still, look at that. You climb all the way up here in a day excursion. It turns to night, you pitch a tent. Just fall asleep under the stars at the top of a mountain. Ooh, what a dream. What an absolute dream. You only have to do it once. It doesn't matter. But you do it. They still have stores. Ooh, the ski lift going up there. I don't need to do skiing, snowboarding, that stuff. No. We don't need to do that, But still, it's nice to it's nice that it's there, Just oh god, what a beauty, what an absolute beauty. Anyway, housing prices are ridiculously expensive in Switzerland, so it's got a bunch of rich people in it. So that's why open for business 100%. Yeah, it's freaking. This place has a huge technological enterprise, things like that. So if I got into like a really good tech field, I could go here on a work visa. But I mean, I'm not gonna be, I'm not the next Leonardo da Vinci. I'm not gonna be like a creative mind or anything like that. So my passions are in leadership and people management. So I don't have any place to, I don't really have the brain to innovate in a technological world. That sort of thing. Because I work better with people. But the flow of people, not on a social level. So, which is a really weird contrast. So, which is why I'm not going to pursue my passions. But, can't really do much with that anyway. So. Anyway, this would be a great place, but again, it's the cost. So I'm trying to look at this to find the best but cheapest places. You look at a GDP per capita, if Canada is 46,000, you think like the wages of like a school teacher or something. A school teacher or like an office manager or something like that. That's where this number is going to come in. Or like a low end IT guy. That's where 46,000 is. So most of the country can get by off of like construction workers and, you know, and lumberjacks and things like that in Canada. Whereas you contrast that to something like Switzerland, 85,000, that's almost double. Each person in the country is earning an average of $85,000 a year. The average is a lot higher, which means that everybody who works is a lot more skilled on average, and they're producing things that can then sell to the rest of the world. So yeah. Sweden, which I was looking at, 51,000. Not, you know, not too much higher compared to Canada. So, these are quality of life ratings, by the way. Isn't it funny how? Oh, there's the United States. See, even in the U.S., GDP per capita is 65 grand. But the thing is, that number is very offset. There's a huge inequality between the rich and the poor. So you look at the U.S. And see, look at that. Quality of life is at a 46, whereas in Sweden, quality of life was at a 93. Sweden is 2 times higher quality of life than America is. As far as like economic opportunity, America is one of the best. You can start a business and become a millionaire. You could become a multi-millionaire in this country. But the thing is, if you don't, the con of that is, if you don't become an entrepreneur and, you know, and seek profits and, you know, and become that, then you're out of luck. It's either you go all the way in the pursuit of wealth or you stay at the bottom. There's no middle ground. People who are living normal lives and getting normal careers are barely making ends meet these days in America, because there's such a huge contrast between the rich and wealthy who've succeeded in life versus everybody else. So, and that everybody else is the majority of the people in this country. So you talk about, there was a whole thing a few years ago, Occupy Wall Street. It was talking about the 1%. 1% of people in this country have 95% of the wealth. So, and then the other 99%, you know, and so people were saying, oh, we are the 99% or whatever, right? So you think about, like, you know, you have a guy, okay? There we go. We're going to select him. Going to copy. Give you guys a visual. This isn't going to be exact. But it's going to be, you know, it's going to be close enough. And then we're going to do money bags. Okay. We're going to do like, money bag is going to be like this. There we go. That's a money bag. Okay, guys. And you know what? We'll make money bags like a yellow. There we go. That shit. There we go. Money bags. Cool. You guys understand that, right? So, do do this. Because it's kind of hard to conceptualize if I just say, oh, it's the 1% of the 99% or whatever. So, a lot of money bags, right? You guys know money. What I'm saying is that change my color back. What I'm saying is that the 1% of people gets about 95% of the money. And that means the 99%, the rest of us, you know, the other 99%, are only stuck with 5% of the money, approximately. So, of course, of that 5%, it is most of it goes towards like doctors and lawyers and stuff. But yeah, 1% of the people gets most of the money, and 99% of the people doesn't. So, forgive my bad drawings, but anyway, I'll show you guys what that means. Okay, you take this group of 7 people. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Technically, it should be 100, but you know, whatever. This is an easy concept. This guy up here, this one guy, the dude at the top, he gets, this one dude at the top, this in America, he gets all of this money, except for that one. There you go. This one guy at the top gets, you know, let's say these are all the people in America, and let's say this is all the money in America, right? This one guy gets most of the money. He gets most of this money, okay? What's it color? Brown? All of the rest of these people have to split this one bag of money that's left. That's what it is. You guys understand that, right? One person gets all of the money, and there's a little bit left down here for all the rest of us peasants to split amongst ourselves. So, you know, obviously this guy, you know, maybe this guy is a doctor, so he gets a little bit of that. Maybe this guy is a lawyer, so he gets a little bit of that, you know. Maybe, I understand that these images look a little suggestive. No, we're not doing that, guys. Okay. Maybe he gets this. Okay. This guy gets a little chunk of that. Maybe, you know, this dude at the top, or maybe this guy, he's, I don't know. He runs an electrician company. It's a small business, but, you know, whatever. He's getting a little bit more of that. And then the rest of us have to fight over the little scraps that are left. So then, you know, of course, you know, the rest of us have maybe just this whole section of money that goes towards the rest of us. I don't know what I'm doing. This is kind of detracting from the example. Anyway, forget that last part, but just, this is what it is. You have all this money in the country, and you have all these people in the country. One dude, one person, or the 1% gets most of the money. And you guys might think this is an exaggeration. It's not an exaggeration. In fact, it's more than this. It's more than this. This guy gets a couple more. 95% would be 20, so I need 5, 10. We need 2 more here. There we go. Wait, no, we only need... Nah. Maybe we'll make that a little smaller, so we can just fit it there a little better. There we go. That's what he gets. If there's 20 money bags, then one person gets 19 of them, and it's 1%, right? One percent. That's 1 out of 100. In order for this to be accurate, this might seem like an exaggeration. Why does this one guy get 19 money bags, whereas all these people only get 1 money bag? That's it's actually an exaggeration. I actually need 2, 4, 6, 8. There's no way. There's no way I can do it. One person gets 19 money bags. The 1 money bag that's left, I would need to put 99 people in here for the 1 money bag that's left. That would be the accurate representation. 1% of people, one dude gets 19 money bags, and the other 99 people in the brown circle here have to fight over this last money bag. That's America. This is based off of real statistics. Isn't this not good? Isn't this really bad? You cannot in any world say that the 1 person up here earned this money. No world can you say that. Money exists as a form, as a reproduction, or as a physical, tangible representation of hard work and labor. It's a motivating factor in order to get us to perform work, right? It's a way to monetize our efforts. This one person up here did not put in 19 people's worth of work. He did not put in 19 money bags worth of work. In fact, if 1 money bag is going to 99 people, then that means that this dude who earned 19 money bags has earned the equivalent of 19 money bags times 99 per people. This dude up here has 1,800 times more money than the average person. He did not do 1,000. One person did not do 1,800 times more work than any of these other people. You're talking doctors. You're talking construction workers. You're talking small business owners. You're talking, you know, everything like that. This one dude did not do the work equivalent of 1,800 people. He did not. There's no world where you could possibly say that. The way that America works is that once you get a little bit rich, you can use your wealth in order to increase your wealth exponentially. But the thing is that your wealth isn't coming from nothing. They're not printing money just for you. They're not printing money just for the rich person. Your money is coming from taking it away from other people. You look at housing, for example. Maybe the dude up top here owns like half a city. Okay, he owns half a city. Just, it's all under his name. All the other 99 people have to pay him rent for their houses, for their storefronts. They have to pay the electric bill for the electricity. General Electrics, I'm sure you guys have heard of that name before. It's, at least those of you on the West Coast, it's the only electric company on the West Coast. They can charge whatever they want. And they can't fight back. Internet? There's only like 3 internet companies in the country, 3 real ones. There's more, but nobody uses them. You have no other choice. You need electricity, gotta go to the one company in your area. You need internet, you get to pick from one of the 3 choices. Whoopie-doo. There's hundreds of millions of people in this country. There can be more than 3 internet companies. There can be more than 1 electricity company. And the thing is, all of these, but they have a monopoly over it. And because they have a monopoly over it, they're able to take more and more money out of, you know, everybody else's wallets. That's why one person is able to amass all of this money, is because they have control over the market of whatever they're doing. And a lot of rich people have control over more than one market. The guy who owns the electric company probably also owns one of the internet companies, and he probably also owns one of the car manufacturers. And he's probably renting out 500 different houses to people all across, you know, across the city. And that's small time talk. There are people like Bill Gates who own entire sections of the country. They own like the majority of the farmland and stuff. They're rich so they can buy what other people want, and then they can charge the poorer people to use their land. It's a complete inequality. And it's an inequality based off of how many dollar signs you have. And so if it's based off of how much money you have, then it's no wonder that the one person who owns most of the money bags is able to procure even more and more money bags. This guy probably started off at 2 money bags, whereas everyone else was fighting over 1. He probably started off at 2 and was able to grow it to 19. That's how America works. That's how business works. And what happens as a consequence? 1% of people own all this wealth. This one dude is probably pretty happy with his billions of dollars. Elon Musk, Bill Gates, Jeff Bezos, these people are, you know, extremely well off. And they're able to do whatever they want. They can buy all the private jets and they can buy all the countries that they want with their money. What happens to the rest of us, though? We're all sitting over here like idiots fighting over the scraps, the one bag of money that the rich people allow us to have. And what happens because of that? We can never own our own homes. We can never afford anything more than what the bare minimum to survive. We can never grow in our careers because that costs money. We can never have families because children cost money. I mean, you're a slave to the dollar. You're a slave to the dollar because that's the system that was created. This is a perfect example of it. If you start a town and there's 10 people in the town, and one person in that town declares ownership over everything. He owns the river where you get your water. He owns the houses that were built for you to sleep in. He owns all the farms that grow your food. He owns the electricity that you use to heat up your home and to cool it heat up your homes in the winter and cool it during the summer. He owns the stores where you shop. He owns the tavern where you drink. He owns the movie theater where you watch movies. He owns everything. One person declares that he owns everything, and he's going to charge the other 9 people in that town in order to use the services. You have to pay me some money to get water from the river. You have to pay me some money to buy food from my farm because it's mine. You can work at my farm and do my farming for me, but then you have to use the money I give you as payment to buy the food that you farmed yourself. It's insanity. And the thing is, if we had, the other 9 people are going to be like, well, this sucks. We're a slave to this dude. Why don't we cut out the middleman? And they go and kill the dude. Or run him out of town, or whatever PG thing you want to have happen to him. Right? Disney villain, whatever. They run him out of town. You don't get to own anything, we're taking it all. Whoopie-doo. Now the rich guy's gone, and the guy who controlled everything is gone, and everybody else splits up the work. Okay, there's 9 of us left. One person take the farm, one person take the river, one person run the store, one person build the houses. Equal society. And then all of a sudden, all of these money bags get evenly distributed out to people. This guy gets that much, this guy gets that much, this guy gets that much. This goes to him, this goes to him. It's gonna be more of an even spread of the wealth. That makes sense. What you do is the effort of your work. Running a company and lording over people because you have so much money isn't valuable to society. And so why are the top 1% of people treated as gods just because they have more dollar signs? Money is supposed to be a representation of the labor that you put in. We're going to give more money to a doctor because he does the surgeries and that's more valuable to us than the person who makes clothes, I guess, or whatever. Doctor is more valuable than a tailor, so we're going to pay the doctor more. That makes sense. And if the doctor ends up being a little richer than that, because of that, then so be it. He's a doctor. He deserves it, right? He's saving our lives. Whose life is Jeff Bezos saving? Whose life is Bill Gates or Elon Musk? Who are they saving with their money? With their apparent wealth or whatever? They're saving nobody. It's their work isn't valued to that point. Their companies alone would have never gotten them this much wealth. It would have made them a little richer. Yeah, everybody uses Amazon now, so Jeff Bezos earned a little bit of that wealth. But it's so far and far up. The work was distributed among employees, but the wealth was not distributed among them. Somebody like Jeff Bezos, head of Amazon, he could trick the people into being paid this one single money bag for working for him for running his company for him, and he got to keep all the other 19 money bags. This example is universal. Whether you're talking about the whole country or whether you're talking about just a single company. If I work for a company and I do work for that company, I am making them money. Shouldn't I get to keep all of the money that I'm making for that company? If somebody else helped me out, we'll split it. If somebody helped manage the whole process, we'll split it with them. But that's the thing, we should be splitting the money. Isn't that what we're owed? But nope, that's not what goes on. Jeff Bezos can pay his workers $15 an hour, where he makes probably like $6,000 an hour in profits, and he's not even doing work anymore. He's just sitting back and letting that money roll in. Whereas the people actually running the company, actually doing the work, Amazon would go out of business if they didn't have their employees shipping out their items or making their items or anything like that. They would go under. So it's the employees who are doing the real work. Why don't the employees get all these money bags, huh? Why does Jeff Bezos, or why does the rich person, somebody who's who created a system but then kicked back and relaxed, why is he getting paid significantly more even though he's not doing any of the work? When money is the representation of your hard work, why are the richest people the ones who are doing the least amount of labor? It doesn't make any sense. But that's how it is. That's how America works. It's completely broken. That's why when you see this, 1% of people own 95% of the wealth in this country. And the other 99%, we are the 99%. The other 99% of us have to fight over the leftovers. This is what it's talking about. One person gets everything, gets almost everything, and the rest of us have to fight over the scraps. It's insane. I'm gonna save that. But yeah, that's what it's talking about. So entrepreneurship in America is, great. I could become one of those 1% of people. I could become a multimillionaire. Fantastic. If you don't, because, great if you do, hell if you don't. Absolute misery if you don't. Hospital bills will ruin your whole life. Bankruptcy. Going to college will put you in debt for the rest of your life. It's, you want to live under a roof, you gotta pay some landlord money for him doing nothing other than holding the deed to the house. It's the fact that America allows these things to happen to its 99%, to the rest of the people. You had it's the fact that America allows this to happen where the majority of us are fighting over scraps. The entire country is built like that. It's the fact that this is allowed to happen, and this is allowed to prosper, that life is just shit for the rest of us. I mean, it's not shit. At least we're not starving on the streets in Ecuador. But, I mean, what's left for us? We're gonna spend every day struggling. Yeah, we get to come home to an air-conditioned house, but that's about it. There's opportunity for a better life somewhere. There's an opportunity for the fact that for a life where you don't have to stress out over what you're going to have to do. If you don't go to college, you're going to end up homeless. That very fear drives people into a corner. That's the fear that was implanted in me. Oh, you don't want to spend the rest of your life working at McDonald's, so you better go to college and get a career. Guess what? I haven't worked in any fast food place, and I didn't go to college. Whoopie-doo. And I'm never going to work in a fast food place. But it's that fear. It's that fear that at any moment all of this can come crumbling down. It's the fear that once you leave your parents' house, then you're gonna starve to death. You're gonna be homeless. And it's that very fear that traps people into working at jobs for long hours and low pay. They trap themselves in that. And they're beholden to that. If their boss yells at them and, verbally attacks them at whatever corner, you just shut up and take it because you need that money. Because if you don't keep that job, then you're going to lose your house and you're homeless. You're going to lose your food and you're going to starve. You're going to lose your health care and you're going to die of illness. We're slaves. We're slaves to it. Just because they don't call it slavery doesn't mean that it's not slavery. It's the same thing in Congress. Just because it's not called bribery doesn't mean that it isn't. Companies are still paying politicians exorbitant amounts of money in order to sign laws that make them a profit. That's what happens in this country. We've allowed that to happen. Our forefathers would be disgusted at us for the way that things have turned out. But of course, George Washington and John Adams and all those people couldn't have predicted this kind of future. But it happened. And they would probably do everything in their power right now to speak out against it, because this is the exact tyranny that Great Britain held over the colonies back in the 1700s. It's just on a global scale. If George Washington and John Adams and and Benjamin Franklin, all those people, if they were alive today, they would speak out against this, and they would be branded as anti-Americans. Isn't that funny to think about? The very people who founded this country would be anti-American and anti-capitalist by today's standards. That's how messed up we are. It's so bad. Anyway. Basic home. Look at this. This home is not nearly as nice as those nice cottages, and yet it's $500,000. So this is basic house. I mean, obviously it's not furnished yet, but that adds even more to the cost. It's a nice house, don't get me wrong. With a deck and everything. It's a nice house to have. But I can get the same exact thing for a fraction of the price elsewhere. Housing prices are so high here because the need to own your own home is so high here, because we have a renting problem, because of the fact that most people rent. Most people rent, and so therefore don't have enough money to save up in order to buy an actual house for themselves. Guess who does have enough money to buy that house that you want for yourself? Your landlord does, because while you've been losing money every month to paying rent, he's been collecting your money. And now he's collected enough money from you to where he can buy another house and then charge somebody else rent to live in that one. Now he owns 2 houses, and you and the other renter don't own anything. Congratulations. The rich get richer, and those of us who are poor will stay poor. If you're trapped in the situation where you're paying most of your income to paying rent, then you will never have enough money to buy your own house. But the person you're paying rent to will have enough money to buy multiple homes. That's why people can start with one rental property and then become multi-millions or millionaires with it. But if you're not able to start off at that and you get trapped, then you've lost your opportunity and you're not able to do it anymore. This home is owned by Zillow. But that's how it is. Just the housing market alone proves that. And yeah, go start your own multi-million-dollar company from nothing. And then buy a house and then do exactly that. Do exactly as your landlord did. That's what they'll tell you. Oh, why don't you just become a landlord then? Well, bitch, I couldn't afford the house in the first place. What makes you think I'm going to be able to afford a house to become a landlord? Oh, we'll just start a business. You know, everybody had to start from somewhere. It's like, yeah, if I was one of the lucky ones and I started a multi-million-dollar, if I could have started a multi-million-dollar company, then I would have. Most people just want to get by. Most people don't have million-dollar ideas. Why, in order to get rich and then buy houses, why do those people not get to own a house? I don't understand. You know, like my parents, for example, they've worked enough to afford like 4 of these houses. Their incomes combined, they've probably earned $1 million each over their lifetimes. Why? And yet neither of them own their own houses. Why? Because they lost most of that money to landlords to rent. And so those landlords made money off of them. And they probably bought more houses. Or they probably retired early. Or who knows? But that's one less house for an actual working citizen to have. Why would you work if the efforts of your work aren't rewarded? Why would I go work an 8-hour job every single day if I'm never going to be able to own my own home? If I'm never going to be able to like not stop worrying about this? Doesn't make any sense. It's really bad. The system is so bad. And the thing is, we have a system that allows that to happen. In that example of, you know, oh, the 10-person village and one person claims ownership of everything and the other 9 people drive him out because they're fed up with this, why would I listen to this? If you did that now, if the 99% of us were to rebel against the 1% of landlords, of, you know, landlords and rich people, we would get shot in the streets. We would get shot in the streets. They would be rolling out the tanks that the government has spent all our tax money on in order to suppress us. They don't mind us now because, you know, we're good little pacifist citizens who aren't fighting back. But the day we do fight back, there's going to be a lot of death. And most working people aren't willing to risk their own lives just so that they could have a better house, just so that they could, you know, actually own their house instead of rent, just so that they could get fair pay at their job. Most people are accepting mediocrity because they're too afraid of what they'll lose if they try to strive for better. And it's created an entire country of wimps. That's what it is. You know, someone like me, I would gladly give my life to this cause. In fact, I'll freaking lead the charge. But that's the thing, I don't care. People, that's the thing, it's something I believe in. But people are, you know, they're barely getting by, but they're kind of just dealing with it. Most people have learned to just deal with it. And they've done a really good job in ingraining it in our heads as kids, too. You know, you go through 12 years of public education and you're already accustomed to, you know, doing hours and hours of work every day with little to no reward and just barely scraping by off of doing the most useless tasks. You're already used to that. You've already been conditioned to be, you know, a slave. So when you're an adult, it's easy. It's really bad. It's such a terrible thing. These houses are so basic. The ones in Sweden were like majestic. I know I'm not sitting here glorifying other countries. I'm sitting here complaining about how bad our current one is. Sweden. Hospital visits. $11 a day. $11 a day. So if there's something wrong with you, if you have like a toothache or something, just go to the hospital. They'll charge you $11 for doing it. And they'll probably fix your problem too for just, you know, 100 or so. There's this website that shows real estate, but it's all in Swedish. I can't figure out where to find anything, and there's no Google Translate here either. What am I supposed to do? Divide by 10? These are kind of pricey, but it's alright. Living in America has its perks. I mean, you get immediate access to like all the great things about this country, but it's not worth all of the cons here. You have to dedicate your entire life to working, to being a slave here in order to just to get by. It's insane. You do any amount of research on this, you compare this kind of living to anywhere else in the world, and it becomes crystal clear. We're being held captive by our own country. Being born here isn't really the best thing. You know, European countries, they're laughing at us. You talk to anybody from Europe, or you go on any forum, and people will share that sentiment. They'll say like, "Oh, I always forget that Americans have it so bad. I always forget that that healthcare isn't just free. Having to pay for your hospital bills sounds like a nightmare. Like, why would that system even exist?" You know, that's the perspective from European countries. You know, when I leave this country and freaking go to Europe, I'm gonna share the same sentiment. I remember when I, you know, feared for my financial stability if I ever had to call an ambulance. I remember that. God, these are some nice places. They're expensive though. They're nice. For reference, I'm looking at this number that's in the millions, you know, 455 and some zeros, KR. I think KR to USD. Yeah. It's about 11 cents. So I'm gonna let's say that's 10 cents and round down. Yeah. So anyway, I just knock off a zero. So like this one, knock off a zero, it's $455,000. It's a little more than that, but you know, whatever, it doesn't matter. Anyway, I need to sort by sorts, locks, pre, whatever. Anyway, the disadvantage is that I would have to learn Swedish. You don't have to. That's another thing. In Sweden, everybody knows English, so everything's gonna be in Swedish, but everyone knows English. So if you need directions or something, then you can just ask. Or like if you go to a restaurant and the waitress comes up to you, you just be like, "Hey, I don't speak or read Swedish. Can you go over the menu for me?" They'll be a little peeved, but you give them a good tip, whatever. So don't go to restaurants that often. Just whatever. For my lifestyle, it's alright. So I just run websites through Google Translate if I need to do anything. So. Anyway, if you want to live in the city in an apartment, $100 grand. One room. One rum. Dude, each house comes with one rum. Dude, this comes with 1,5 rums. Hell yeah. 24 kVM, that stands for Kevlarkian meters. I don't know what I'm talking about. Anyway, you could buy a condo for pretty cheap here. In a really nice area. Obviously, I'm not going to do that, but... Swedish cities. Stockholm, Gothenburg, Uppsala. I'll probably have to stop making fun of them if I move. Here we go. Linköping. Linköping. Linköping's common. Dang it. All these accents. I need somebody who speaks Russian. Or not Russian, Latin. Fiesta Virta. Villas. I want a villa. Give me the villa. Hey, I already found one. 80 grand. Fantastic. It's a Ulrika Storpsvagen 2. That's a Storpsvagen 2. It has 4 rums. Dude, this one comes with 4 rums. That's amazing. I have no idea what any of this means. A7 Gevramas. Silly America. Anyway, guys, I need to get some food. It's that time of day where I'm getting hungry, so we're gonna go do that. Hope you guys are enjoying the stream. I am going to be right back. Anyway, you guys can watch this video if you want. But yeah, I'm gonna get some food. I'll be right back. I think I've already seen this one. I'm not too sure. But yeah. Be right back, guys. My thing has been gone. Yeah. Alright, be right back, guys. Get back. Yeah.
There are a few things that human beings need to survive, really, home, water, and food. And so the ability to grow your own food is just so freeing. Growing Dome is a 4-season, year-round greenhouse that allows most folks to be able to grow pretty much anything they want in their backyard. The idea is self-reliance and sustainability. So they're geodesic domes. That's important for a number of reasons, primarily being strength and longevity. So the domes themselves can withstand up to 7 feet of snow on top of them. They'll withstand about 180 kilometer an hour wind speeds. They're bolted into the ground, they don't move anywhere. And the idea is that in some of the harshest climates that you can still rely on yourself to grow all your own food. So one of the best things about the greenhouse is that it's off-grid. So the greenhouses rely on solar passive heating. We have a thermal mass of water in the back of the greenhouse in the north wall. On top of that, there's the solar ventilation, and what that does is it allows for anybody, anywhere, to basically put one up in their backyard and not require electrical service. It uses the sun to heat itself, cool itself, and run all of its internal functions. So basically we have the foundation, which can be concrete or gravel, really depends on what the environment calls for. And then it's constructed out of the strut material, which is a lumber. We prefer to use some beautiful Western red cedar, especially in the greenhouse. It lasts in the humidity. We build our own custom hub system, which connects all of the struts and helps build our dome structure. And then we sheath the entire thing in a polycarbonate material, which is a multi-wall, about a ½ inch thick plastic material, which is translucent, lets the sun in, but keeps all the snow, the wind, and the pests out. The greenhouse panels, the polycarbonate panels, are really important for a lot of things. They have a high R value for their structure, at 1.6, which doesn't sound like a lot, but for a greenhouse, that's huge. They also have a really low U value, which means that they don't hold cold. So even in the middle of the winter, you can touch them and they still feel warm to the touch. That really helps with the plant life on the inside. On top of that, they're hail resistant. Unlike glass, you can't throw a rock through it. The other amazing thing about these guys, the polycarbonate panels, is that they're 100% recyclable. So any scrap that we have from our production, or if any client needs these replaced, we cut them down into strips, and we actually have a polymer recycler that we work well with. They take them, they chip them, they melt them back down into feed pellets, and a brand new sheet can be made out of an old sheet. This is one of the solar fans that we have basically controlling the internal temperature of the greenhouse. This solar panel can be tilted up or down to catch more or less sunlight, and it's directly mounted to this intake fan underneath. They have thermostats and they have shut-off remotes and timers. The idea is you don't need to bring in electrical service. You don't need to bring in hydro lines and trench them. You can if you want to, but this option allows anyone to put one up anywhere in the world and survive off-grid. We're at a client's location about an hour away from our shop here. On this particular build, they went with 3 different domes. We're going to take you on a tour of a 42-foot model, one of our largest, so follow me. Welcome to the inside of a growing dome. This is late September here, but we're still 35 degrees plus in the greenhouse. The plants, as you can see, still growing like crazy. We've got all sorts of goodies growing, from fruits to exotics to flowers to vegetables and butterflies. So just a beautiful area. Directly above us, we have this shade cloth. It's actually made out of aluminum, which is really cool. So it's really lightweight, won't degrade or hold heat, which is most important. We hang them up basically to create a shaded effect on certain plants so they aren't getting the full intensity of the sun. We've come on back to the north side of our greenhouse, where we have our Reflectech wall on the north wall, pointing down to a large pool of water, which acts as a giant thermal mass. It's pretty straightforward. The way that this works is in the summer, when the sun is higher in the sky, it's getting less direct sunlight and acts as a cooling agent. When the sun is lower in the sky in the winter, it reflects all of the sunlight down into here to warm it up. So we've done the math, and it's equivalent to basically running a 40,000 BTU heater, just using the sun's energy. So we capture that, we hold it in here, and that's what allows us to grow 4 seasons and year round. The best part about all of this is that they're actually passive solar pools. So this technology functions every day the sun rises. On either side of the pool, we have pipes coming up, going underground and running the inner perimeter of the greenhouse, and then coming up again on the other side of the pool. This undersoil geothermal fan system is, again, solar powered. We include solar panels and everything else so that it runs off grid again. What this does in the summertime is it pulls the cool air from the pool underneath your garden and your root beds, cooling them down, and vice versa in the wintertime, pulls that heat again and warms everything up for you. Here's the nuts and bolts, so to speak, no pun intended, of what holds this entire structure together. This hub system is made of a marine grade aluminum held together with galvanized bolts and Western red cedar struts with the polycarbonate on the outside. Basically what you're looking at is the strength of the structure itself. The angles of the struts coming into the hubs allow for even more weight to support it on top and on top and on top until we finally close that pattern up. Here's the inside look on the solar fan. Each greenhouse is sized with a different CFM rating, meaning the cubic feet a minute of air exchange required. So each greenhouse comes with different amounts of fans. Depending on where you are and what you want to do, it doesn't have to be raised beds. You could do hugelkultur, you could do mounds, you could plant directly into the ground if you build on good soil. So it's super open to whichever design you're most comfortable with and familiar with. You know, depending on how you grow your food, you can really see different results. So if you are your average green thumb, you're used to growing in raised beds, a 42-foot model like this is enough to feed 12 people. We've had different setups where people are growing vertically and hydroponically, and that just increases your output exponentially. Then you're able to meet, 100 or 150 people's daily requirement for greens by growing hydroponically. This dome, what it does is it creates an environment for year-round production to occur. Without lights in the wintertime, you're still going to be able to grow a large variety of crops, lots of leafy greens and herbs and anything else which doesn't require such intense light to start a fruiting process. If you want to have things like tomatoes and cucumbers and all of these different energy-dense foods grow year-round, you're probably going to require a lighting system to make that happen. But the geodesic dome with the passive thermal is going to create that growing environment, so you don't necessarily have to worry about heat as much. This dome's a little bit different than the other one. This one's focused on veg production. Same style, same setup as the 42 in terms of total square footage, but as you can see, very different layout in terms of veg production. We've got a cantaloupe that's trying to take over. We've got tomatoes growing up to the ceiling, peas and beans and pods everywhere. Same pool in the back of the greenhouse. This one designed to produce though. A lot of folks will grow aquatic veg in them. They've started their aquatic journey with growing a number of different plant species back there. You can grow aquatic species, you could raise fish. One of the amazing things about the growing dome, utilizing this pool in the back of the greenhouse, with 3 to 4 hours of sunlight in the wintertime, we can have about a 30-degree temperature difference inside versus out. So if it's negative 15 degrees outside and it's sunny, you're seeing 15 to 20 degrees inside, no matter what time of year that is. That's with zero supplemental heat. If you're a little bit further north and you're worried that maybe negative 40, negative 50 is just too much, some clients find that it's really beneficial to add a small stock tank heater or add a small wood stove or add solar vacuum tubes. There's a ton of different options. So the last couple domes we've been looking at are predominantly based on plant life. This dome, located on the same property, has a different focus in mind. It's more about Zen and yoga. So let's take a peek inside. The idea of this one is to be able to have a retreat, to be able to get away from it all and enjoy kind of this quiet, quaint, earthy place right in your backyard. One of the other things that we're offering now, which is amazing, is skylights. So being able to, lay on your back and meditate and watch the clouds roll by or camp out overnight and watch the Milky Way go over top of you, it's just a great way to feel even closer to nature. We have to design greenhouses that perform well in about 5 different growing zones, right? Here in this growing zone, which is 5A, we have temperature ranges that go from negative 40 in the winter all the way up to plus 40 in the summertime. So as far as a greenhouse goes, there's tons of challenges involved with keeping it cool enough and keeping it warm enough. This is a spray-on bicarbonate material. It's pH neutral, which means that when it washes off into the plant beds or anything like that, it doesn't affect your soil, it doesn't poison your plants or anything. It's a natural product, but it also allows for 70% less sunlight and heat and energy to get into the greenhouses. If we were further north, say in a 4 or 3A, it would be very different. You wouldn't require this. It naturally washes off with the rain, so depending on how wet the season is, you might have to apply more than one coating. So you mix it together in a spray bottle and you can hand apply. In the winter, when we are dealing with the colder climate, this shading agent isn't required, and so that's when we would apply the washing agent to make sure that that's all off. The greenhouses perform well through the winter. Polycarbonate paneling goes on to the struts. However, the challenge is we need to weather seal it and make sure that water can't get in. We use this remarkable tape membrane. It's an aircraft tape actually used in the aerospace industry. It's 100% clear. You can hardly see it on this panel. It's UV resistant as well, so it's rated for up to 10 years, and it weather and water seals the greenhouses themselves. The polycarbonate paneling also has a UV coat on it as well, so the harsh UV rays don't get through. You can work all day long in the greenhouse. You might be hot, but you won't be sunburnt. The domes themselves are so powerful and so unique. We spend our days constantly in square boxes. You step into a place like this, you realize there not really isn't a beginning and an end to it. It's kind of this constant flowing circle. Funny enough, I grew up on a farm and couldn't wait to get away, and went away to school and took a business degree, and first thing I did is ran back home and started a greenhouse company. So food is really, really personal to me. When you're growing it yourself and you're harvesting it and keeping it, it's so rewarding. And for me to be able to wake up every day and create and make a product like this, which allows people to do that, it's a dream come true. We're called Arctic Acres. We build greenhouses for the Canadian climate, but we're not alone. We have a fantastic partner. Their name is Growing Spaces. They're in Colorado in the United States. They've existed for 30 years. They're wonderful folks. So together we want to bring these geodesic domes across North America.
Please share this video if you liked it. Also, be sure to subscribe to Exploring Alternatives and check out our playlists for more stories like this. Thanks for watching.
All right. I just missed that whole video anyway. Husky says, hey, what is this stream? This is a stream where I try to... where we explore different possibilities of the world. Whoopie-doo. Whilst I procrastinate on my homework. Anyway, I got pulled pork. So I put on top of bagels, toasted them, and then put a little barbecue sauce on top. Very nice. Yeah, that's pretty good. YouTube thinks I want to start homesteading now. Installing the 26-foot Arctic Acres dome at my cabin this year was one of the best decisions we've made, especially with the societal changes we're facing now. Anyway, how much does one of these cost? $1 bajillion. All things considered, this is actually really cheap. Holy god, 42 feet. Yeah, I could live in the thing. The trick is to put this like right next to your house. So you don't have to walk that far to it. I think it's pretty good. God, it's gonna cost them $3,500 for them to install it. Supervisor only. Ah, he has his little pupper in there. Well, I'll have to install it myself. Solar powered waterfall. Yeah, we're getting a solar powered waterfall. That was just a basic thing. I could probably buy my own solar panel. And then just put a bunch of actual waterfalls in there. Anyway, normally this channel has tiny homes. There's some other channel that was. Oh yeah, living big in a tiny home. I want to watch one of these videos. I'll watch this one.
With
I gotta get my chicken nuggies first. I'll be back in just a minute, guys. Then we can watch that one. So, be right back. We can watch it together. Bye bye. Here it goes. Got my chicken nuggies. Kiwi. Got my kiwi. Let's watch this video while I eat. 19 minutes. Perfect. Alright guys.
with all of the craziness that's going on in the world, it's been an opportunity for so many of us to reevaluate our lives.
Wow. With all the craziness that's going on in the world, why don't you stay out of politics, huh? Nobody needs your opinion. I'm just kidding. I am just kidding.
And think about the things that are really important. Opportunity for so many of us to reevaluate our lives and think about the things that are really important to us. And that's exactly the case with this next couple we're about to visit, who decided to sell up everything and build themselves a tiny house. Leah, how are you?
Good, thank you, Bryce.
Very nice to meet you. G'day, Russell. How's it going, mate?
Oh, good. How are you?
Very well, thank you. And wow, your tiny house looks incredible.
Yeah, thanks very much. Thanks for coming.
It is my pleasure. So first of all, what was it that inspired you to build a tiny house?
Well, it started with you, I think. I used to see your face daily for about 3 years.
I was watching your videos constantly and at the same time sort of weighing up, you know, what do we want out of life? Where are we going? Where to from here? And then, of course, COVID happened. And then it was a matter of us thinking about what our priorities are, where we want to be, taking consideration that we're minimalistic people. And I guess watching people around us too, you know, building bigger houses, you know, with bigger mortgages and really, you know, getting out of that rat race, getting off that train really. And for us, it was being able to go to the beach and come back here and live on the farm without the $1 million price tag.
Yeah. I definitely think that COVID has been a real catalyst for people to start prioritizing things that are really important to them in life.
Yeah, absolutely. It did do that for us. Once I had convinced Russell after
It takes a little while to convince me.
3 years.
Only 3 years, but we're here now, and the farm here is
my
our happy
God.
place. This is our friend's farm.
Look at that view. Ah, majestic view. God. Imagine.
And we're fortunate to be able to place our tiny home here. And we have stressful jobs, but we come home here and we de-stress.
Russell can be a police detective by day, and on the weekends he can be the farmer, and it means for me, after, you know, working with vulnerable youth through the day and then coming here at night, it means because it is tiny, I can't bring work home.
And the home just looks absolutely incredible. Can you tell me a little bit about the design?
Oh, thank you. So what we did is, like everybody else, you know, you look around, and Russell, being an ex-builder, is quite pedantic. So once we found a company, it was great because it was a real collaborative effort. And like I say, I'd planned it and designed it over a 3-year period, and then finding somebody who was really close to those designs and working with them, it actually was a marriage made in heaven. And I thoroughly enjoyed it so much, I want to build another one.
Yeah, so this design is actually a consented build.
And that was important to us too, to get it consented so that, yes, we can move it around, but we've got the opportunity if we wanted to, you know, in the future buy a piece of land and actually put it there full time, then, you know, it's
Yeah,
consentable.
we've got that opportunity.
It
Yeah.
definitely is nice to have that flexibility.
Yeah.
Totally.
And I really love the colour scheme of this house. You've got this very striking black exterior with the wonderful copper accents. I really like what you've done.
Oh, thank you. Yes, it was quite deliberate. As you can see, I love black. I actually love black and white. So I love really strong, clear, defined lines, and the black with the rawness and just how harsh it is. And then with the copper, you know, it's nice and warm. In actual fact, what I was so pleased about is that everything that we designed came to fruition. That nothing was out of place. It was designed perfectly.
And how big is the tiny house?
It's 10.5 metres long by 3 metres wide.
And you have such a wonderful parking spot for it as well. You've got incredible views here.
Yeah, I've been coming to this farm for 42 years. It belongs to my best friend. And when she was able to purchase the farm outright about 18 months ago, she said, yep, go for it. Build your tiny house that you've always wanted. And here we are. So I've personally come back to my happy place. So it's been great.
Yeah, and I was always going to be a farmer growing up. Obviously, things changed along the way, but yeah, we're pretty fortunate with the views where we are, where we've got it positioned. We can see farmland all around us, which is pretty soothing. Yeah, I can be that farmer now.
And then, of course, the big French doors here really does just accentuate that indoor-outdoor flow of the home.
Yeah, these French doors open, plus that window there folds right back as well. We can pretty much open everything up.
Yeah, we deliberately made sure that when we were designing it, that almost every wall has got a window or a door, and that of course makes the house feel bigger, bringing the outdoors in and keeping the house cool through the summer. So yeah, that was really important for us to really open up to the outdoors.
And you've also got this great outdoor kitchen here too.
Absolutely, that was a really important part of the design because we entertain quite a bit and we want to be able to have our family here, and we don't want to stop having the lifestyle that we had in town just because we've come out to the farm. So we comfortably want to be able to have about, 8 to 12 people that can, you know, sit around. And of course, Russell does a great barbecue, and we needed a beer fridge. So that actually took a little bit of convincing. Why were we building a tiny house to have another kitchen on the deck, on the outside? And it's all about, you know, creating those vibes, you know. And yeah, we spent a lot of time outdoors, you know, through the summer.
I'm sure I'll
Creating those vibes. Oh my God. You don't need vibes. People are so like, oh, it's the vibes. No. Me alone in my house, that's my vibe. All right? I don't need to like forcibly have positive vibes or anything like that. I'm not the most like positive person, as you guys probably know by now, so it's not to say I'm like a negative person, but I mean, I switch on and off. Yeah, Kiwi, I'm talking to myself. You know, don't reach for my bagel. She wants some more pork. Did you eat this all? Hey, look. Yeah. You ate the pork. See, Kiwi would be eating happy if I had my own pigs. And then I consumed them. I'd always give her some pork. I could finally make my Kahlua pork. I could grow bay leaves. Hell yeah. I don't want to listen to these people talk for a long time. I thought we would actually get to see the inside of the house. Okay, we do in a second, I guess.
be spending a few hours behind the barbecue and probably have a few beers out of the fridge as well.
That sounds like a good plan to me. Well, this house is just so striking.
Anyway, I don't need like open space. I don't need like, an outdoor area that seats 10 people and an outdoor barbecue to create those vibes or anything like that. That's what I wanted to say. I need a little space for me, possibly a wife, possibly kids. That's it. So I mean, if my kids want to go off and have their own social lives, they can do it somewhere else. Like they can always come home to me and the missus. You know, I'm not like. But for my purposes, I want somewhere where it feels quaint. I want it to feel really quaint and small, but for it to still be like accessible, like for me to still have that ease of access to different areas. You know, sometimes in the middle of the night, I'll just like walk out to the living room or something. Every once in a while, I'll do that. I'll just kind of plop myself down just for a change of pace. I don't need a full family house for that. But, you know, having like 2 or 3 rooms in that place total would be able to diversify where I spend my time. That's all I need, though. I don't need a place for other people to hang out. Oh my God. Every area I go is going to be for single person only or for a duo. I'm going to be single, but then I'll have a 2-person room. And then I'll always be imagining that second person. So, yeah, let's watch the house.
On the outside, and I cannot wait to see the interior. Can we check it out?
Absolutely.
Sure, let's go.
Come in.
Thank you very much. Oh, wow. I love the colors that you've chosen in here.
Yeah, I just like the real harshness of the black and the white, and then the green tones coming in, and then the warm wood and the copper, you know. Funnily enough, the picture that my grandmother did when she was 19, that's been with me for many, many years. And I guess unconsciously, I picked all the colours in and around that particular picture. So yeah, it all sort of just worked in.
And the layout in here is really nice. It feels very spacious, and I like that you've got a single level design here too.
It's an age and stage. We didn't want to have to be climbing on ladders or going upstairs. Once our children had left home, we were looking at a one level, but not so much so that they can't come home and stay. So we've got a pull-out couch, so 2 at a time. But it was deliberate. It was really deliberate to keep it one level, to keep it, easy living for us. And I guess it does come to an age and stage where...
Yeah, we are getting older, boss.
Nice to be future-proofing anyway.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's
absolutely.
the word, future-proofing.
And this is a very comfortable lounge that you've created.
Absolutely. That was really top of my list, is having a decent couch so that at least we could have, 6 to 8 people seated here in the dining and the lounge. It's about being comfortable all the time. I didn't want anything too small. An ordinary couch, because we spend most of our time, relaxing in here, and it pulls out to a bed, and also it has the storage underneath, so it's a win-win.
And then the lounge space just very naturally flows to the breakfast bar over here.
Absolutely, yeah. We wanted something that was going to be multi-purpose. Not that we want to bring paperwork home, but we've got the option there to use that as a bar leaner. If we want to catch up on some work, and we've got the TV there, it's great to be able to sit there and look out while you're eating breakfast in the morning. Yeah, plenty of space to use that area.
And then this kitchen is really something special. The black cabinetry, those incredible green tiles, and then the wood just really pops in this space.
Yeah, love black. So I've always wanted a black kitchen. Funnily enough, it actually hides everything. I wanted everything low maintenance, easy clean, so it's got the touch resistant fingerprints, which is fantastic. The wood just warms it up. I love the pop of brass coming through, but I just wanted something really simple, really plain, but I think with the green tiles you've got something there that just pops. I'm not actually the cook, funnily enough. I love hosting, but I wanted something that was really functional and easy care to help Russell.
I think with tiny house design, there is this idea that everything has to be light and white to make the space feel more spacious. But one of the things that I love with the color scheme that you've created here is that it really makes the space feel cozy, and it sort of draws you into the kitchen.
I guess for us, having as many, windows and doors as possible creates so much natural light, so it doesn't really matter how much black you have in there.
And it's a great sized kitchen as well. I can see that you've managed to build a tremendous amount of storage into it.
Oh, absolutely. I think, taking everything up to the ceiling, one thing I did know within the designing is that you need as many drawers sort of from counter space down, and then your cupboards from the counter upwards. That way, you're using up every little bit.
Very cleverly done. And you have all the necessary appliances here as well?
Absolutely, yeah. So definitely went with the oven and microwave combo. Definitely needed a dishwasher. So the pull-out dishwasher, that's all been integrated in behind. We've got everything here that you would normally have in a normal size home. So we've got our coffee station, and yeah, it was really planned for easy care and convenience.
Yeah, we've tried to think of most things. We've got a pull-out pantry, which is pretty amazing. It goes right to the top, and obviously some things out there we don't use very often, but everything else is easily accessible and plenty of space.
Yeah. Absolutely, loads of storage in there.
Yep.
Yeah, I literally measured everything that I had in my existing house. We've used every little bit in the house that we could. Yeah, I didn't have to downsize much at all in my kitchen. We can comfortably, feed 8 to 12 people.
Great. And then what do we have through the door there?
Okay, this is our bedroom.
Alrighty. Oh, this is very sweet.
I've heard it called many things, but not sweet.
Oh, okay.
I guess I went for a little bit more of a vintage vibe. But again, just the bare basics we need in here, like a decent wardrobe. I didn't want a pokey little wardrobe. In here we've actually got, like 3 full, single wardrobes. 2 obviously for me and 1 for Russ. Oh, and also in there too, what I really like is the fact that we've got our drawers, 2 drawers, and then further down we've got you know, where we put our shoes. And then up the top there, we've got a whole lot of baskets, and that's literally Russell's and mine changes season clothing. So we didn't actually have to cull much, which is great. And then we've got 2 side tables. We've got really creative with the side table. So again, I took my grandmother's side table that, you know, is really dear to me, and put that in there. And then we actually just grabbed like a box and turn it upside down and use that as another side table. But for me, it was bringing the brass through to the bedroom, keeping it really simple. Again, black and white, so everything seems really streamlined, bigger than what it is. Really capitalize on the fact that we've got a long single, you know, window, and then we've got the big door here with a window above it. And then, of course, you've got to have your task lights. It's really important for us to be able to have that. Again, you know, not compromising on the way that you naturally live, because we read a lot when we're in bed. So yeah, we brought those in. But yeah, basically bed, wardrobe, side tables. What more do you need?
You can definitely see that this is an incredibly well utilised space. And I especially like the way that with the door here, the bedroom does, again, really just open up to the outdoors.
Yeah, again, like I looked at how we live, and I'm really fortunate because I get breakfast in bed every Saturday and Sunday.
Well, aren't you lucky?
Yes, she is.
So the view was really important, and having the sun, you know, come directly into your bedroom in the morning is just a beautiful way to wake up.
And the barn door there is really lovely also. It just brings a bit of warmth from the timber into the room.
Yes, I always wanted a barn door, and I love like the fact that you've got the wood and then you've got like the wrought iron. So again, there's that black coming in and that real harshness and rawness that I really, really like.
And I'm guessing that leads to your bathroom.
It does.
All right, let's check it out. Oh, wow. This
For that shot, this is always fascinating me because there's a cameraman watching him open the door. And then they also have to put the cameraman for a second shot in the bathroom, close the door so that the camera can actually film him opening the door again. It looks like a seamless transition of him opening the door just once, but they have to do it 2 times. They have to shoot it twice from different angles. And that's always, you know, it's movie magic, but it you know, you look into the actual production of it, and it's like, okay, they have to do this multiple times through multiple different things or whatever. Right. So it's, you know, it portrays this feeling of genuine, like, oh, he's opening it for the first time and seeing it for the first time, but it's not actually that, you know. So yeah, I find that funny.
Oh, wow.
Because the transition seems very seamless. It seems like when he opens it up here, then the next shot is the continuation of this first shot, but it's not. It's a separate shot entirely.
Oh, wow. This is a very unique layout.
Yep, I was pretty pedantic about this particular space. This is where we get dressed. We utilise this space a lot because we've got the laundry, we've got the bathroom, and we've also got our built-in linen cupboard. So it had to feel really spacious, really functional, and had plenty of room to be able to do everything that we needed to do in here.
So I see everything else, but where is your laundry hiding?
Right beside you, in that long mirror there, that's our actual laundry. It's a bit like a pantry, so it's not quite walk-in, but it's got everything in there.
What a clever design.
So in the laundry, we've got a washer-dryer combo. So it was really important for me to have a dryer. So that was one way to be able to fit everything in. And we've got a pull-out ironing board as well. So we've got our iron in there, we've got all the cleaners and everything. I mean, we haven't had to skimp on anything. Everything that you would normally have in a laundry is in there. So it's really functional.
Excellent. And gorgeous design in here as well. I especially like your basin here.
I wanted something, you know, a vocal
That's
point
nice.
in this particular.
That's a really nice. I've always wanted a sink like that, where it's like just this huge basin bowl. So your hands feel elevated, and then elevated when you have them over the bowl, but then they feel deep when you put them in. So, which is it's a slightly different feeling than what you'd get in you know, a typical standard bathroom. Plus that sink is very nice. or the faucet, I mean, the black, and the water, the handles here, and the water flows out kind of like a waterfall. Love it.
Room, so actually going for the marble vessel was like perfect. So, you know, it is a small space, but I wanted a decent basin, something that we can really utilize.
Yeah, and it's a lovely match with the circular LED mirror too.
A girl has got to have a good mirror. An
Absolutely.
absolute good mirror for your blow drying, your straightening of your hair, your makeup, and, you know, also capitalizing on all the light.
And Russell's shaving as well.
Absolutely.
Man's got to have a good mirror too.
Oh, great.
You've got a great size shower in here, and
Maybe I should get a better mirror for my shaving. I've actually noticed that I have a hard time seeing like the very particulars of my facial hair, so I'll miss a hair or two after I shave, and I'll have to go back. So maybe I'd get a more detailed cut or more detailed shave if I use the one of those kind of mirrors.
I especially like the way that you've positioned it, where it sort of encloses the space but doesn't really feel like you're cutting anything off.
Yeah, so I wanted it to be see-through so that it does appear that it's bigger than what it is. But it is actually a standard 900 by 900 shower. But just really simple, low maintenance, and makes everything look bigger. Yeah, and without compromising on space.
And I see you've got the incinerator toilet there as well.
Absolutely. We like it because, you know, every couple of weeks you're just pulling out ash and then you're able to, you know, put it out into the garden.
That's what I want. It's a compost toilet or incinerated toilet. I actually haven't heard of that one actually. What's this do? She said every couple of weeks you pull out ash. Does not use water and drains. Nothing out. No chemicals. What, does it burn your waste? Come on, show me a video. Cinderella. Cinderella, because it incinerates it.
Incineration toilet is a...
It's a little loud.
The Cinderella incineration toilet is a modern and environmentally friendly toilet solution with a sleek Scandinavian design that will fit into any bathroom, regardless of style. Cinderella is a high-quality, high-reliability product produced in Norway. It is child-proof and easy to assemble. The incineration toilet constitutes a total waste solution. The waste is incinerated at a high temperature and reduced to an insignificant amount of ash. About 1 teacup per 4 persons in 1 week of use. Clean, hygienic, and...
I don't want to think about putting my toilet ash in a teacup. They really put that image in your mind.
Teacup per 4 persons in 1 week of use.
They show it and then they show the teacup. What is wrong with them? Sister 19 lol.online.
Clean, hygienic, and odorless. Simply amazing. Regardless of where people are located, waste disposal needs to be addressed.
Simply
With
amazing.
Cinderella, the possibilities are endless.
Wait, so this is actually like...
Cinderella incineration toilet. When nature calls.
But like, and forgive me guys, but... I mean, when I take a large dump in it, and and then it like burns it at a high temperature, won't I smell like burning poop? I would think that that'd be. I think that that would stink. Oh, is that why it's connected to the freaking... I think it's connected to the silly, yeah, it's got a pipe here.
It is childproof.
Outlet, inlet, air. Okay, so it will smell of burning poop, but the smell will just go to the escape pipe. Okay, that makes sense. When you burn stuff, it turns into carbon, so it's a carbon emission. I mean, use this toilet your whole life, you're probably not even gonna come close to what a car emits. But as far as like carbon, but it's still like you can like pee in it too, and it turns the liquid into ash. Like how you can get just the urinal. The urine is discharged to a suitable receptacle, such as a sand filter or collection tank. The urinal is waterless and odorless. I want this. I actually want this. Like for my bedroom. Sand filter or collection tank. I can tweet about this product. Tweet this product. Share on Facebook. Yeah, guys, I'll post this to Facebook with the caption, "Great guys, I don't need to use my piss jugs anymore." I wouldn't mind it just buying a urinal, to be honest. Tiny house listings. Why is that a YouTube channel? I don't know. I live in America. For sale. Where do I want to live? I don't know. What's a zip code? Where do I want to live? Ah, screw it. I'll just... LA zip code. Okay. There we go. Yeah, whatever, man. 12,000 bucks? Hell yeah. I can buy that right now. Of course. I don't have the land to put it on. It doesn't have a bed or a bath. Oh my god. Look how big this one is. I don't have the land to put it on. Well, actually, if I buy a plot of land in Maine, I just plop this on top of there. That sounds fantastic. Who texted me? Somebody messaged me on Reddit. 4-day workweek law. Meet the congressman who's pushing for a 4-day workweek law. I care about making capitalism sustainable and more humane. Of course, it's an Asian dude. Representative Mark Takano, a California Democrat, wants to make a 32-hour work week law. He said it'd be part of building a new normal that reflects the past 2 years. It would also raise wages by ensuring workers get paid overtime for hours worked over 32. Hell yeah! Nice. That's a good one. See, my idea is coming to fruition. It won't happen, though. You kidding me? Humane rights? Ha, as if. Do I get the land that it's on? Or are they going to deliver it to me? I don't think they're giving me the land, to be honest.
Hey, I'm Stephen here from Tiny House Listings, and today we're going to talk about incinerating toilets, so stay tuned. Alright, so this is an incinerating toilet by a company called Incinolet, and I know these have been covered quite a bit within the tiny house community in the past. I don't know if there's been any comprehensive videos. I'll try to make this comprehensive, but to be honest, I don't know everything about this thing, but it's pretty self-explanatory, so I think this should suffice. But yeah, this is an incinerating toilet, and the whole idea behind it is it's electric. And it uses lots and lots and lots of heat to turn your solids and your liquid waste into ash. So as you can see, it's electric, and the idea behind it is that you use these bags that come with it, and they look like they're made out of wax paper. And I looked these up online. They're not exactly cheap if you're using them all the time, but if you buy them in bulk, they're a little bit cheaper. But like I said, they're made out of wax paper, so I would think you could probably buy a big roll of these from Costco and maybe make some yourself. I'm not sure, but the bag fits down in there. It's the shape of the inside of the toilet pretty well. And so what happens is, as you pour your liquids or solids in there, for me, I'll pour this water in there to represent waste.
He was really trying to figure out how to say the word pee without sounding like disgusting.
What happens is, as you pour your liquids or solids in there, for me, I'll pour this water in there to represent waste.
He took like a good 3 seconds to try to figure out what can I say. Pee? No. Can I say urine? Waste. Like, you can hear his thought process.
And what happens is, when there's a lever right here on the side that you put your foot on and you press that down, and when you do, gravity pulls it down.
Okay.
So when you're done, you press this button right here. You can hear it turn on. So this right here runs for what I've seen for about 15 minutes.
15 minutes?
The toilet itself is vented. As you can see right here, it comes right out the back. You can hear the air coming out. So if there's any smell, it would be vented out here outside.
Dude, those people and whoever's camping out there is definitely gonna smell when someone goes to the bathroom with that vent right there. Dude, 15 minutes of electricity usage in order to heat that thing up? I don't think so. Oh my god. Yeah, maybe compost toilet is the way to go instead.
From what I've seen so far, there's very, very little smell, if next to none, except for a slight smoky smell. Then down below, there is a little pan right here you can see, and it pulls out. And that is literally just ash, and you take that ash and you throw it into a bag or whatnot, then you put it in your trash, just like you would anything else. It's completely germ-free. So instead of purchasing these things right here, you could buy a huge roll of wax paper and roll out 18 inches or whatever it is, cut it, roll out, cut it, do 100 of them, and then have like a little setup like that and just slide them all in there and just pull one out at a time. as opposed to having to buy these things, which are probably work better, but I'm sure you could figure something out yourself. That's what I'm getting at. Yeah, so this toilet solution is good if you...
Wait, these are literally... It's a piece of wax paper folded in two, and then the corners are just folded up once. Oh my god, that's like the simplest origami I've ever seen.
That's what I'm getting at. Yeah, so this...
Yeah, look at that. It's
I'm sure you can figure something out yourself. That's what I'm getting at.
Look at that. The fold right there suggests that it's literally... You unfold it, and it would just be the flat square that you'd get from fold. So you take a piece of wax paper, fold it in two, and then fold the corners up once. And then... What? That's all it is, and they're charging money for that? Seriously? They probably got somebody doing it by hand or whatever. Now I'm saving a pretty penny. Wax paper is super cheap at the grocery store. Anyway, I'm not buying this incinerated toilet. What a waste.
Yeah, so this toilet solution is good if you have land, like cheap land in the middle of nowhere that doesn't perk. You won't need a septic system, or if you're in a situation where a septic system is not an option, this is really, really good because you take the dust or the ash that's left over and put it in the trash.
Septic. No, not sepsis. You freaking septic system. Dominant, which domestic wastewater flows from for basic treatment. Oh, I see. So when like you pee and stuff, all that and like the toilet water and whatnot, all that's going to the septic system, and then it's recycling just the water, or the water gets treated or whatever. I get it. That's what you have underneath your house, if you live in like a neighborhood. Anyway.
Or spread it out across the land, whatever. Yeah, so of all the toilets I've used so far, composting, Nature's Head, the kind that you spin the contents around, which is pretty gross, and this one, I think this would be my preference for full-time tiny house living because of the cleanliness and the ease of use. And the only issue is the initial cost and the fact that it needs lots of power to use. So if you're off grid, it's pretty prohibitive. But overall, I'd say this one is my preference so far in a situation where you don't have a septic tank. All right, so that's the whole idea behind the incinerating toilet. It takes your waste and literally turns it into dust, into ash. I pulled this tray out and it's just like, looks like something you see from a fire pit the next day where you burn, wood or whatnot. It's just dust. It's a really cool idea. If you're off-grid, this thing seems to, I don't know exactly how many watts it uses, how much power it uses. If you have one, please say in the comments below. But it seems to use a lot of power, so if you're off-grid, it might be prohibitive. Unless you have a really big battery bank. If you're not off-grid, if you're on-grid, this seems like a really good solution because it's pretty practical in terms of like no smell. Just press a button and it gets to work. One issue is the upfront cost. I think these run like $1,800, which is expensive. And I don't know the longevity of them, but if they last a long time, I could see where it'd be a good idea as opposed to having to do compost and, fooling around with all that stuff. But some people like that.
Some people like that. Yeah, some people like just, pooping in a bunch of wood chips and having to grind that out in order to compost it. Yeah, I love that, man. I look forward to every bathroom break I can get. No. Does this eliminate the need to wipe your ash? Finding Nemo would be a lot different if they had this toilet installed. Would have been called cremating Nemo. Anyway, this toilet doesn't seem that great. 15-minute run to, like, every time you go to the bathroom, you gotta turn on a freaking high voltage heater for have a run for 15 minutes just to burn one of your poops. Yeah, I don't think so. Terrible. I'd rather just do a composting toilet and just deal with the aftermath of that. They got those composting toilets, which I want to get a composting toilet for my bedroom. Just because, I mean, they look like porta potty toilets, but maybe not for my bedroom. What is a composting toilet? Cool. Okay, so basically, you take a poop, and then you pour a bunch of like wood chips and stuff on top of it. If the average person flushes 5 times a day, dude, who's flushing 5 times a day? I understand if you have like a medical thing and like you're constipated or you have chronic diarrhea or something, then yeah, 5 times a day, that makes sense. But for the average person should be doing like maybe 3. Haven't you guys ever heard the saying, if it's yellow, let it mellow. If it's brown, flush it down. It means don't waste water when you just take a piss. That's all it means. Jeez, human beings. $2 gallons of water per flush? Oh my god. $2 gallons of water would last me like a week of like drinking water. That's how much you waste per flush. Jeez. Why are we using fresh water for flushing anyway? Oh, so it's an outhouse. Self-contained houses the entire, usually beneath a molten cell. These types of toilets are usually found in RVs, boats, and tiny homes. They have to be emptied by hand. Where's the other type? The other type is a central or removed toilet. These toilets direct solid and sometimes liquid waste to a remote composter located somewhere else on the property. Think of a sort of compost or septic tank. Larger systems can connect multiple toilets, making them ideal for large homes. That's probably what I'd want. They do not make this look great. Although this would be a good squatting toilet. You guys know, like, when you poop, squatting is the way to go. Especially if you're constipated. Because when, what happens is... squatty potties. You look at, like, Yeah, here it is. So, when you're standing up, or when you're like sitting down or whatever, like when you're sitting straight, your passageway is actually being blocked a little bit. But when you squat, and you lift your legs up, then your pelvic muscle, or your pelvic bone actually adjusts itself better, so that you have a clear passage down. So that's the biology behind it. I mean, you see that? It's when you're sitting straight, it goes kind of like that. But then when you're squatting, it there's more of a direct pathway. Like, it's not gonna be 100% unless you're gonna break your legs or something for it. But it's a lot easier to get it out. I've had times where I've been like constipated, like really bad, and it just won't come out. But then the instant I squat, it just all comes out. Like, my muscles are actually able to work properly. So I know it's kind of gross to talk about, but like scientifically, like biologically, human beings were always supposed to squat. You think about like the time before we had toilets, we were in the wilderness, and we just, drop our pants if we had pants, and then squat. And then squat, right? We're not sitting down on the ground as we take a poop. We're hovering our butts right above it. So that angle has been natural to human beings when we poop, like, for thousands of years. So toilets are kind of a more modern invention. So yeah, your sphincter. Same applies during sex too. Typically, this might be TMI, but it's there's a reason why, like, missionary position is typically like the girl will have her legs bent up when she spreads, because that creates an easier path for entry, so to speak. So this would be a good. So anyway, off of that topic, this is a good section. This is a good way to squat. You can have your legs spread almost full open while squatting, so I would benefit from something like that. Especially if you have like constipation issues or whatever, like I do, then it's really easy. Even just getting a step stool. Because what I have right now is I have a step stool in front of my toilet. It doesn't give me that 35-degree angle that you want, but it's, my legs are bent up a little bit, and so that even that is better compared to just the full sitting position. So even just a basic step stool in front of your toilet seat is going to be significantly more helpful, as long as it's a step stool where you can put both your feet on it. So. Keep the toilet moist but not wet. What the frick? I want like animated diagrams of this. No, not videos. Yeah, see, I mean, they're just putting like kitty litter in there or whatever, so. Anyway. Oh, yeah, this one has the crank. This one's expensive though. Yeah, $1,000. And you don't even get like the composting stuff either. This stupid thing, it has that front tank on the left side is for urine, and then the back part is for waste. So actually, they don't give like a top-down view of the toilet for some reason on this listing. But if they did, you would actually see that that when you're sitting down, then the front So like the left. So on the left there's a hole for your pee, and then on the right or the back, there's a hole for your poop. So your pee gets filtered into this little bucket down here, and then your poop gets filtered into the bigger storage tank with the crank here. So where your compost is gonna be. So it's terrible for girls it's okay, but for guys it's terrible because that means we have to pee sitting down. Because there's no way we could make it into the little hole here. Technically we could, I guess, but it's be a pain in the butt. Whatever. If I was living by myself, I would just go pee outside, to be honest. If the user isn't scared of human excrement. Can I get a good image of it open? No. See, look, they put in their camper. Or their little tent there. They have a tent specifically for the porta potty. It'd be so gross. I'd rather just keep it outside at that point. The problem with this is that it does smell, so you need to have this exhaust pipe leading to the outside somehow. So for tiny homes, that's accessible, but see, okay, here it is. So the pee goes in these two holes, and then the poop is going to drop through this chute right here. And then your poop will drop into a pile of wood chips and other biodegradable material, and you're going to and then you spin the crank, and this turns in order to mix your poop in with the wood chips and stuff. So anyway.
All round, it's what works for us.
Yeah, very nicely done. So you've only recently moved into the tiny house, but how's it working out for you so far?
Yeah, it's been a week yesterday, so things are working out really good so far.
Love it. Just, when you visualize something and it's really unusual in life that it's exactly how you visualized it to be, but it's, everything that we thought, everything that we had planned and imagined, it's just perfect.
And what did your children think of the tiny house?
Well, when we first told them, they thought we were mad.
They probably still do.
They probably still do, but yeah, they know we're a little bit crazy. So this is probably really not unusual, but yeah, I think they're just happy for us. They want us to.
This is a full house. This is like half of a full house. They got the kitchen, the living room, and the master bedroom. So they basically have half of a modern house. It's not that much different from regular living if you build it out to be this, this good or whatever.
Slow down. They're always going on about us slowing down and enjoying life more and spending more time with them. So that's what, 2021 and 2022 is.
That meat and cheese board.
Just slow down a bit, enjoy our surroundings and enjoy our family and friends. Yeah.
Great. And can we talk about the cost that was involved in building this home?
Yeah, so we started off at about $165,000, but it was really important for us to get council consent. And then we looked at, were we going to go off grid or not? And we decided to still be prepared to go off grid and have solar, but at the moment we don't. So obviously we attached ourselves to the main house where we're staying and did all the right things with the plumbing and that. So yeah, we started off at about $165,000 and we've gone a little bit over that by the time we did our deck and all those bits and pieces. So yeah, really, really happy. Waking up in the tiny house now, actually
$165,000, and then they went over that, so you could probably assume $200,000. I can just get a full house for $200,000. Like, the whole point of tiny house living, there's 2 points of tiny house living. One is the cost, and two is the size difference, right? So if you're very minimalist, if you don't need a large space, you know, or like especially if you're single or you're retired, then you don't really need all that space, and it would be a lot harder to walk around. So just having 2 or 3 rooms would be beneficial for like kind of this easygoing, simple life. That's very appealing. But I think the majority of the reason like why people get a tiny house is for the cost. I don't need a big house. Why am I paying big house prices for a big house, So, if you're the kind of person who's fine with renting a room in like a 4-bedroom apartment with 3 other roommates, then why don't you just build a small place that small, as small as a room and a kitchen, but it being your own, So that's sort of where the tiny house comes into play. So you're fine with a small space, but really you're downgrading the cost of your life. So obviously this couple probably owned their own home and then sold it or whatever. So plus they work 2 very prestigious jobs. So I mean, police detective and troubled youth counselor, that's probably, both of those are probably going to bring in a lot of income. So that's where they can splurge. But for the average millennial who can't get a career in with his degree, and is working at freaking Lowe's or Home Depot or something, a tiny house is going to be appealing because he can't survive otherwise. So I can't survive otherwise. My last job, I could have kept that job forever if I lived in a tiny home, because my expenses would have been so little that I could have survived off of a little income, right? As long as, I have a tiny home and I own it and all that. So, but whenever I see these videos, because I'll see these videos, and the video's over, by the way. They're just going to talk about their philosophy and stuff. When I see these videos and they suggest some really high price tag, it's like it almost defeats the purpose. I mean, this is a new experience for them and blah, 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 right? So it's probably pretty nice for them. Plus they are probably saving money by even though it is an expensive place, they're probably still saving money compared to what the real estate prices are in Great Britain, which is where they're at. But yeah, it's just, I mean, people are out there living in their vans and stuff, right? Like a van conversion, People are living in freaking like this, right? They're just living with literally a bed, a countertop, and probably a sink and a toilet. And obviously, you can do all of this with the vehicle included. You probably do all this for like 10 grand, as compared to freaking 165. So the main allure for this, at least for me, is the cost, right? I want to be in a tiny home because it has a tiny cost to it. That's the whole point. And plus, any bozo can just buy a small plot of land in the middle of nowhere and do whatever he wants with it. So, I can make one of these. And then I can make one of these and then just park it on top of a plot of land. You go to Maine land for sale. You go on here, and like price a little high. One acre of land. 20 grand. Yeah, I'll have to chop down a few trees and stuff to clear out a space, but then I could park one of these vans on it. 10 grand for the van, 20 grand for the land. I mean, you're looking at $30,000 for, you know, a comfortable place for me to sleep. I mean, that's what it is. Obviously, you know, Maine is probably not the place to go. So how about Louisiana land? Here we go. Louisiana land for sale. It doesn't snow in Louisiana, so that's why. Load high. 7,000. 0.2 acres. I don't need more than 0.2 acres for a friggin' plot of land. One full acre. I could park a van here, live in it, you know, live in one of these, and then, you know, just park it on top of the land, and then just cut the grass, buy some cows and a fence. I'm good to go, right? Forever. So, in fact, honestly, I could probably just do that. I don't even have to immigrate to another country, but, you know, I want to immigrate to another country because obviously, you know, I don't want to be living inside a little van like this for the rest of my life, especially if I'm staying in one place. So I would prefer to have my own house. And, you know, for this price, oh, this is nice. You know, for this price, I might as well just yeah. You know, I might as well just, you know, 15 plus 10, you know, just a little bit more, and I could buy like my own house in Sweden. So I might as well just leave the country at these prices. Like, it's doable. You want to stay in the country and deal with all the politics that are here that are inevitably going to affect all our lives. It's possible. You can do it. You know, see, couple builds, light and airy, 35 grand, tiny home. $10,000 off the grid tiny house with huge solar system.
I think what attracts so many of us to the idea of tiny houses and off-the-grid living is the concept of freedom. Being able to break out of the daily grind and do something in the world that you're truly excited about. And that is exactly what's happened with this next young family who have built a beautiful off-the-grid tiny home that's allowed them to explore their passions.
Look at that. These people did it for $10,000. Good for them. You know, they got a little farm there and all that good stuff. I don't know how they've got that many solar panels for that cheap, but you know.
Thing nearly, aside from a couple of packs of timber for the flooring and etc., it was recycled.
Yeah, the idea is to actually build our home on a block, and we just really wanted to live in this place and look at the sun and how the whole thing worked, the seasons, watch the kangaroos come through, and then really design accordingly.
Well, I'm a stonemason as well.
The kangaroos are right there. How about those kangaroos? Wish they lived in that house. God, do kangaroos have opposable thumbs? They could probably open doors. Oh, Jesus. A tree kangaroo worked out how to open a door handle while breaking into a lodge in Atherton, Queensland. It's pretty funny.
And I have a passion, we both have a passion for stone, living in France and Italy and Switzerland, hence the stone that we have prepared from that work, which we'll put into a static house.
And how long ago did you build the tiny house?
So we built it 2.5 years ago.
Yeah, I felt pregnant with my second little one, so we had a good little start with her here.
Yeah.
Wonderful. And
she was pregnant while she was building this house. Oh my God. Talk about a trooper.
Family of 4 in here now then.
That's right.
I see you've got a really nice playground there for the kids as well.
Yes, the kids loving to be outside. They're just living outdoors, The weather is not bad weather. In any kind of season, they're just going outside.
Well, from the outside, this place looks absolutely brilliant. It is hard to believe that all of the materials come from the hard rubbish. I cannot wait to see what you've done with the inside of the place. Can we check it out?
Certainly.
Come and have a look.
Thank you very much.
Oh, it sounds like I'm just assuming here, but they bought the land, and then they actually just used the resources, like cutting down the trees and stuff, and breaking the stone that was on their land naturally, and they used those to build this house. That's why they got away with a 10 grand price tag, is because they didn't have to spend on a lot of their building materials. Whereas, if I were to buy something like this, right? Where it's literally just a patch of grass, I would have to, and I want to build a house on it, I would have to buy every single plank of wood. Because I don't own these trees in the back, I'm not allowed to cut those down. Whereas, in comparison to that, if I were to buy, where was it? Oh, there's one in Maine. There's no trees here. The ones in Maine, you look at how many trees that yields you, right? So you could technically use the materials from the trees. Those trees are a little thin, though. Maine might not be the best area for this, but you could use all the scraps of wood and stuff, I guess. I don't know how that would work, honestly. I'm not a construction person, but I don't know. Technically it's possible. These guys look like they have bigger trees, so they could produce like lumber and stuff from them. Anyway, I want to see what the inside of this house looks like.
This place is just so cozy.
Wow. Look at that. Look at what you could just build. So great. A lot of stairs, though.
With all of the timber in here, it really has that cabin feel, doesn't it?
Yeah, we both have an affinity with timber. I used to build guitars. I have done that for quite a few years. So obviously that's a bit of a passion, we want to see timber.
So you used to make guitars. Is this one of yours?
Yeah, that's one of mine. I built that when I was about 19 years old.
Wow. Dang. I could be building guitars right now? Hell yeah.
So just the other year, really.
Well, I can see where you got your absolute love of working with timber.
Yeah, that's one of mine. I built that when I was about 19 years old. So just the other year, really.
Well, I can see where you got your absolute love of working with timber from. And the design in here is really nice. First of all, let's talk about this spectacular staircase, because this is really interesting how you've done this.
Yeah, that was just an open staircase. We figured with steel, you can actually save a lot of weight in a tiny house. It really depends on how you engineer it, but you can save a lot of weight by doing that. And also, I guess there's a bit of an open feel, as you can see through the risers.
The staircase tends sometimes to block it off, especially if you.
Dude, if somebody trips on that staircase, it's bye-bye. Like, that would be so painful. You gotta have real athletic legs in order to be marching up and down those stairs every day. So those are some tall steps. My gosh. My lazy butt wouldn't be able to. At least I could do my staircase exercises.
Have to. So we thought we'll just leave that open and you can still sit on the couch and talk through the step to somebody else.
Absolutely, I can see why that's very important. And then it looks like you've built in a lot of storage in here as well.
He's so dismissive about it.
Leave that open and you can still sit on the couch and talk through the step to somebody else.
Absolutely, I can see why that's very important.
He's just like, I'm moving on. That's very important that you can talk through the steps. Ha ha ha. Yeah, I'm listening to you guys. This guy has like just a few specific like phrases that he uses to like dismiss people and then change the topic in order to get his video. It's hilarious.
And then it looks like you've built in a lot of storage in here as well, and I'm guessing that is all accessed via that ladder over there.
That's right. Well done. Not everybody gets it.
Most people ask the question, but well done. And it works.
Perfect.
It's mostly for things that we don't need often. You know, dehydrators, things that you pull out every now and then.
And then here behind me right now, we've got your lounge and seating area.
Yeah, so I've upholstered those couches, and we've just created the 2 drawers at the bottom. One I've got the clothes of the little baby one, and then the toys, because the toys always end up in the couch anyway, so I thought might as well just make a drawer and just throw them all back in.
Fantastic. And do you find the couch space to be big enough for when you're chilling out with the family?
Oh,
You always need more, don't you? Especially at
I
this
think
size.
that is probably something I do differently now when I build tiny houses, but like everything, you just make it work, and it does.
Yeah, I was going to say, because it looks like you're about the same size as me, and I think I'd probably barely fit on that couch. But
That's why you're always in the corner.
That's the king's corner, that one, and then the kids have to deal with us, so they just have to get what's left.
Good thinking, I like it. And I really like what you've done with the dining table here, because of course living in a tiny house as a family, having those family meals together is so important, isn't it?
Yes,
Yeah.
that's it. That's exactly right. That was our original thought.
Oh,
Yeah,
It's
so
a
it was
pull-out
crucial.
table.
And the ability to actually have people here. We can seat 8 people, including 2 kids seated here. We have an extra table there.
We love entertainment.
They have a separate table there. Why would they have 8 people in this cramped house? Oh my god. I can't imagine. Oh my gosh. Like, my wife and 2 kids, that's totally fine. But, you know, after that, I don't know.
So we've got lots of friends and obviously got kids and yeah.
Nah.
So we like
Well, that's a good use of the table, though. That's, you know, I'll admit that.
to open up that possibility to keep doing that, inviting people over.
Absolutely, and it looks like you've even built additional storage into the seating here too.
That's right. That was a pretty good idea because Glide was working as a stonemason. He wanted to sit just comfortably on the chair when he come back home. So that was the idea.
Yeah.
He didn't want just a stool. And then that's nice storage for my dirty washing, some extra jackets for the kids and, you know, cameras and things that you might not use all the time, but hey, it works well.
And I can really tell that you love to entertain and that you love to cook, because you have put a lot of time and effort into this kitchen, haven't you?
Yeah, that was a big priority for us too. Something that was actually usable as a regular house kitchen is. And it's possible in a tiny house.
Yeah, it is. And I got Italian blood, so the kitchen is pretty important. And I like to do the whole lot myself as much as I can. My fermentations, my bread, pickles, and you name it. So I really didn't want to get sick of having a small kitchen, and I wanted that to be right. So we have full-size bench tops, a double bin with a composting at the bottom here, a normal oven, electric, the stove top, I liked it gas, and we have a dishwasher, like a small little dishwasher. Yeah, and double sink, just when needed.
So we've got storage in the top of the sink there as well. Storage and drying, so in Italian style, we did it that way.
Excellent. And then is that your bathroom through there?
That is.
Can we check it out?
Go and have a look.
All right.
He's gonna do the whole.
This is a nice bathroom.
He didn't do the whole cutting thing. They didn't show him walking to the bathroom from his backside, like they did in the other video.
Composting toilet there, nice vanity.
Yeah, it has everything. It's pretty pokey, but you know, that's what you get in a tiny house.
Understandably.
Yeah.
And how do you find the bathroom works for the family?
It's absolutely perfect. We've got a raised.
But so that's you don't have that, right? See, if I had this much land and I had this little tiny house, I would have a hot tub. I'd have one of those like Japanese circular wooden hot tubs, like just right out here, and then just like attached to a water heater. And then I would just have it like in the front yard. Ooh, it'd be so good. Getting one of those saunas. Yeah, one of these. I put one of these. This is where I'm getting my bath. Hey, look at that with the steps. And you just dip in there. Oh, heck yeah, dude. Ooh. Ooh. Robert's Hot Tubs. I want one of these. Oh my god. Ofuro soaking tubs. What is... One of these! Oh, I know these. You know, I could probably just make one myself, to be honest. Just give me some wood. I'm not going to pay $10,000. I mean, I know it's from cedar tree. When the hot water fills up different wood, different like wooden hot tubs, a little bit of that woody smell comes off of the wood because it's steamed by the water, and you get this nice, really nice zen, relaxing feeling. So, be very nice. Anyway. I just need one that's like tall enough for me to where I could comfortably submerge my shoulders. You're telling me I could just have one of these? Oh, it's only 4 feet in height. Ooh, a little shallow for me. At 1,000... Oh. That's the diameter. No. The only people who are going to be using this are me and my girl. We can afford to be close together. Why are these all like 4 feet tall? Come on, bro. I don't need this to be... I need this to be higher. This one is probably higher. 4 foot height. Okay, they're all 4 foot height. I guess I'm not going to freaking get anything different. Ah, a real jacuzzi. Yeah, they're not going to give me any more height to it, I guess. Anyway, this is all I want. Honestly, just dive. Just dive into it. Or just drop myself into it. Just sit down. Oh, wonderful. I want it. There's been so many times this winter where I just get this urge to like submerge my body up to my neck in hot water. Oh, I want to live in a cold country. If I go to Sweden, I'm getting one of these. Like whatever plot of land I get, I'm getting one of these. I don't care if I'm getting like a 1-bedroom apartment. This is going in the living room. Like it's been my dream to own a hot tub. And one of these, the wooden ones, would be so authentic. Oh. Not one of those plastic, jacuzzis or whatever. Those are disgusting. These ones, disgusting. No. Ew. I had a friend who had one of these. That was cool. We hung out in it and stuff from time to time. But it's like it was just so much. I don't know. Plastic really takes away from it, in my opinion. The ones in the ground at like hotels and stuff that are cement, those are nice. I like when they put them in homes, but again, it's the plastic. Ugh. No. Hotels with private in-room whirly pools. That is not a jacuzzi tub. You're lying to me. That's a regular bathtub. There we go, one of these. Look at that. That authentic feel. Why is she wearing a towel in the water? With the bamboo. Oh my god, guys. With the bamboo. You get the bamboo to go clunk, clunk, clunk as the water pours into it, and then it gets heavy, and then it falls and smacks against the wooden frame, and the water pours out until it gets lighter again, and then it goes back up and starts getting filled up with water again. Oh, wonderful. Ah, what a dream. I want one of these. Just want to I just want to like lay face down in the water. Not a bad way to go. Not a bad way at all. I guess I would just be face up in the water, honestly. Water to get my ears, though. I just love hot tubs, though. Oh my god. That's like my thing is hot tubs. Oh, look at her. Yeah, those guys are really liking it, huh? You have to use fresh natural water with no chlorine. I don't like going swimming and then having to take a shower after I've gone swimming. So you need that because the swimming pools have chlorine in them. Keep the water clean. No. We're doing fresh water, and the water needs a filtration system. Pay extra for that. Ooh, that stone slab. Hell yeah! Look at that. Look at that stone slab. Ooh, that's like not marble. It's kind of like titanium almost. Anyway, that's nice. Anything but plastic. Anything but plastic. Don't eat plastic. Relax in there. Dude, if you put a TV here, I would never get out. I would never get out. Probably spend my whole life in that freaking hot tub. Wonderful. Needs the bamboo thing, though. You can get one of these made out of bamboo. Hell yeah. Imagine like being outside and it's like freezing cold outside, but then you just have your wooden hot springs here. Ooh. And then it's just like super warm. You feel the cool chill on your face, and on your body, but then you submerge yourself in the hot water. Oh, that'd be the best feeling. You never want to leave. You never want to leave. It's like when you take a hot shower and then you stop and then you turn the water off and it's cold outside and you don't want to go back to that cold, dark world. I'd pay for this. I'd work for this. I'd work a job for this. I don't care. I'll get on a finance plan and pay it off month by month. I don't care. It's worth it. Wood-fired hot tub. 2-seater. Hey, $3,000. Hell yeah. Wait, can I just get this right now? I could. Instead of my TV, I could have bought a hot tub from my room. Oh, gross. Oh, no, it's plastic. Never mind. God, freaking plastic. If I was allowed to get rid of one thing in the entire universe, like one element, it would be plastic. Or well, it would be fossil fuels. Plastic is made out of fossil fuels, so it's made out of coal and oil, I believe. So yeah, I'd get rid of fossil fuels. That way, all plastic in the world would disappear, and then everything made out of plastic would break. But then also all cars would stop working, so that'd be hilarious.
Works perfectly.
And then upstairs we've got the sleeping lofts. I'm guessing one's for you and one's for the kids.
Yeah, that's right.
That's right. Yeah.
Fantastic. Should we check out the kids one first?
Absolutely.
This is really cute. You've even got the stars on the ceiling here.
Yeah, she loves it. It's pretty cozy. That's her little corner. It's got all her little books and her little lights.
So it's just the oldest kid sleeping in this loft then?
That's right, yeah. We designed the tiny house when she was with us, and then the other little one came around, so she's still with us, so she's still pretty little.
So is the plan to extend this loft so that both of them can eventually sleep in this space, or are you hoping to be in the other house by that time?
Oh, we'll see. I'm not very sure about that, but we definitely have some plan as to how we can extend this loft and just create her own little nook behind this cupboard here. Yeah, we probably will end up doing that soon enough.
Well, should we check out
That's really nice.
Behind this cupboard.
The wall, the shelf system here blocks off the little girl from having to see everything else. So she gets like her privacy up here. Because this kind of house, you don't get a whole lot of privacy, but you hide behind. But, you know, in this corner, you can kind of hide behind the shelf when you sleep and stuff. I mean, privacy is super important, especially for kids. So.
Bit here. Yeah, we probably will.
That's a good
doing that soon
functionality.
enough.
Well, should we check out your sleeping loft then?
Good idea.
Oh, this is a comfy looking loft. Glad you're already settled in up here.
Oh, yeah, I'm good, thanks.
And how do you find the sleeping loft works out for you?
Okay, well, it's my first king-size bed ever, and I'm a king-size bloke, so this is perfect. It's absolutely very, very comfortable. One fear that I had was that it was going to be too tight here and I was going to feel claustrophobic in the loft, and I think it's just worked out so naturally. I think I just have not felt that one little bit in here, and the way that the stairs work, by the time you're up here, you're horizontal anyway, so it's just really, really kind of natural. It feels good.
So is this the side that you're each normally on?
How'd you guess?
Now, because the little one is with us, it used to be the tall side of his, but the short of mine. But
Yeah.
I was going to say, that would make more sense.
but now that the little one's with us, just here, so
Yeah.
yeah. Oh,
Just there. Dude, if the baby gets up and like crawls out, she can fall down the stairs that are over here.
but
that's-
now that the little one's with us,
That's a
just here,
fear
so
that I would have
yeah,
as a
I'll have to
parent.
swap with her.
And you've got lots of clothing storage up here as well.
Yeah, the thing is over here. She could just go off the stairs. Oh, no.
Really, I think I just have not felt that one little bit in here, and the way that the stairs work, by the time you're up here, you're horizontal anyway, so.
Yeah, their little baby bed is right here, no railings or anything, so baby could easily just crawl off and go down the stairs. I would be so scared for my little kid if that was the case. There's a reason why cribs are built like cages, so that the baby can't like escape when you're not supervising it. So these people obviously have a lot of like willingness to spend time with their kids, so the baby doesn't need, you know, the baby gets its freedom anyway, so you don't need that.
So it's just,
The tall side of his, but the little one's with us, just here, so
yeah.
I'll have to swap with her.
And you've got lots of clothing storage up here as well.
Yeah, I mean, we've sort of have a few sets of clothes and that's about it.
See, what
And
I
a
would
pair as well.
do
Yeah.
is I would put this on the other side of the bed, scoot the bed towards here. Yeah, you got to crawl over the bed. You don't get a little walkway here, but at least, you know, the tall dude gets his tall side, and then the mother, you know, the baby's kind of trapped in the corner over there. So yeah, put this little crib right here and scoot the bed this way. That way the baby gets its crib, or gets its bed over here. The mom can stay on her designated side, and then there's a little bit of open walking space here in case the baby wants to explore or anything. It gets this little crevice, so you kind of know where it is at all times. But no. I would not, like, oh my god, I'm not even a parent, and I'm already thinking of this stuff. But I mean, hindsight is 2020. Obviously, when you're just starting to make the build of the house, you know, you can't, it's harder to see these sort of little situations. So
But now that the little one's with us, just
Here as well.
Yeah, I mean, we've sort of have a few sets of clothes and that's about it.
and it creates a bit of a privacy as well. And for the kid, it's a bit of a safety.
Should we head back downstairs?
Yeah,
Yeah.
certainly.
I kind of realized I'm a really good critic, but not a really good creator. Like, if you create something, I can find all the nuances and all of the details, but also all of the flaws in it. But you know, and I can look at and see potential problems even beyond what the creator would be able to see looking back at it. But I cannot create anything on my own originally for anything. Like, building my own house. Oh God, like I'm not, like I wouldn't know where to start. It's sort of that thing. So I'd probably have more flaws than any of these people would in something that I create. And then I would create it, and then I would finish it, and then I'd see all the flaws, and I'd be like, shoot, God dang it, and then I'm gonna have to smash it all and then adjust as needed. So that's why I haven't created anything yet. It's because, or that's not why, but I can't create from scratch. That's probably why I'm not a good artist either. I can envision a finalized picture in my head, but I don't know where to start in order to go towards that, How do I draw a person? If the drawing of a person needs multiple layers, then that's going to be really hard for me to accomplish. You guys know how it's like, you draw like the circle for the head, and then you draw those lines that show like where the person is pointing and all that stuff. Like I can't do any of that. That's like way beyond me. So conceptually, obviously I could put pen to paper and just splurge something on the piece of paper, but it's not good. Visualizing what I want the end product to be and knowing where to start in order to achieve that's probably the most difficult step. So for any artist, I imagine.
Now, it's been about 2.5 years since you've built this tiny house. How are you finding it?
I think it is absolutely fantastic, and it's a lot to do with the functionality of it and it being completely off the grid. We spend about $15 a month on gas bottles, and that's our bill. It is so good that I decided to share that with other people and offer my skills in that area to build tiny houses, basically. Yeah, so basically the whole career change for me, I came from something there was a lot of financial potential and a lot of chance to move up in the ranks, whatever that is. And it was a great job too, with great people. And I pulled the pin on it to do something that was actually totally sitting right with me internally. Also for the other advantage of being able to spend time with my family, and it was very effective because it's worked perfectly, and I have been present. I've been a present father. And I'm really proud to say that.
Now, obviously,
good for you.
all of the labor...
Good for him. Good for him. God. He can do his business from home. And then he's able to be there for his kids and stuff. He gave up his career, which would have eaten all of his time and wasn't really a show of his true passions. And he transitioned to something that he loved, was still sustainable, and he could do it on his own. That's what success is. That's what success is. Success is finding something you want to do and working it into your life to where you can live the kind of life you want to. Not getting, not this whole BS about, I gotta work for the rest of my life, but at least I get to choose where to work. No. It's how do I come up with, how do I create the life that I want to live? That's what it is. And working a 9-to-5 job isn't always the answer to that. So, good on him. Absolutely good on him. That's where I'm at. I'm at this transitional period in my life where I want to achieve that. I want to figure out how to get up to that point, to where I can be there and I can spend time with my wife. I can spend time with my kids, and I can spend time on myself, and with the things that I enjoy doing and whatnot. So I want to transition to that, but it's hard. That's why I watch these kind of videos, is to see what the possibilities are, to see what's out there, and then to be able to pick and choose all of that. So man, so yeah, anyway, I'm happy for people who are able to do that. I'm happy for people like him who are able to reduce the expenses in his life and then still find something to do that is able to put food on the table, and but where he gets to actually, he's allowed his life, so I feel like America also presents the opportunity to be able to do that, but the path that's given to you since you're a kid isn't like that. Because, we get shoved down this idea that, oh, we're going to have to get a job someday. That we're blind to the opportunities to do something else instead. So, good for people like him who have gotten away from that. Not as this like personal vindication of like, oh, screw society and whatnot. Like I kind of have, but just simply out of like, this is what he wanted to do, and he figured out how to make it work. And, it's something that came from him. So, good. I'm happy for people like this, honestly. And I hope to, be able to do the same in the future.
I've been a present father, and I'm really proud to say that.
Now, obviously, all of the labor in this house was done by yourselves, and it sounds like you've managed to recycle and upcycle a lot of materials in the build of this home. But all of that into consideration, what was the budget for building this house?
It's really tricky to say, because I guess it was built with labor and going and sourcing materials. So I don't exactly know what the overall cost was. I'd say without the solar array and everything, I might have spent 10,000.
Fantastic, a really great result for this home. Well, I can really see that this is a house that was built with a tremendous amount of skill and love for what you do. Thank you both so much for sharing it with me.
Thank you, Bryce.
Thank you for coming.
Cheers. This really is such a wonderful home. I love the use of solar power and renewable energies, but most of all, what I really love more than anything about this home is the way that it has allowed this family to really come together. It set Glade on a completely new path where he gets to do a job that he loves, but most importantly, he gets to be around his family. He gets to watch his kids grow up, and there is absolutely no dollar sign that can be put on that.
100%. Absolutely 100%. I'm surprised he commented on that too, but yeah. That is success. That's what success is. Being able to have the time and the flexibility to spend it with the people that you love. And to spend it with in the life that you want to live. That's what success is. Not getting a great position at your career, being the head of the company, or any of that, or getting promotions at work. That's not success. His favorite thing about being in and building his own tiny house is that he's able to be present as a father. Multiple people are commenting on how he said he's able to be a present father. This must resonate with a lot of people. I mean, I'm not the only one here. It seems like a lot. This person, I would love to live a simple life like this. My husband, who's the head of M&A in a tax-registered multi-billion-dollar company, leaves the house at 8 a.m. and doesn't return until 8:30 or 9 at night. The kids basically only see him on the weekends, and he's always exhausted and irritated by work and weekend calls with shareholders. The whole lot. It's crazy. At some point, money doesn't improve your quality of life. It just enslaves you to work for itself. 100%. Absolutely 100%. It's such a shame.
This home, but all of that
Because I guess it was built with all array and everything.
really with me.
Thank you.
I really to reset.
And time present, I've been a family, and it was very effective because it's worked perfectly. And I have been present. I've been a present father, and I'm really proud to say that.
Now, obviously, all of the labor.
Your work will wait on you to show a kid a rainbow, but the rainbow will not wait until your work is done. I'm surprised the Chinese came up with that. China is such a mess right now. All these sayings about life and having to enjoy life and, live an experience for yourself and all that. It's those statements are typically said by cultures where overworking and not being able to live your life is a problem. I guess that makes sense. Statements like that are more likely to show up in places where people need them the most. I could barely I kind of conceptualized in my head my own van idea, but that's just one room. I had a box truck idea, so I had a drop down mattress and everything like that. But a tiny house is a very big thing, so I would definitely need a collaboration for that. The problem isn't the house at this point, it's the land. Yeah, I can build a nice little shack for 10 grand and have it insulated and solar powered and all that. But land. People just own too much of it. You know, back in the day, you could have like, what would you have? No. You have like, where's the image? This, okay? Not that. This. A plot of land, and you have like 10 people in this land ready to settle. They each pick a spot and build a house on top of it. That's what you have. Back in the day, that's all you needed to do. But now we have so many people that like just, you know, like if this area was in America, there would be like half a city on top of this harbor. And you know, every square inch of the land would be owned by somebody or for sale by somebody. And it's like, you know, I romanticize the idea of these tiny homes, but the issue isn't building the home. You can build a home any which way, and you could, you know, all of these are a million good ideas on these YouTube videos, but you need the land in order to do it. And if you watch these videos, typically the person will say like, oh yeah, you know, my friend owned a plot of land, or, oh, this was, you know, this plot of land wasn't being used, and you know, but my grandfather owned it, so I figure I'll just do it, or, oh, I got a really good deal off the land, or whatever it is, right? I don't know where these people got their plot of land, but food and shelter. That's all we need as human beings. A food and shelter and a place to keep it all. That's all we need. So I can buy the plot of land, build a house on top of it, grow my own stuff. That's all you need. That's all you need. Solar panels and a satellite for internet. It's all done. That's all you need. Oh, we already burned through that 3-hour playlist. And a hot tub. That's one of life's essentials, is a hot tub. A Japanese hot tub. That's all we need. I want to go to Japan and actually sit in one of these. Experience the wonders. God, I could just fall asleep in this. They have, when I used to look at the expansive mansions or whatever, they had, whatchamacallit? They had like a giant pool, and they would have like the lounge chairs half submerged in the pool of water, so you could lay down in the chair in the water. So it's like if I put like one of those, you guys have seen it before at like water parks, water park chair. Yeah, you guys have seen these like these recliners at water parks. They would have one of these in a pool of water to where the top part where your head is sticking out of the water. So you could actually just lay down on the chair like you would normally and lay on it and, you know, even fall asleep while in the water, while most of your body is submerged in the water. So I just imagine I'd probably just get one of these and then just plop it into the hot tub and then just lay in it. Like, just go to sleep. have a movie playing on a TV or something. Don't even have to have that, just... If I lived here, obviously, I would just look at the trees. I'd probably just spend like my entire life just looking at the trees, honestly. That's all I need. I don't need much. I have time for my video games and stuff, but this sort of environment gives like true meditation. Or a true way to meditate. Not in a crowded public area. Ugh. Can't get comfortable there. But like here? Ooh, just looking out. Hell yeah. Even during the summer, jacuzzis are very nice. I've actually found that because I'll go to the jacuzzi during the summer sometimes, and I'll get in the hot water, and it's actually nice because when you get out of the jacuzzi, the outside air is actually colder than in the jacuzzi. So, you know, I mean, you're good to go, pretty much. What the heck? Is that like photoshopped? What a weird image. 15 Japanese soaking tubs that will help you find your zen. Yeah, you know what, article? I'll just look at the pictures of the hot tubs and I'll find my zen there for sure, 100%. Ugh. Why would I put my facial products in front of the mirror? Why would I want that clutter? Anyway, I like this bathroom. The step down. They're referencing step down tubs. When you're stepping down into the tub that's flush with the floor. It's like those hot springs from Ghost of Tsushima. Spa-like feeling when you're stepping down into the tub. The step-up tubs have small stairs that lead up to them, have a throne-like feeling. So do you want to feel like you're underground, or do you want to feel like you're above ground? You're just gonna mini. How much? How much? If it's under 500, I'll buy it. $9,000. Out of stock. How are you out of stock? See, I can put this in my bedroom. Ooh, stainless. That's what it was. Stainless steel. Yeah, look at that. Have a whole room dedicated to this. Oh my god. I need one where I can stretch my legs though. I want to have that option. Ooh, deep tub. Look at that. It's just a square block. Octagon extra deep tub. Extra deep. Dude, how was that girl last night? Oh man, I went extra deep. Like an octagon tub. Hilarious. Oh, it's just an acrylic. Will these help me find my zen, huh? Ooh, look at that. Look at that wooden finish. Ooh. Now I just gotta get a wallpaper that looks like that. UFO bath? Ugh, that's not deep enough. It looks like one of those dishes. Like one of those like where the soy sauce container. Soy sauce cup. Yeah, it looks like one of these. Not off Amazon, you piece of poop. Images. It's one of these. It's one of these. Nah, it's the 100% one of those. Nah. That's what it looks like. It looks like they just took a soy sauce container cup and just, you know, increased the size of it in Photoshop and just put it into a regular image of an empty room. That's what it looks like. Ooh, with the shower, with the rainfall shower. I like the concept of rainfall showers. They're very nice. You see them in the $1 Million Mansion homes, but I don't think the water pressure is going to be enough, honestly. I'm a guy who, you know, I like my showers to be like really pressurized. Like the water has to be like attacking my skin in order for me to feel refreshed. It's really weird. You can put your stuff on here. I could have a full Japanese sushi dinner on this little plate while I'm soaking my hot tub. Oh hell yeah. If I could get like room service to deliver me like plates of sushi and just put it on my hot tub thing while I'm soaking in the tub, hell yeah. Ooh. Nah. I don't like that curve. I wouldn't make use of it like they'd want me to. All of these are the same. A black marble diamond tub. Look at that. I'm sure it's not real diamonds. Boca do Lobo. See, the only disadvantage is that this is ridiculously expensive. Yeah, that 99% or that 1% of rich people who have all the money. This is probably something they'd buy. Get the price. I'm a private client. How much is it, huh? How freaking posh do you have to be to get stuff like this? Oh my god. What the hell? If only I had a room as luxurious as this in order to put this tub in. My god. This is probably $1 million room, honestly. Oh my god. Yeah, if I want to live my entire life like the Queen of England, all I have to do is buy stuff from this website. My god. It reminds me of that one website, This Is Why I'm Broke. That looks nice. This is probably super expensive. Is that granite? Travertine. I've never heard of travertine before. It's like a giant hollowed out piece of quartz. Copper circular Japanese whirlpool bath. Oh my god. Do I have to buy the whole room for this too? Like, this is cool because in Japan, they actually they do it where even in normal homes, they'll have a shower and a bath. So what you do is you take a shower. You take a shower real quick, like 3 or 5 minutes, just to get all the dirt off. And then in the meantime, the bath is filling up. And so then you get into the bath is separate. So you take a shower and then you're done, and then you get into the bath. And you can just relax in the bath. You don't have to clean or anything. You're not getting in a tub of, that's gonna soak with your dirty skin because you just cleaned yourself. So it's very nice. And the thing is with, families, multiple people can do that. They can take a shower and then soak in the bathtub, just one at a time, obviously. But the thing is, since they just took a shower, when they get in the bathtub's gonna be completely clean for the next use or whatever. So you're not actually wasting that much water. You kind of got to plan around it, but this is sort of what it reminds me of. You take a shower and then you get into your luxurious hot tub. Diamond spas. Yeah, gee, I wonder how much you're gonna run me for this. Look at this. Who has a deck that is this extravagant? Who is this for? Who's living this life? This is the kind of thing where it's like rich people will have this sort of thing and they'll come out here like once a year and they'll just relax for a week. Nobody's out here living this extravagant a life 24/7. Like, they can afford to, but they're just simply not going to. It's impractical for most rich people. Oh my god. Yeah, so you look at images like this and it makes you think like, man, it'd be nice to be rich or whatever. And maybe that gives you the motivation to go for wealth. But it's like, none of us are getting this wealthy. It's nice to look at, but none of us are getting this wealthy. I would rather, like, I don't know, it might sound kind of mean, but I know with like the whole, distribute the wealth equally and stuff, I'm gonna take away this lifestyle from the few rich people who get to live it. And I'm okay with that. I'm okay with taking away this lifestyle from the rich people who get to live it. Because the thing is, the vast majority of us aren't gonna get to live it. But the rich people do get to live it only because they, take advantage of all of us poor people. People had to build this. People have to maintenance it. People have to run the hotel that this is in. People have to clean it. All that sort of stuff. People have to bring in the water. People have to, wash the towels and all this sort of junk. Mine the coal that's used for the fire, And, all for what? A rich person can enjoy all those amenities? Why don't the people who actually built this place get to live in it? Huh? I'll build a place like this. I'll mine the freaking stone that it takes to build this sort of place. If it means that I get to keep it. Not for my company to then give it to the CEO. No. The company I work at. I'm not going to mine and create something like this if I don't get to build and live in it, Same with any of this stuff. I mean, statue aside, you could build all the rest of this. Hell, with enough time and equipment, I could probably make my own hot tub. Then I could actually make it more than 4 feet tall, god dang it. Anyway, this is what I want. This one. If I get to go to Japan anytime ever in my life, then I at least want to spend one night in a hotel where I get to just, in one of these onsen hotels. Hot spring hotels. Onsen Ryokan. Ah, this is straight out of Ghost of Tsushima. Look at this. Look at that. Ah. Show prices. I want to dip in the water. How much is it going to cost me? I'm going next February. And I'll check out the same day. I don't know. There we go. 2 adults in 1 room. Yeah, sure. I don't. Oh, no, I'm a solo traveler. Thanks. Yeah, thanks. I'm single. Hope you do. Hey, 165 bucks? To get a dip in the hot springs, I'll pay 165 bucks. I don't care. Whatever. Whatever. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. Especially during this winter. Oh, hell yeah. I want to go to Hokkaido. Oh, I want to go to Hokkaido. Oh my god. Look how nice this hotel is. This isn't in Hokkaido, but whatever. Look at that. Look at this. Oh, look at that hot spring. Oh my god. The mist is the mist from the sauna is so powerful that it stains the glass that you can be a peeping Tom in. Hell yeah. Oh, look at that. Oh, look at that. Ooh. My Japanese home. Those doors, those paper doors. I just want to take my sword and just freaking. Yeah, it's giant kimonos that the girls have to wear. It's like you're getting married. Like if you have like a Japanese traditional wedding or whatever, you gotta wear one of those things. The Miyasa. It's a nice place. And you know, 200 bucks for a hotel night or for a hotel room isn't that bad. Ooh, look at that. Hell yeah. You know, there's gonna be a whole bunch of people in that room. But whatever, I don't care. Oh, it looks so good. I don't even know what that is. But I can just imagine just putting it in my mouth and just burst of seafood. Hell yeah. Oh. Ooh, little eggs. Little eggs. The Japanese are cool because they scramble their eggs and they shape them like that. It's great. There's a BuzzFeed video on that, but I can't show BuzzFeed on stream. And they're little fruit slices dipped in like some chocolate mousse or something. Oh, that looks good. Hell yeah. And they bring it out in these little dishes, so you get to try a little bit of everything. It's so nice. In every anime and in every like Tales game where they have like a go to the hot springs scene or whatever, there's always a crack in one of the gates here where you can see through it, and oh, you can look at all the girls while they're in the hot springs or whatever. Such a cliche. Yeah, see, I want my own private bath. We got the room with the outdoor bath and it was great. Wait, do you get 1 bath per room? Dude. That'd be so nice. Just sip it on my sake while I'm in the hot springs. Hell yeah. The meals were unreal. I highly recommend getting the room options with meals, as they're incredibly authentic and amazingly prepared. Ooh. Normally room service is not that great, but hell yeah. Look at that, they just give you that raw meat. Oh, you just eat it. Hell yeah. Oh, look at that marbling. Oh, you're getting that meat, that red meat, and that fat with every single bite, and it's so intricately woven in there. Only in Japan, man. I want to go to Japan. If I was made of money, I mean Japan's where it's at, you know. One house in Japan, one house in Switzerland, and I just go back and forth. Look at that. Maybe not in Switzerland. Where'd I go instead of Japan? Yeah, well, Switzerland is relatively the safest country to be in. If the world collapses, want their food. Ah. Serves are nice. Anyway. Rare price. This is lower than anyone has paid in the past 30 days. This is rare. Don't miss it. Minakami Hot Spring Ryokan. Mikasa. Mikasa! Eren! Dude, where's Minakami? Yeah, it's over there. I have no freaking idea where this is, guys. That's a national park. Saitama. Saitama. Tokyo. Tokyo. So it's all the way out there in Gunma. Well, I don't particularly want to go to Gunma. Where I want to go, it's all the way up here. In, oh wait. Where am I going? Hokkaido. Hokkaido. Probably Sapporo, since it's a city. Oh, Hokkaido's the region, not the, Where's Tsushima Island? I want to go to the place from the video game. Oh my god. It's a big country. They don't even... The Hokkaido Shinkansen. The Hokkaido trains. These two islands aren't even connected? Really? I didn't know that. I thought Japan was just one big ol' island. And then, you know, it had a bunch of small islands. Anyway, I want to go to... Hokkaido, a vacation package. Here we go. I don't know. We're leaving from LAX. We're gonna depart. Yeah, it's gonna be... I'm not even gonna get there in time for my return flight at that point. I don't know. Sapporo? Sapporo, here we go. $38 per night? That's so cheap. Oh my god, 44 a night for ooh. Exceptional. It's only for one night though. Yeah. I don't trust getting hotel rooms from third-party websites anymore, to be honest. See, I know enough Japanese to where if I call one of these hotels, then they'll be like, "Hi, moshi moshi," and then I'll be like, I know enough Japanese to ask them if they can speak English. すみません、英語を話しますか？英語を話せるもういいか？もういいですか？はい、yes, I speak English. And then I can start talking to them about the differing prices on Expedia for their hotel rooms. Come on, I need... Ooh. Can you just, like, give me the... LAX. It's always going to be cheaper going from LAX. Even if I lived in, like, San Diego, I would do, like, the 2-hour drive up to LAX. Can you, like, I don't know. I want to go just from the 14th to the 18th. There we go. What we do? Nah, I'm going to the 21st. I want to spend a whole week there. Search. I want the hotel stay and everything. I price checked it before. I could get a vacation package where, yeah, here it is. The flight and the hotel room will be $1,000 total for like a week. Dude, $1,000 for a week in Japan? I mean, that's good enough. Unreal deal. How nice this hotel is. Dude, do they have any hot springs? I'll pay extra for the freaking hot springs. Come on. And a hot spring in the name. Ooh, that looks so good. I want to go to Japan. God damn it. So instead of going to Japan, I'm getting my one tooth fixed at the dentist. God, fuck me. Honestly. Like, how many vacations to Japan have I given up just because of the dental work that I need to get? Stupid country. Choose your stay. Just dining. Look at that. Oh, those grapes. I know I did just say those grapes, but yes, those grapes. I want those grapes. I could put a little sugar on them. Ooh. I'm gonna need my teeth repaired for this. That's all you're gonna show me for the food? Is it like free grabs? I mean, I know it's COVID and everybody over there probably has Omicron, but frick it, dude. Hey, okay, if I'm gonna die from COVID anyway, I might as well do it in Japan while I'm having a good time. I gotta get my passport. Oh yeah, I don't think they're gonna let me in the country if I'm not vaccinated, so. For COVID, you have to get your first shot for the vaccine, and then you have to wait a few weeks, and then you have to get your second shot. Now you're protected against the regular COVID variant, and then you have to wait like 3 more months before you can get your Delta booster. So even if I got myself vaccinated tomorrow, I still wouldn't be, even if I got vaccinated tomorrow, I still wouldn't be able to be fully vaccinated until, like, May. Until probably, like, Mother's Day, yeah. honestly. So I get today, I get my vaccine like tomorrow, and then I have to wait like 3 weeks for the second dose. And then that's like, you know, beginning of February. That's like Valentine's Day. And then I'd have to wait like 3 months, so Mother's Day, until I get the Delta booster. And then I'm protected against COVID and Delta. And then I'm gonna have to wait for the Omicron one as well, because that's what's going around. So even if I were up for getting the vaccine, I wouldn't be fully vaccinated until, God, including the Omicron booster. I mean, you're probably looking at like September for me. Yes, like August probably. I want the hotel to have an onsen. Am I not getting that in Sapporo Hot Spring? This is what I wanted. It's basic beds, I don't care. Give me a hot spring. It's a very basic looking hotel, oh my god. Like that lounge room that's nobody's gonna use. Except for all the stupid foreign tourists. Free coffee! Yeah, if I'm paying like $1,000 for my hotel room. Oh my god! Top ramen! Those noodles, that's top ramen. Like 100% those are freeze-dried instant ramen that they use there. Do not show it off as if it's some luxury dish, you trickster. Oh, you get free massages. Dude, I'll get a massage while I'm there. Oh my god, it's part of the package. Oh, not my feet though. Not my feet. I'm ticklish on my feet. I can't even, like, if I have an itch, like if I have a bug bite on the bottom of my foot, if I go down to itch it myself, I'll get ticklish. Like, that's how ticklish I am. Like, I tickle myself when I freaking go to my own feet. It's terrible. If I get a bug bite down there, I have to grit my teeth and hold it out because I don't want to tickle myself. Anyway, so I'll do the massage. I'll just tell them not to touch my feet. Or they can touch my feet. I'll just brace for impact, I guess. Whatever. I'll let some cute Japanese masseuse rub her hands on my body parts in a soothing but not sexual way. Anyway, vending machines. I can get all these Japanese drinks like Coca-Cola and Coca-Cola Zero. Yeah, whatever. Bed, TV, dryer. I'm not gonna spend my time in the hotel anyway. I'll sleep in a freaking manga cafe if it means I get to go to Japan. Oh, I can do my laundry there too, as if I need that. Actually, I could do my laundry there. I could just bring like a small backpack with like 3 pairs of clothes. And then I can just wash them. Like, whatever. Like, I'll probably do 2 loads of laundry while I'm there, to be honest. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, oh boy. Oh boy, guys. I can pull it, it's the LAN cable. It's a LAN cable. The fact that they give LAN cable is so... I've never seen a hotel give a LAN cable. Little dishes. Oh my god, it's a little egg fried on top of a piece of broccoli and a little hot dog. That's so cute. That's so cute. Oh, it's like a little omelet dish. Ooh. And some karaage chicken. Ooh. And some mochi. Ooh. Oh wait, no, that's not mochi. Oh, it's sashimi. Looks like that's sashimi. Is that... Do they have caviar here? Oh, anywhere I go, I gotta get caviar. There they are. The onsen, the hot springs, the public bath. I'm gonna be a loner by myself in here, surrounded by like families of children. It'd be terrible. Them all like wading through the water. Even like the Japanese ones who go on vacation are typically more rich and more outgoing. If you're rich, if somebody's rich, that means that they're typically more outgoing, and their kids are a lot more like free roaming and adventurous at the best of times, which means that I'm not gonna get any solace there. $20 for a buffet breakfast? Oh, but you get sushi with that. Oh, hell yeah. Dude, I'm throwing out the rice or just eating the fish. If I'm getting a buffet, I'm not eating this full bowl. I'm eating just the fish and the veggie toppings and stuff. And we're just gonna grab bowl after bowl of that, and I'm just gonna have mountains of rice that I didn't eat that I have to discard. Oh my god, one of these. In a public bath? It's tough because it's like, okay, do you wear like... There's a lot of people Kiwi. Kiwi, stop scratching. What? What? Okay, Kiwi. Give me a second, guys. I'm gonna let Kiwi out. I don't know why I have the headphones on anymore. Not watching a video. Kiwi. Hey, good lady. Oh my god. I got my dentist appointment at least. That's something productive today. Oh, it's 6:15. Oh well. So with the public baths, they typically when you go to hot springs, you get in the water naked. You go out with a towel, but then you remove the towel in order to go in there. I don't know what the etiquette is for public baths though. I mean, if it's normally they would separate it by gender. So there would be a public bath for guys and a public bath for girls. I don't mind being naked with a bunch of freaking fat Japanese dudes. Like, I don't care. But if this is like a mixed gender bath, then the etiquette is probably to be like have like a swimsuit on, which lessens the enjoyment. I want my own bath. I want my own thing though. I'll pay extra for that. Even if I gotta pay extra per night, I'll just pay extra like once or twice. It's the sauna. What was this? It's still a public bath. You see the sauna, it's gonna be shared. There's gonna be like 3 or 4 people on this bench. So, not the most enjoyable experience. See with this, just eat that. Just eat that. I wouldn't even get the one with the fish eggs, to be honest. I don't like these bigger fish eggs. These are masago. Like the granny character from Ghost of Tsushima. I don't know why they give so many on there, honestly. Fish eggs aren't really that, like, they aren't that great. It's a good source of protein. But they're kind of like, they like pop in your mouth, you know, kind of, and you get this fishy liquid. It's kind of bleh. Or it's kind of weird. I don't mind it, but for some people it'd probably be gross. Some people really like it. But see, this would be decent. All of these, like a slab of meat and like some sweet potato and all that, soaked in some, looks like a ponzu sauce. That'd be a good dish. Cold bath. Why would you do this to yourself? It's a rock. It's a rock. Anyway, it looks like this is just private baths. Oh, you get the little Japanese lady with her freaking skirt. Look at that. They probably have a dress code. Disgusting. Showing those legs. Bleh. Don't do that, they'll smear my wife. Yeah, and they put the pillows there. I'm gonna have to take them out of there anyway. Makeup room. Moisture milk. Dang. Do the Japanese really put milk on their face? It's probably good for you. Yeah, I trust the Japanese and their weird products more so than I trust freaking what's her face from Iron Man, Gwyneth Paltrow and her freaking weird ass formulas. Have you guys ever heard of that? The Gwyneth Paltrow line. Gwyneth Paltrow. I don't know how to spell her name. Yeah, her. She yeah, she started this website called Goop. And it's a bunch of these products. She even has a freaking show. But the thing is, all the products that she sells are fake. They're like these insanely overpriced what do you call it? They're supposed to be like natural remedies, but they're like, it's just overpriced stuff. It's like a little honey mixed with oil, and she's charging $100 for it. You know, that sort of thing. It's pretty bad. Anyway, she got her own Netflix show, probably because she bought into it. Sex, Love, and Goop. Yeah. Anyway, it's pretty bad. JonTron has a video on it. Gwyneth Paltrow's Goop. Anyway, that reminded me of that. I want to go to this buffet and eat only the fish. I could down so many shrimp. Oh my god, I'll run the place dry with how much shrimp I can freaking eat. If it's the waitress serves you kind of buffet though, that's gonna be pretty bad. So it's gotta be I take everything for myself sort of buffet. Stop. People who have tattoos are not allowed to enter. Oh yeah, that's right. In you guys probably might not know this, but I mean it's something Japan specific. The Japanese are very discriminatory against tattoos. If you have tattoos on your body, you're not allowed to go into the public hot springs, because in Japan, tattoos are associated with the Yakuza, the mafia, you know, the Yakuza. You know, like this. You guys have probably seen this before, where like a Japanese Yakuza member is like just covered in tattoos. They're like, I don't know what the tattoos mean for the Yakuza, but the Yakuza's a gang. It's like the mafia in America. So they're criminals. So anyway, back in the day, Hot Springs didn't want, back in the day, I mean like 20 years ago, Hot Springs didn't want to be associated with, you know, the Yakuza, and they didn't want to have, you know, these criminals coming in, and the tattoos were pretty much your scarlet letter saying that you're part of the Yakuza, so you're part of a criminal gang essentially. So that's why. Dang, he got Kiryu's tattoo. Freaking nice! Look at that, so sick. But yeah, so they don't let you in public baths with if you're covered in tattoos, unfortunately. 3 stars, 4.5 out of 5. Wonderful. Can I get a room that has my own freaking... Must be vaccinated with proof. For only that specific bed. And that one too, apparently. Anyway, there's a lot I could do in Japan, honestly. Like, I could kill a week in Japan. There's a lot of places I want to eat. And some sites that I want to see as well. Mostly, I'm probably just gonna... I would just eat my really good meals. And then in between meals, I'd probably just chill at the hot springs. That's probably how I'd spend the entire vacation. Obviously, if I'm, like, by myself or whatever. So guys, if that sounds fun, you guys can come with me, huh? Yeah. Yeah. Maybe don't look on there. TripAdvisor. 2022. Here we go. Long Beach. No. Depart from LAX. Long Beach costs a lot more. To Hokkaido. 2 adults. Let's just leave tomorrow. No, let me leave, I don't know, March 7th? Go back on the 15th, yeah, whatever, there you go, find packages. What do you want from me? Go away. Just, okay, then change my dates, I don't care. Just, can I just, can I leave that? Sapporo. Yeah, it's in Japan. It's in Asia. No, but what? Bro, just... Okay, I don't need these dates then. Just give me the vacation packages. I don't care. 1100 pp. Can I hike up Mount Fuji, please? That's all I care to do. They have the purple flowers. That's wolfsbane. I could give it to the Mongols and they can poison the mainland. Nisekocho. Go away, TripAdvisor. Vacation packages. Do not depart on these dates then. Just, yeah, find the 8th. I don't care. I hate them. It's just what it is. I hate them. No! I don't want these dates anymore, you fucking... Fine, go on just February 19th. Okay, there you go. I hate them. I hate them. I hate them. I just want to go to Hokkaido. Tokyo. Whatever. I'll go to Tokyo then. Who cares? I'll take a train up to Hokkaido if I really want to. Yeah, a non-stop. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I'll explore it. Give me a package. Vacation packages. Here we go. Just give me the whole package. I don't care. You can dictate. I hate them. I actually hate them. There's 0 packages? What are you talking about? You freaking tour radar. Here we go. At least I get something. Spring Spectacular. 8 days. Like I could just go all the way around the prefecture. Get my horse and just ride. Find the objectives. about going next winter? Sounds fun. I want to go to a cold area during the winter. That sounds fun. I want to go to those snow cabins. Snow cabin, Northern Lights. This one. This one. This one. The Aurora glass caps. Oh, that's in Finland. See, if I moved to Finland, I could just go here every day. In fact, I could probably buy a piece of land for really cheap, build a glass cabin on it, and just look at the Northern Lights every day for the rest of my life if I lived in Finland. See, I wouldn't mind that, to be honest. Honestly. I live in Finland, which is a cheap country, and then free healthcare and all that. God, I want to look at these once. The pictures probably don't do them justice. I want to actually see the Northern Lights in the sky. Ah, Miteoshi. Ah, Miteoshi, so you know. Ivalo, Finland. Ivalo, Finland. Real estate. How much is it going to cost for me to live there? Houses in Ivalo. Here we go. Found nothing. Property for sale. Look, I just buy a little cottage. 30,000. 35,000 or whatever. 250 square feet. One room. Look at that. Look at that. It's just a table, a kitchen, and a bed. Yeah. Oh, and a couch. Couch probably turns into a bed, to be honest. There's an outdoor area too. What's that? What the hell? Boom. Yeah, I could buy an actual house. This house has a living room. It has a sauna. Wait, these come with saunas? Why does it... Wait, does every house come with a sauna? Every house that has room for a sauna comes with a sauna, I think. Oh, this one has a 2-story. That's nice. Look at that. For $250,000, I could buy a mansion. Half a mansion. It's basically just one giant triangular room with a couple of side rooms. Helsinki. Decent prices on these houses. Dude, I'll live in freaking Finland. I don't care. I knew a couple of people who were in Finland. They seem like decent folk. Kinda. Whatever. My teeth hurt. Anyway. It's pretty cheap. I can make do. Nice little house. As long as it's insulated. Has a ladder. Oof. Might be hard to work with. Looks like it has 2 ladders, actually. Having to climb stairs is one thing. Having to climb a ladder to get from room to room. I don't know how a freaking grandma's electric stairway chair is gonna freaking work on a ladder. You kind of have to do it a pulley system. You're gonna have to do it like I did with the dog in Valiant Hearts, where I get the dog in the basket, and then I go to the rope and I pull the rope, and then raise the basket, and then the dog can hop out once it's on the 2nd floor. I have to do that. Gonna build some mean arm muscles by doing that. I'm looking at like a 1-inch freaking thumbnail preview of each picture instead of actually just clicking on it. Anyway, it's a nice house. Can grow stuff there, probably. And then we go up to like half of it. Oh, I could buy a lake. Wonderful, wonderful. I could buy a nice apartment in the city. That'd be nice. Cold turkey. Couldn't find a suitable property. Filters. Save search. Exclusive offer. Wow. Exclusive offer. Only $2 million. 7 rooms. Oh, that's a nice house. Let's look at that house. Look at that house. Oh my god. That's a house. Yeah. Oh my god. Holy crud. Talk about luxury living. My gosh. Is this really in Finland? Oh my god. I don't think this is in Finland. What the hell? Look at that. It's right by the beach. These giant freaking luxurious rooms. They have a TV. Oh, you need a giant TV for that, to be honest. Maybe like an 85-inch at least. Oh, that's a photoshopped image on there. They're just suggesting that you can put TVs there if you really wanted to. No one's gonna have a TV in the dining room. Oh wait, no, that's the living room. Look how freaking nice that kitchen is. Oh my god. It's a little tucked away for my liking. Probably want to reduce the size of these walls a little bit, but other than that. So I like a more open concept. Other than that though. Ah, look at that. My god, what money can buy you, I swear. People who can, okay, at this point money doesn't control you. If you can afford something like this, then you don't have money problems. Like, you're not working up to barely afford this house. Nobody's working up to barely afford a $2 million house. They're already like compounding onto the wealth they already have. And $2 million isn't a pipe dream anymore. That's the kind of wealth you have. So you're already making it. Once you hit a certain threshold as far as like wealth goes, if you're not an investor, you probably want to save like $1 million is probably a great, settle point for you. But if you're an investor and an opportunist, even something as low as like $50,000, you can start growing your wealth. There's one guy on YouTube, his name's Stephen Graham. He, his whole YouTube channel is based around that. But, he bought a rental property for $50,000. he made a really cunning play apparently with the real estate agent, and he got it for like $50,000, and he was able to spruce it up and resell it for like 3 times the price, and then he used that to buy another property, and then he just kept doing that over and over again until he amassed like, you know, millions of dollars. So, but anyway, he's like million subscriber YouTuber. He makes the majority of his money off of YouTube now, so it's like, okay, this is in Cyprus. I don't know what country that's in. Okay, guys, for all you Americans out there, where do you think this is in the world? Where do you think this island is in the world? Is it... What do you guys think? Is it in Asia? Is it in Europe? Where in Europe is it? Is it Northern Europe? Southern Europe? Like, is it more towards Italy? Or is it more, you know, towards like Finland and stuff? Or is it in Asia? Or is it off the coast of Chile in South America? What do you guys think? Alright, you have your guesses? Let's scroll up. See, I was right. Well, I was almost right. I thought it was over here. I thought it was at the southern end of Italy. But apparently this is an island nation. Turkey, or next to Turkey and Syria. I would not want to be positioned at Syria, especially near Lebanon and Israel. Oh my god. Talk about a nuclear war threat. What country is Israel currently part of? The Gaza Strip. A lot of tragedies happen there, that's for sure. Wait, is Israel technically part of... Is Jerusalem its own independent state? There's so much geographical politics going around in this little area. I would not want to live right off the coast of that. Oh, Jesus. Nobody's gonna buy a freaking multi-million-dollar home in Cyprus if it's that close to freaking danger. Maybe some religious nut who wants to be as close to Israel as possible. But, you know, no thank you. Position me over here. I'd rather live in Naples. Apparently Greece over here is having a hard time. They're like one of the poorest states, or poorest countries. I was thinking about Greece actually, but you know, it just takes like an hour of research to realize that, okay, this isn't really a good country to go to. You guys think of Greece, you think of Athens, and you think of like Greek mythology, you know, things like that. The Roman Empire, that was Greece. Or wait, no, was it Rome? I didn't think the Roman Empire was Italy. I don't know. Italy and Greece look like they're right next to each other, but you have pretty much what's essentially an entire ocean there. So obviously a plane ride could get you there in like 3 hours. But, you know, back in the day, this was, you know, these two countries were a world apart. So for a human being who's like, you know, I mean, the size of like a pinhead on this map, traveling, you know, all the way across over here, across the sea, it's a lot. So, but then of course you look at the United States, the distance between Greece and Italy is probably about the difference between Los Angeles and Las Vegas, which is just like a 6-hour drive. Anyway, no one's going to Cyprus, you idiots. It's a nice house. Too bad you invested a bunch of money in freaking in a country no one's gonna go to for risk of their own lives. World's dangerous outside of America. That's the one benefit of being in America, is that at least we're protected. Kind of. Don't live in LA or New York. But other than that, New York's probably seen the most international attacks, invasions. Because we've only really had 3, I think. We had the Revolutionary War, and then we had Pearl Harbor, and then we had 9/11. Those were really the only 3 attacks on the country that we've ever had. So we have such a huge military that like people are scared to fight us. So Kim Jong-un was threatening to send missiles over to us, or send not missiles, nuclear bombs over to us a few years ago. So I was trying to figure out where in the country would be like the most safe area to move to. So I'm thinking like Montana or like Nebraska would probably be a couple of good bets. You know, snowy area, a lot of open land. You know, whatever. Just buy a plot of it, build a bomb shelter, make us do some homesteading within the bomb shelter, and then you know, you're good to go. Anyway, Finland's an option. Dental costs in Finland. That's all I really care about right now. Yep, dental care is free for people under 18. Root canals are $60. How about the crown? Oh, you have to pay for the anesthetic. They don't include the crown here. Oh cool, so I can get a European health insurance card. Oh yeah, because they're part of the EU. I'm not part of the EU. How many crowns? Girl smiling. Those teeth look stable enough. I know it's just a stock image, but I like to think that there's a Hispanic woman in Finland. Who am I kidding? There's a Finnish woman. She has teeth. Do human beings even exist? How to become part of the EU? A country wishing no. Citizenship as an American. In order to qualify, you need to have either parents, grandparents, or great grandparents who are born. I don't have great grandparents who are. Wait. I do! Oh my god. Oh my god. I think my grandmother was. My grandmother was Swedish. I'm gonna bear back, guys. Oh my god. Wait. Wait, no, I have to look it up first. Damn it. Citizenship by Sweden. Citizenship by descent. No. To get full citizenship, you need to live in Sweden for at least 10 years before you can apply. Your ancestry is not important. Are you serious? Damn it! I was so close. Ah, fuck. God dang it. If my father had used his mother's Swedish ancestry to get citizenship, then I could have gotten citizenship through my father. God damn it. See, the thing is, in all of this that I've been thinking about, you know, moving to another country and stuff, my number one thought was, you know, obviously getting citizenship, but then I was thinking about my children, my future children. If I get into another country and I gain citizenship, then I'm gonna have dual citizenship in that country and in America. When I have a kid, I wanted to ideally, I mean, it doesn't have to be, but ideally, I could have my wife give birth to the kid in America. I could just have me and the pregnant wife, fly back to America, live with, you know, in where I'm at now for a few months, and then give birth in an American hospital. My child will then automatically have an American citizenship. Then all I need to do is just, the three of us just fly back to Sweden or wherever I am currently. My kid will eventually get a Swedish citizenship by proxy of being in Sweden their whole life. But they will also have a dual citizenship in America in case they ever want to go to America. That's huge. That would be huge to, you know, for my kid to start off their life with dual citizenship. That way they get to pick and choose where they want to go. You know, you don't need a visa or passport or anything if you want to go to America. Who knows? Maybe by the time my kid is, you know, an adult, America will be the better country to live in. I'm future-proofing them. I'm setting up that possibility for them to go to America and, you know, just on their own dual citizenship over there. So I'm not going to trap my kid in whatever country I decide to move to. You know, that's not the big pasta way. So I want to be able to give my kid the opportunity for a choice. If my father had thought about this 50 years ago, then I wouldn't be trapped here. Oh, okay, whatever. For those Swedish citizens born outside Sweden and who are citizens of another country, they will lose citizenship at age 22 unless approval is granted to retain citizenship. So my kid gets until the age of 22 to decide. Typically, approval is granted if the person has a Swedish-born parent, the person lived in Sweden, or the person makes regular visits. Oh, okay, so they can just apply for approval. Well, okay, having them being born in America might create a sticky situation then, according to those. They might actually have to fight for their own citizenship if they're just gonna stick around. I'd have to weigh my options more. It's just a possibility. All these ideas are really up in the air, to be honest. Where did I even get this idea of? Okay, so my father couldn't have gotten it unless he regularly visited Sweden, which he didn't. My grandmother moved here and then just stayed in America. I don't think she ever went back. So my father wouldn't have gone back. I don't even think my dad's gone to Europe, surprisingly. I used to talk to this woman who was in Sweden. She was single. She liked talking to me. I don't know why. She was pretty fat, so I didn't particularly, I mean, I was bored, but I didn't really, I wasn't really interested in her romantically, but I think she was interested in me. Anyway, she was in Sweden, so this was very long distance. I wasn't in an actual relationship with her, but I could tell, like, if I had shown even a little interest, then she would have taken it. But I didn't, because I don't date fat chicks. But anyway, plus she was kind of a boring person anyway, so unfortunately, I think most people who are fat or who have unattractive qualities to them also tend to be pretty boring people in general. So anyway, I was talking to her, on and off or whatever. So this was at a period of my life where I was messaging multiple people just for whatever friendship, like online friendship, whatever. I was going through a rough point. Anyway, so no relationships at that time, but whatever. I got my social contact anyway. So she, we actually talked about how we were memeing about how bad America is. And so she offered like multiple times to get me to move to Sweden. She wanted me to move to Sweden. And then we even joked how like I could just marry her and then gain my citizenship, and then I'd become a Swedish citizen, through marriage. And I was like, yeah, that's a great idea. Get me out of this dump of a country. And so of course we joked about that, but it ended. I stopped talking to her. What did she do? She did something that really put me off, and I was just like, I'm not gonna deal with that. She was telling me about how like the night before she got like she met a guy off of Tinder, and she slept with him, and then she regretted it instantly afterwards, and she was coming to me, as a shoulder to cry on. I'm not doing that. I'm not going to do that for anybody, but, much less a girl I'm not interested in, so. Especially if, like, I was even slightly, like, romantically interested in her, that is a giant red flag. If a girl talks about how she, like, she hooks up on Tinder, it it's an instant cutoff. I don't deal with that. Like, I'm not gonna deal with that in any human being that I talk to. So like, if you even mention that around me, you know, you can rest assured that, you know, you will never hear from me again. So she went off on the sob story, you know, like 2 or 3 long messages, and I looked at them, and I blocked her. Like, that was that. No words, no nothing. So I was not gonna put up with that, honestly. Like, even as like just a friend. People who go on Tinder for hookups are idiots. Like, what do you expect? You do it, and then it's like, what do you expect? But the thing is, these people have such low moral values as far as sex goes. You give yourself to another person just willy-nilly, and then, oh, you come out emotionally damaged because of it. Like, you reap what you sow. Tinder is like the worst thing on the planet. I abhor its existence, and I abhor anybody who uses it. So it's a disgusting app. The culture that's created around it is disgusting, and the mentality that it's put into society is damaging, to say the very least. So I hate it. So anyway, that was the first time that she even mentioned that, like, she had any interest in, you know, going on Tinder and stuff. I think I had been ignoring her. I was talking to other people. I didn't really have too much of an interest in her. She always talked about her cats and Avatar: The Last Airbender and stuff like that, and I already wasn't interested in this girl, but, you know, and then she starts talking about boring stuff, and it's like, you know, I'm really not interested, so. I think it might have been partially my fault. I think she was into me, but, I had been ignoring her, essentially. I'd been ignoring her. She had even brought up a couple times, like, hey, you know, it doesn't seem like you're really there much, or it seems like you're ignoring me. You know, am I mistaken? And I was like, no, yeah, I've just been busy with work. I'm not ignoring you. And she was like, oh, okay. But that happened a couple of times. And I think I was just done with it, but I think that sort of pushed her to do it. So she probably sought, she probably liked me, but then she probably sought validation on Tinder. And then she slept with a dude who obviously didn't have any interest in her. Because dudes on Tinder, they just want to get their dicks wet. They don't care what hole they put it in. Because that's what women are to these guys on Tinder. They're holes. They're meaty holes that they can stick their willy into and feel good. And then they wake up the next morning next to this beast, and they get post-nut regret, and they leave. That's what every guy on Tinder does. So they use the girl, and the girl gets used. Like, what do you expect? This is kind of how it works. Like, that's what happens. That's why Tinder is such a disgusting app, because it gives people the ability to do that. And so she was obviously seeking validation from a guy. She wanted to be desired, and she didn't get it. She got desired for like 10 minutes, and then she gets just a world of regrets afterwards. She gets rejected by, you know, a guy that she gives herself to. I can't imagine a worse feeling for a girl. So, and I do think that me ignoring her probably pushed her to do it. I mean, obviously it's not my fault for ignoring her, because I wasn't interested. And, you know, a relationship has to be 2 ways, you know. It has to be, you have to be into them, and they have to be into you. That's the only way that it works. If one of those doesn't happen, you have to give it up and go on and move on with your life, obviously. But so obviously I just wasn't interested in her. In fact, if I had moved out there and you know, married her in order to get my Swedish citizenship, which honestly I probably should have done, to be honest, you know, use what I have. then I wouldn't have. Then, I mean, I wouldn't have stayed with her. I probably wouldn't have even stayed friends, to be honest. So, I mean, it is what it is. It's not. No time for regrets now, you know? You know what I'm saying? She was older than me, too. She was like. How much older was she than me? I think she was like 2 years older than me, something like that. Anyway, how do I get into Sweden? Holy crap. $500,000? You have to invest that much into the freaking country? Dude, how am I supposed to get in this country then? You know, any country. I have to work. That's what it is. I have to get a work visa, and then I have to work for 5 or 10 years before I get, you know, before they give it to me. It's a full-time job that they want. $2 million. Oh wait, that's 2 million good boy points. Still is expensive. Holy crap, $3 million for freaking Austria? What the hell? You only need to visit for 2 weeks a year. Wait. Wait, I could have just been visiting Portugal this whole time? I don't have $250,000 to throw at this. Damn it. I don't think I could find someone to marry, honestly, in any of these countries. I mean, I probably could. You're talking about hundreds of millions of people. But somebody would have to agree to it. I don't have any friends in this part of the world. Really wish I got it by descent. Whatever. I should have married that freaking Swedish girl when I had the chance. I don't want to deal with that though. I don't care if I'm a full citizen as long as I'm able to live there. Like, as long as they don't kick me out of the country. Here we go. What's my next question? How long can I live in Sweden? EU citizens can stay in Sweden up to 3 months without a visa, after which they have to apply for residence permanent, which they can get free of charge. Nations of Scandinavia. How long can foreigners stay in Sweden? Oh, so it's 90 days for any Schengen country. Get a residence permit, register with the tax agency, find a home, get an ID card, open a bank account, find a job, arrange daycare or school, and learn Swedish. Okay, so I'm gonna have to learn Swedish. I don't mind. I could probably crunch a language in a year. Sweden residency Oops. Sweden residence permit. Apply online. All application goes directly. They'll let freaking Afghani refugees in there before they let me in there. God damn. Cuckold Sweden, as they call them. Did I eat today? Yeah, I ate today. That shit, I didn't do any of my homework. Fuck. I don't want to do homework. Kill me. In addition to the okay, you must have a residence permit for at least 3 years, and you and your family are supposed to still be living together. In addition to this, you must be able to support yourself financially, be expected to live a law-abiding life. Damn, dude. I mean, I made up $1 million, but you're expecting me to live a law-abiding life? How vague. How large must my income be? $500 a month? That's it? That's it? $500 a month? Dude, if I just buy a house over there and get a work remotely position at an American company, I mean, I could make like 5 times that amount. Holy crap. $500 a month? Really? No wonder everything's so cheap over there. If you pay child maintenance, your wages must be sufficient to cover that as well. Oh yeah, I don't have any kids. Exceptions. A law-abiding life. Here we go. Looks at whether you have previously been convicted or suspected of any crime in Sweden. Hey, I haven't been in Sweden. Hey, crimes committed abroad can also be taken into account in the decision. No. An individual assessment is always carried out for each application. Well, if you're under the age of 15, you could have been the worst criminal in the world, and they'll exempt you. Anyway. Okay, so those additional requirements aren't that bad, but residence permit card, here we go. Can I like just, what if I buy my own house and I just live in it? If you need a visa to travel to Sweden, you have to visit the embassy in order to have your picture and fingerprint taken. All embassies have the possibility. If you have been granted a resident permit, you will also receive a resident permit. Yeah, whatever, man. Keep track of the human beings, I don't care. They put that, like, gold streak over the freaking picture. You see the emblem more than you see the freaking person's face. I want to know how to get the card. Private individuals. Apply for. What if I do permit for studies? I could go to college there. I'd rather just work. Oh, maybe I could just go to college, huh? I'm an adult. Apply for adults. I'm not a Nordic citizen. I got a little bit of Nordic blood. You must have lived in Sweden for a certain amount of time. Have lived an orderly life in Sweden. You must be a law-abiding citizen and have lived an orderly civil life. We will not have any cultural dissonance in our community, young man. Right of residence. All of these require me to, how do I leave America? How do I leave America? This is my... If you have lived in Sweden for 5 years, but I'm only allowed to visit for 90 days. What do you want from me? What do you want from me? How do I live in Sweden? Residence permit. Moving to Sweden. Here we go. Maybe you already secured the necessary. I did not. Through a job, family, or study purposes. But you still may want to locate. Please. It says work, study, or live in Sweden. As an EU citizen, I am not an EU citizen. Dang it. How do I get into this country? My parents are not residents of Sweden. How do I get into this country? Can a foreigner buy a house in Sweden? There are no restrictions on foreigners buying property in Sweden, says a Stockholm-based partner with a law firm in offices. Foreigners can buy a house in Sweden. Okay, Cora. Do not need to be a Swedish citizen or have a social security number. The only thing that's required is to meet any requirements that exist for the house purchase. For purchase of property, there's a requirement to agree in writing information about the purchase price and signature. Here it is. Nope. Copy. You have to qualify in the normal way? What is the normal way? What it'll give you is a Samungdingir number, which means you'll be a registered homeowner who is liable to pay property taxes. How long is it? Registering your company in Sweden. Oh, this is the same website. Most people work. What are the working requirements for living in Sweden? Maybe I'll just get a job. I don't want to work in Sweden though. My whole point of going to Sweden is taking advantage of their freaking healthcare system. Why is it so hard to go to a different country? I don't understand. Why do they make this so difficult? Like, as long as they're keeping track of you and stuff, it shouldn't matter. Like, how many people are actually gonna go to your freaking country from another country? Most people, like 99% of people, are fine just staying where they are. Right? Most Americans don't want to take the trouble of leaving America. That's why they just put up with this. But it seems like the EU has, like, blocked Americans out of freaking moving there. Unless you're like a full-time worker or whatever. I guess that's what it is. You have to want to be a part of the economy in a place like this. Behind every number is a human being. Statistics for how many people have applied for and received residence permits in Sweden. Granted overviews. Last year they let 11,000 people seeking asylum into this country. Would have been easier to get into Sweden if I was a freaking Afghani war refugee than if I'm a freaking hardworking American. I swear to God. They said they would give me the numbers on Like, total. I want to know how many get rejected. The monthly statistics shows first-time applications, decisions, and granted at all 3 instances. Oh. Is it like permanent? What the hell's EES? EES. No. EES. Immigration. Entry exit system. No. I don't think that applies to me. If you invite a Swedish citizen to live with you in said house, you could get a temporary residence through cohabitation. No need to marry. So, if I buy a house, and then somebody's looking for a place to stay in Sweden, and then I'm like, hey dude, stay with me. I'll let you stay here for free. And, you know, we'll just do the whole cohabitating thing. They'll be like, oh yeah, sure, I'll do that for a free room. Do that for that. Okay, there we go. Will this actually work? Very helpful. Shared finances. Yeah, I'll just buy him something every once in a while. Or they can just buy me lunch every once in a while. I don't care. Shared finances, whatever. I can do that. Although the kind of place I'm getting, it's not gonna be one that people would want to be at. Wait, but then I wouldn't be allowed to get married after that. Spaghetti and meatballs. This website. How do you get your initial residence permit? Huh? How to get initial residence permit in Sweden. First study. Okay. How do I get requirements? You must have been living in the country continuously for 5 years. EU citizens will be granted this residency at the end of the 5 years. I am not an EU citizen. Must be granted before your family member travels to Sweden. What do you want from me? I don't have this ability. I do not have a family member there. I want to leave the country and start life somewhere new. Why is that so hard? You know, back in the day, like the 1200s, I could just be a traveling whatever with a backpack on my back and just freaking go wherever I wanted. Just anywhere in the world. As long as I can walk to it. I could take a sailboat and sail across the Atlantic. Find Europe, Finland, Iceland, Norway. Christopher Columbus. Christopher Columbus didn't need a freaking residence permit. He didn't need a freaking tourist traveling visa in order to sail to the Americas. God dang it. You know, they tell all of these grand tales of what our forefathers did, you know, exploring the world and whatnot, and yet they've created an entire society where we're not allowed to replicate it. What is the point of telling us all of these great stories if you're not allowed to if you're not allowed to do it yourself? What if I want to get on a sailboat and freaking travel across the ocean? Huh? No, I'm not allowed to because I need a working visa in order to get into the country. God damn it. You know, if I sailed on a boat over to freaking Japan and I landed, they would be beside themselves. How'd you get in the country? Are they gonna pay for my plane ticket back, huh? They're gonna try to kick me out of the country. Where are they gonna put me? They're not gonna kill me over this. What if I went to the East Coast and then just got on a boat and just left, and then just docked in Sweden, and then just, you know, I bought a house previously there. I just live in the house. How about that, huh? What are they gonna do? They can't do anything. Can't do anything, you idiots. Hate them. First, here's 10 things to take care of when you move to Sweden. First, get a residence permit. No place is telling me how to get a residence permit. First time application of a residence permit must be made while you're outside Sweden. Okay, I'm already outside Sweden. When you have been admitted to doctoral education, I'm not gonna be a doctor. Oh, Dr. Pasta. Yeah, I had to get my doctorate. Oh, why'd you get your doctorate, Dr. Pasta? You really like higher education? No. I had to, so I could get into Sweden. It's the only way. I had to complete college just so I could get into Sweden. student who has passed at least 30 credits or a semester's doctoral education. Studies to work. Studies to work permit. I have to do 30 credits. I'm not almost at 30 credits. I have like 4. Actually, I have 10, technically. I have a little more than that. Special reasons. How do I get in this freaking country? How do I do it? How do I do it? Migrationswerken. Why can't I just pick a country and go? I don't understand. I'm not staying in America. I'm getting out of this country. Or my dead body am I getting out of this freaking country, dude. America can go suck my nuts. Oh, I just want to pull my tooth out. Holy crap! I just want to rip it out. Fuck it. In Finland, I'm moving to Finland. I don't care. I just need to move somewhere. Just somewhere. If I move somewhere in Europe, make sure you meet the requirements for the residence permit you are applying for. That's the first step. I need to get it. What's the first residence permit? Residence permit represents an authorization issued by the competent national authority allowing a national of a non-member or non-EU country to stay for at least 3 months on its territory. I've heard stories of Americans getting into Finland. I might just do that. Okay. First residence permit. Enter Finland. You know, they have these advertisements of, oh, come to move to Finland. Yeah, you can use your cookies. I don't care. I don't care. The 19th. It's tomorrow. I did go to GameStop. You gonna open it or what? You freaking game. This was a cute game. I wanna play Spiritfarer. Moonlighter Complete Edition. I have a $5 off coupon at GameStop, but I can only use it in store. I can't use it for online purchases. I should try calling them tomorrow, I guess. Gotta ask them if I could just buy freaking credit. I don't want to go to the store because one, I don't want to go out, and two, I don't want to get COVID. I know that if I go like anywhere in the city, it's like almost a guarantee that I get COVID, so I've been staying in my room this whole time. Seems like Moonlighter goes on sale every couple of months. Spiritfarer will probably be my next game to play, so I don't think I'll... How much money do I have? I have $9 in my wallet. If I get my other 10 at GameStop. I like the look of this game. It's very nice, but I feel like I'd get tired of it after a while. Russia 2 had better graphics than this. I miss Russia 2. Capitalism, huh? Oh yeah, the Pokemon game's coming out. Yeah. Did you guys know? It's Pokemon Arceus. Pokemon Legends Arceus. It's coming out. 128, that's next Friday. Yes! Oh my god, guys. This is the one where you're like the 3D model. It's like Breath of the Wild. And you just go around catching Pokemon. It looks cool. I don't know what the point of the game is, though. Oh, I think you can stop Pokemon battles. I guess this is the spiritual successor to Pokemon XD Gale Darkness for the GameCube. Oh, except you can ride Pokemon too. That's cool. The world looks kind of empty though. Typically you want, I mean, they fill it with Pokemon, sure. But what are the people? In something like Breath of the Wild, there's something around every corner. You just had to go into a direction and go in a direction and you found it. Yeah, this one doesn't look too thrilling. Back to others. Come on, come on. Yep, I'm logging. Oh boy, my password. Yeah. Keep me signed in. Never works. Did not purchase those. In-store only reward. Unbelievable. Why are they requiring me to go in the store? It's COVID. What if the store closes? Offer expires 119 at 11:59. I'm gonna have to go to GameStop tomorrow then. Get my coupon. It's not worth the trip. That's the thing. I'm getting I get a free $10 PlayStation card. But I have to, God, round trip? I mean, it's gonna take me like 45 minutes at least if I rush it. And I'm gonna have to risk with going outside. That's about an hour that I have to put towards going to GameStop. That's not worth $10 to me. Spend an hour doing that. Whatever. Anyway, how do I get into Finland? You may have to apply for a residence permit for working, even if your stay does not exceed 90 days. The right to work without a residence permit is restricted. could be self-employed. Sure. Apply for work. Working in Finland. Yada yada. Specific professional field. Restaurant worker. Oh, man, those waiters and waitresses, that's a professional field. I don't know anybody who's a career waitress. Income requirement. 1,200 per month, that's a lot. That is a lots of money. In Sweden it was only 500. God. A visiting teacher, lecturer in... Oh yeah, I could just become a teacher. That's right. That's right, guys. Anywhere that I go, I could just become a teacher. Okay, that's reason enough to get my degree. Okay, fuck it. Okay, I think I cracked the code. If I want to go anywhere, then all I need to do is become a teacher. I can teach English, whatever. Everyone wants to learn English. Let's do that. Let's teach English. Whatever. What do I need for that? 4-year degree? And then a teacher's credential? Yeah, screw it. You know, I could move to Japan even, if I want to. Become a teacher. Billy bucks. Means I'm gonna have to work at the teacher though. Oh, kill me. Probably find an arrangement that doesn't require me to work that much as a teacher. I need to get in the country. I need to get my foot in the door. God, am I really gonna become a teacher after all that's happened? The easiest thing. I can teach adults. Might as well just do that. I just do like night classes at the college. Or at a university. That sounds comfy. Hopefully positions like that will be open. You work in the middle or top management of a company. Ugh, middle management. What a scam. The middle management has to report to their middle management bosses, which has to report to the top management bosses. Seasonal work. Festivals. Voluntary work. I would love to do voluntary work. Voluntary service scheme of the European Union. Take part in a working holiday as a citizen of Australia or New Zealand? That's so specific. Who would go to Finland for research purposes? I doubt anybody even does that. What's a pot? Purpose of an au pair position is to provide a young person, aged 17 to 30, an opportunity to become acquainted with the language and culture of the country in exchange for performing light housework. The purpose of an au pair position is not to gain a household employee. Domestic staff applies for a residence permit. Au pairs are required to have studied or taken an interest in Finnish or Swedish language and culture. For instance, Finnish history and politics. The working hours must be set so that they'll have the opportunity to take classes in Finnish or Swedish while in Finland. But they make it so convoluted. Okay, it's possible. It's possible to at least gain residence here. And then once I gain residence, then I just have to maintain it for a certain amount of time. So this is all possible. This is all possible. It's all possible. It's all possible. All possible. It's all possible. Except it's not. And it's not. Anyway, so. Yeah, anyway. We're getting off, guys. Guys, I'm getting off. It's been a fun stream. Hey, guys. What else did I say? Oh, shit. I didn't do any of my college work. Fuck. God dang it. God dang it, guys. This is all you folks. So free to geek. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, guys. It's not your fault. It's my fault. It's my fault for being such a poopy face. I don't know. Interesting concept though. Anyway, you guys want to see my exercise routine? This is what I do every day. Or not every day, every other day. Tonight included. Push-ups. So yeah, anyway, so I do the absolute minimum amount of this. So I do 3 sets of 6 push-ups. So it's like 18 push-ups. And I do 6 burpees. I'm not doing this for 15 minutes. Oh god, kill me. I just do 6. So I do 18 push-ups and then 6 burpees. And then I do 3 sets of 5 plank ups. Plank ups are the ones where you start in a plank position and then you get down on your forearms and then you get back up into plank position and then down on your forearms and then back up to plank position. So it's a little hard to describe. So anyway, I do 3 sets of 5. So I do 5 and then rest and then 5 and then rest. Same with the push-ups. And then I do tricep dips. That's the one where you put your arms straight up on the seat of your chair, and then you kind of prop yourself off of the chair in order to dip up and down. So and then you know kind of bend down and bend back up. So that's that one. So I do 10 of those 2 sets. And then inchworms, that's the one where I fell on my face the first time I did it. I do 12 of those. And then lunges. I don't do this 3 sets of 15 reps each. I alternate 15 times. So I'll do right lunge, and then a left lunge, and then a right lunge and a left lunge. And so I'll get 15 for each leg, so it's a total of 30. And then squats, I do 3 sets of 8. So the lunges, for some reason, they make my right knee hurt. I don't know why. My right knee specifically hurts whenever I bend it, but it's been a cause of concern. I'm just drinking more milk for now to try to offset that. Hopefully get my bones to be stronger, but we'll see how that works. But yeah. Anyway, this is a total of 18 plus 6 plus 15. Plus another 20. Shove it, dude. It's about 125 exercises. So, I mean, in all, it takes me like 12 minutes to do the workout, including like rest times. I've been getting slightly faster and faster because I don't need as many rest times now. Tonight's gonna be my 4th time doing it. So, I mean, I'm not like super sore from it anymore. So, I'm just doing this. It's a very light exercise routine for me, honestly. Like the first time it was brutal, but then the times after that, it's been pretty easy. I haven't really been sore afterwards. So, which means I need, to increase the intensity of it, but that's for later. I just need to get into a routine for now. I mean, 12 minutes out of my day isn't, every other day, it's not really that big of a sacrifice. So I'm not going to the gym for 2 hours, right? This is stuff that I do at home. I just take off my clothes and then I push my chair in so I have a space. I have a clear space here. And then I put on Deku head banging, the 10-hour version on my phone. And then I just run through all the exercises, taking breaks when needed. And then and then I take a shower after that. I eat some protein bars. So, it's been alright. It's whatever. But yeah, anyway guys, I'm gonna get off. It's 8 o'clock. It's late. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I know I did nothing this stream. I didn't do any college work. Oh my god. I feel like college work would have been boring for you guys as well. But it would have been boring for me. I was so wrapped up in my research. I think the conclusion is that I'm not going to be able to get into one of these countries without working. So I'm going to have to figure out a job that I can do in these countries that doesn't require my full time. And then I'll do that to gain residency. But the whole point of this was to avoid working, so it might just be easier to stay in America. But if I stay in America, I won't be able to gain health insurance, which is what I need in order to have a non-life-threatening ability to go to the hospital. So by life-threatening, I mean like financial ruin. So if I need any surgery done or whatever later in my life, I mean, it's gonna run me like hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's so idiotic here. All of this stemmed because I wanted cheaper dental prices, but I can't get it. Can't get Sweden is not going to cover my dental work all that much, so I might as well just get a PPO here, insurance plan, and then just go back to my old dentist. But I'm still going to require a bunch of money. The thing is, I'm just going to require a bunch of money. That's what it is. Everything is like financial gated, so I'm just looking for the cheapest path to get to the best situation in the least amount of time. That's all I'm looking for. So all of this research has been eye-opening. Gaining citizenship itself, or at least gaining the ability to live in these countries, is it's gonna be difficult. I don't know what happens if like you go somewhere, if you go to a country on a tourist visa or whatever, and then you continue to live there past when it expires. I don't know what happens then. I don't know what they would do. Like if I had a house there and I just stayed past my 3 months that I'm allowed to be there, would they kick me out? You know, would the police go over there just to kick me out or whatever? Like, I don't know. I would have broken the law. But yeah, anyway guys, I'm gonna Anyway, guys, I'm gonna head off. Thank you all so much for watching. I'm gonna have to get my college work done tonight. So just whatever, I'll do it as much as I can tonight. Hopefully I can get all of it done. But yeah, I can just BS it. But yeah, anyway, guys, I'm gonna head off. Hope you all enjoyed the stream. Hope you all had a good day today, and I hope you all get a good sleep tonight. But yeah, guys, as always, this has been Big Pasta Gaming. You guys have a little pasta watching, and I will see you all tomorrow. Bye bye, everybody. Sayonara. Good night, everybody. Take care, all y'all. Hope you guys some good sleep. I'll see you tomorrow. Good night. Good night, everyone.